like back in the day when I used to play sports, I would be excited about the big game, and this is how it seems to be like it's a big game. So without stretching this little dialogue out, I want to get my man up on the stage so we can get this show kicked off. So let me get my man up on the stage. Here he comes. My man, Walt Talks. What's up, bro?
My man, what's happening, Big Jack? What's going on, sir?
Hey, you know what? It's just another. It's a really a good day. It is a good day. Anytime that you can put your own feet on the floor and walk around, and as they say on this side of the land, of the living, as they say. But I'm really happy about today and today's show. We was sometimes life throws you a curveball though, and so when you get that curveball, you're either going to duck out the way or you're going to swing and hit, and that's what we are today. So we're going to have to just do some little adjusting from what we had planned for today, because normally on the show we have a guest. So guess what?
We don't.
We don't. Whoa, wait a minute. We don't have a guest today. This show was going to be dedicated in a different direction, and unfortunately, we got a call. I got a call or a text this afternoon from Bee Better Than Nightbot that her husband suffered a heart attack.
Wow.
And but they were able to get him to the hospital. They were able to do emergency surgery, and they found a blockage, and they put a stent in. So he is doing okay. He is doing okay. But it's just crazy that I had just sent y'all the link. I send the link every Wednesday, every Sunday, and then right behind the link, I get a text saying, I'm rushing to the hospital and all this is going on. And it's like, wow, that's crazy. So yeah.
Man, how's B?
She said she was, scrambling around. She got to be up there with them at the hospital.
Sure.
So she's down in the scramble mode. She's back at home packing bags and stuff like that. Yeah. But it's just the fact that, and that was a big thing. I was telling her to, you gotta, be safe in your travels, because sometimes we get overworked and overstressed, and we find ourselves in an emergency trying to get to an emergency. So, but it's just for those who know the words of prayer, who are out there, we ask you to support B and her family and her husband definitely as he go through the recovery state. But from what she mentioned in the text message, that she is that he did have the surgery and he'll be home in a couple of days. But right now she's going to be with him, so she's not going to be in the background doing what B do on the show. Which, like I say, family is always going to be number one and first
and foremost.
And this is it's secondary when it comes to that. I mean, you got to look at it like that.
100%.
I definitely respect and appreciate everyone who comes out and support, but at the same time, when things like that happen, as they say in show business, the show must go on.
On.
Yeah, and we putting on the show. But you also life must go on as well.
100%.
Yeah, and that's where we are right now. So, but how are you doing?
Hey man, well, I was scrambling myself because I got on about 6:30 and logged in, and then I came back to the computer and didn't see anything. So I started checking, like, what did I miss? And then I see that you send another link. So there it is, man. But I thought I had my days mixed up, man. I'm like, what did I miss? Is the day? What is the day? Is the day Tuesday? I mean, so I started going back, counting my week. So here we are, man. I'm so sorry to hear about B's husband. And hey, man, hey B, if you're listening, just stay safe, slow it down, take it easy, and relax as much as you can. And you got to go slow to go fast sometimes. So I think, man, because B is one of those people, man. She's gonna save the world. She's gonna take care of everybody. So hopefully, B, if you're listening, just just do what you need to do and make sure you take care of yourself as well. So we're praying for you,
Yeah,
100%.
100, and well, again, 100% on that, and thank you. I mean, I'm sure if she is listening, that she appreciate that. I mean, I would appreciate it. It's just the fact that
Amen.
you know, all of this is virtual friendships, and that's what
Yeah,
we have. We all
yeah,
have virtual friendships and things like that. But at the same time, when anyone shares that type of information with
yeah.
you, you want to make sure that you respect.
Amen.
And it's like wow. And I see we got Aqua Funk down in the house. What's up?
Uncle Funk, my man.
Eating and
Hey,
lurking. And man,
yeah.
Derek Frank. Now Derek Frank, Walt is he's new. He's new.
Okay.
He's a new subscriber,
Hey,
and
Derek.
he's going to be a new guest on the show. So we got him
Okay.
already listed. So you might see
Okay.
his thumbnail. He's an author. So he has a new book that we're gonna have to definitely hear about. I heard that he's
Great.
definitely be a great person to have. And I see B's in the house. So what's up, B?
B.
Yeah,
Hey,
man, we
B.
just talking about you. Yeah.
Yes.
And Captain Johnson's down there saying hello, everyone. So
All right.
what's
Hey,
up,
Captain.
Captain Johnson? Yeah. So we're looking forward to having Derek Frank on. Now he's another referral from Triple E. So Triple E
Okay.
sent another
Man,
one
Triple
our
E,
way. Yeah. So
man, producer of the
yeah,
year, man.
yeah.
Absolutely.
He's out there slinging them our way. So because of that, um, uh, I didn't even have to
Yeah,
do a
for
lot of
sure, man.
vetting. I ain't had to do a lot of vetting with Mr. Frank. I just went on and, because matter of fact, I did the thumbnail and scheduled them, and he was like, "Man, you fast." I like, if Triple E
Mm-hmm.
sending you my way, I ain't got to worry about it. I know we straight. We straight. So, but it's good to have him here. And I see Phil Dull out there. Hey, Phil, how you doing? And thank you for being here. And Mr. Rudy's out there. Hey, Rudy, thank you for coming through on the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. So, look, Walt, we don't have any guests, and that's very rare. We've got 55 episodes where we've had a guest every episode. And this day,
Okay.
we don't
Well, hey,
have a
man, we're gonna
guest.
make it happen. We're gonna make it do what
Yeah.
it do, and we're gonna figure it out.
Yeah.
So no worries,
Nah,
man.
yeah.
We do have people in the chat, and I'm sure
Yeah.
they may have a few questions and
Yeah.
few things they want to know answers to. And hey, man, we live life every day, so I'm sure we have plenty to discuss.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
100%.
you know,
Yeah, 100%.
I was going to say we don't have to go back and revisit your bowling experience, but I mean, if we want to do that, we can do that too. And
Hey,
that's what it is, man.
look. We can go back and visit it, but I thought I'd already put a bullet in that thing and it's gone, so I ain't worried about that. But
Yeah,
you know,
you put it to rest, man. You already put it
uh,
to rest. Yeah,
let me tell you, let me tell
yeah.
you. Don't walk up on me on the lanes like I don't know how to roll. That was just a bad day. So if you know,
Yeah. Well, man, you see, I haven't challenged you. I mean, I've been talking trash, but I have not challenged
yeah,
you because I know better. So yeah,
yeah. But
I would
it
advise
happens.
anyone who yeah, I mean it happens, but I would still advise anyone to probably take a few warm ups before you go see Big Jack on the bowling alley or the golf
Right.
course for that matter. So yeah,
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, hey, I mean,
yeah.
I can get around.
Hey, look, hey, you still may have a suicide drill in you too. So I would probably wouldn't go head to head with you either. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, look, I look now size wise. Yeah, I don't know if you want to go now.
uh,
If we was going to run on the track or
yeah,
whatever, you got me. But I don't know if I can.
yeah,
I think I run my
yeah.
40 now and forever. So about
Mm,
forever. Yeah.
mm-hmm.
So B says she's on her way back to
Yeah.
the hospital. I'm going to play the replay
Mm-hmm.
when she get there. See y'all. So be safe in your travels, getting back. And
Be
again,
safe in
our
travels, B.
prayers are with you and your husband in this time of recovery from having a heart attack. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, wow. So,
Yes.
and that's one of the things, what we talk about a lot on the show
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
men's health or even health all the way. And
Yes.
and I know I'm one of those people that need to get my act together. I really do. So, you be
Don't
on
we
this
all?
show, we be on this show talking about it and then don't do nothing about it. That's
Mm-hmm.
you the biggest and the worst for me. That's how I look at myself. Not talk about
Mm-hmm.
anybody else but me.
Mm-hmm.
That it's like, how you going to say all that and then don't do nothing about it. Uh, but again, we're praying for B and her family, her husband. as he goes through the recovery. And again, everyone out there. So I know Phil Dunn made a comment there. He said, "Yes, sir. Dings are good. Cloudy all day in Colorado." So did not know he was in Colorado. So if Phil Dunn will drop what part of Colorado, because I got a family that lives in Colorado. And we've been to Colorado several times. So
Me
now
too.
that I know that somebody's out there, we might have to check you out. So drop it in there if you don't mind sharing that part with us.
Yeah, my last
excuse me.
My last visit to Colorado was on the motorcycle, going cross country with
Yeah,
two summers ago. But I remember, man, the tail of the dragon. The tail of he's in Aspen. No, in Durango. Okay, no, in Durango. Yeah. North of
Durango. Yeah.
North of Durango. Yeah. Okay, been through Durango. 100%. So Phil, I'm sure you're familiar with the tail of the $1 million. Excuse me, I said tail of the dragon. The $1 million highway that goes from I want to say Stapleton to Ouray, maybe 12,000 feet above sea level, and it's S curves all day long, bro. And I'm gonna tell you, it's Silverton. Thank you, Silverton.
Yeah.
Thank you, Phil. Silverton to Ouray, and hey, bro. As far as motorcycle trips go, I have never been so challenged by a ride in my life. I mean, going cross country, yeah, that's one thing. The wind, the weather, the whole 9 yards. But the $1 million highway, I challenge everyone to Google the $1 million highway.
I'll just Google it.
Just
don't
Google
do it.
Don't do YouTube. Hey man, I'm saying if you ride, go ride it because yeah, if you ride it, go ride it. Because there's guys that ride it almost every day, man. And they go through that thing like nothing. You know, we were in the way. You know.
Oh yeah, I got you.
We had never seen the road before. You know, so there's people that just take that road almost every day. They just ride it. You know. But on this end, on the East Coast, the only thing that's even close to it is the tail of the dragon, which is on the North Carolina-Tennessee border.
Right.
And compared to the $1 million highway, the tail of the dragon is like 95 south, man. It's
I got
piece of cake. Yeah. $1 million highway, bro.
Right.
It's an amazing, man. Like you get caught up in it. It's so beautiful. You get caught up in, man, like, and it's dangerous. But you get caught up like, how did they even build this thing? Like, how many people even died building this thing?
Oh
yeah,
wow.
So
that's crazy right there. Yeah. I mean, I don't ride a motorcycle, so it would definitely be something that'd be super crazy for me. So I know we got the sources here from Hawaii. Hey, source, hello, and he says aloha. We got so Derek Frank made the comment that Colorado is a beautiful place, and it really is.
Yes,
so
sir.
We've been in Denver. My wife is from Denver. She's from Denver, and she got family still there. And I got some other family that's in Denver, Colorado. So, and then when we go out there, of course, we do the Rocky Mountains and we did the train ride through Colorado, and then we also went to Pikes Peak. So that's that highest point. We were up there, and you got to get oxygen while you're at the top of the peak, man. It's a little rough up there. So. So I don't say it's rough, but it is one of those. It's different. Well, I mean, we go in the summertime, so it's in the middle of July, and we're making snowballs, and I'm like, way up here.
Yeah.
When you're making snowballs at the top of the mountain, it's like, we're way up here. So, so I see Cindy Lifestyle and More is in the house. Hello, Cindy. How you doing?
Cindy.
Also, Ravishing is here, and we got some superstars in the house today.
So 100%.
So glad to have Also Ravishing and Cindy Lifestyle and More. And those know in a couple of weeks we got the Battle of the Sexes coming up, and Cindy Lifestyle and More will be one of the panelists on the women's side of the Battle of the Sexes. So I'm looking forward to having that. Matter of fact, Aqua Funk is on the men's side. So we got.
He's the captain. He's our captain. He's our team captain. He's the team captain.
We had to wait for Aqua to confirm that he was going to be on, so we could even promote the show. But we got some good ones. So the real Veronica is on that panel.
Yes.
Sharon Christian
Thank you.
is on that panel.
Thank you.
Sharon Christian is on that panel. And then Walt Talks is on that panel. So
hey, man.
yeah, I think it's going to be a really good show. Oh, and Creating Change is on that panel.
100%.
So
yes.
yeah, so that's
yes.
going to be a super show. If you can make sure you mark it on your calendars and put it in there, because it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a battle. I'm going to be in the middle. I ain't got nothing to do with nothing but answer the questions. But that's going to be on July the 30th. So that's the last Wednesday of the month, the Battle of the Sexes, and it's a heavy hitter squad on both sides as far as knowledge, craftiness, swiftness, sassiness, all of those things that you can be. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. So I'm looking forward to it for sure, man. So, like I say, I even went out without a doubt and got my referee jersey. So I got the referee jersey now, because we're going to be ready for this thing come July the 30th, and we're going to have some fun. So, Walt, get your game together, man. Get your game together.
I'm trying to get my game. So Aqua Funk is, like he said, don't put it all on him. Hey, bro, you're going to change your name to Dump Truck, because you're going to be carrying the load that night, man. So,
yeah,
I'm going to be support, man. I'll be support. Yeah.
So also Ravishing made a comment about praying for Bee and her family, and yes, we are. For those who don't know, and normally Bee is in the background dropping links, and today would have been no different, but her husband did suffer a heart attack. They did do surgery. They found the blockage. They put in a stent, and he is in recovery there in Texas. So we'll continue to pray for her and her family as they go through the recovery. But that's why she is not with us today and dropping links and all. But it's just another opportunity for us to recognize and support. So we did a quick change, and we say, hey, this is going to be a show where we appreciate our supporters. And each and every person out there has been doing a wonderful job in helping us through the 55 episodes that we've already put out this year. And I appreciate you all. I really do. I know it's like a virtual friendship, but at the same time, it means a lot to have each and every one of you show up and come in here. And when I called on almost everybody, they've been there and they answered the call, and I appreciate that. Matter of fact, also Ravishing, just I think she's in the Louisiana state. And I was just out there, but I did not come through New Orleans. I went through Baton Rouge. So I didn't try to reach out and say, hey, because she was willing to say, meet up just to say we met. But at the same time, because we flew straight into Baton Rouge, I didn't come that way or even try to reach out. So,
you were too busy bowling, man, rolling that.
3. Yeah, I rolled
that 300 set. You know what I mean? I mean, hey, man, I still can't believe that. I can't believe it.
The perfect game is 300. So a perfect game, 12 strikes is 300. I don't know if I had 12 strikes in 9 games. So
and you've had 6 300s in your illustrious career.
Oh, in my life,
in tournament play, most of them, right?
Yeah, most of it. But I've done it in that situation, but nah, it broke me off. So
I mean, it's cool. It's cool.
But
man,
it was humbling. It was a humbling moment. And then I spent, again, 19 hours in the airport trying to get back. So it was just kicking me all the way. So Christopher Flash is in the house, and those remember Christopher Flash was a guest on the show. He was on the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. The only one that's been coming up in the chat. I don't say the only one, but also Ravishing is a person that we wasn't able to get on the show. So she's I've been on her show. They do Love Talk. So remember, they do the Love Talk, which is an hour. It's now every Sunday, but it is on Sundays, and it's at 6 o'clock. So 6 o'clock p.m. I would say Eastern time is when they do Love Talk, which Love Talk is, of course, hour before we do our show on Sundays. And I was on there, and they super host is also Ravishing and Boogie Time, and they do a wonderful job with all kinds of great questions, great guests. So if you get a chance to check them out, go ahead and check them out, because it's a good show. Yeah, and she says she's coming. So one day we're gonna get also Ravishing on the show, and we're gonna have a good time. You know,
Absolutely.
Sharon Jackson is in the house. Hello, Mama Jack. What's going on?
Hey, Mama Jack.
Being here. So Walt, how's it been since you've been on the Iron Sharpening Iron Show as a co-host? How has that been? I
So
mean, I'm not putting you on the spot, but
no, man. First of all, let me say thank you. Okay, for two reasons. One, you had me on as a guest, uh, and two and three actually. Two, for inviting me to be your co-host, but three, man, for I'm not gonna tell everybody what you said about me, what you called me, all the names you called me, but for challenging me, because I'm thinking, man, you got to be kidding. So I have enjoyed every moment of it. I have learned so much because the guests and the listeners or viewers are so diverse. And just learning a lot. So as you get older, man, you kind of get stuck. It's easy to get stuck, and I try my best not to, but it's easy to get stuck in your way of thinking and your perspectives. So I've always enjoyed listening to other people's uh, perspectives on life and how they perceive things and the way they look at it, because we all know a way, but we don't know the way. So it's been fun. It's been challenging. It's been fun. Sometimes I still cringe when I look at the replays. I'm not gonna lie, man. It's tough sometimes. So I appreciate everyone's patience and grace for putting up with me. And while I learn this YouTube thing, and I really, really, really appreciate it. So I'm
no,
humble and honored. So thank you.
no, that's cool. No, that is what's up. So, and I appreciate you being here. You just don't know. You do a wonderful job. I mean, you really do. I know
Bro.
sometimes we give ourselves the hardest time and say, hey, but Walt talks when he comes out. Like I said, it's like E.F. Hutton. When Walt talks,
Hey,
people
man.
want to listen. So,
Somebody,
somebody wants to listen to you.
which
So,
just goes to show you, man, like A students teach B students how to work for C students. So somebody's got to represent the CD class in the chat, and that's me. So the low calorie logic and the C students, man, are represented, and I take that on proudly. So
I got
thank
you.
you all.
Look,
Yeah.
I got you. So Sharon Jackson made the comment, the show has been entertaining and educational. Great job. So,
Thank
and
you.
now we got Dapper PH in the house. Hello, Dapper.
Dapper.
What's going on? So,
Yes.
and thank you for supporting it. I mean, and again, to have a person with like Dapper PH and all of that's here, Cindy Lifestyle and more,
Yes.
also Ravishing, all of them have their own channels. All of them have their own platforms. And we try to support one another. And it's sometimes you do and sometimes you're not able to because of your time or your show, but to have all of them come here
Yes.
and just to show some support, even if they're in the middle of going to work or doing their job or other things that they're doing.
Mhm.
I really, really do appreciate that. And that's what this show is all about. I know on his end, Dapper being in the Philippines, it's morning time there. So he's saying it's morning there. So, but what's his name? Mr. Frank asked a question. Were you guys friends before the show?
So you want to go ahead, man? You want to tell it, or do you want me to tell it?
Go ahead, you tell it. Tell the story.
So you're 55, right?
I'm 54.
54. I'm 61. Uh, I met Big Jack at the rec center. So I was 14. That means you were what, 8, 9?
About 8. Yeah, about 8 or 9. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had to be about 4, maybe 15, 14, 15. Anyway, I'm at the rec center playing pool. And I got a pretty good jackleg pool game. Always been decent. I've been fair. I've been a C student my whole life. It's like I could probably be A and B student, but I like this. I'm a jack of all trades, master of none. I'll leave it at that. So, oh, you got a little power. You hear me?
See.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we here. I got you there.
So that's probably Big Fred. That's probably Big Fred messing
Talking.
with me. Your father.
Yeah.
Anyway, playing pool. Big Jack gets on the pool table. He wants to play. He plays. I beat him, but I mean, I'm 14. He's 8, 9. So no big deal. But he wants to play with his friends, and I told him, the rules are if you want to stay on the table, you want to play your friends, you need to win. So I didn't tell him he couldn't play. I just told him you need to win so you can stay on the table and then you can play your friends. Those are the rules. Those are the rules I came up under. Those rules are still in effect, probably every rec center around the country right now. So next thing I know, big guy comes back, probably about 6'3", 6'3".
Shoot,
How tall was Fred, man? About 6'2", 6'3".
About 6'2", maybe 6'2". Yeah.
Was he? He seemed like he was a giant to me.
Oh yeah, we're
anyway,
14 and 9. Yeah.
Yeah. Big guy comes out, man, cut up like a, he comes up to me and says, "You won't let my son play pool." And me never being the shy one, I said, I told him he can play, but he needs to win. I didn't say it with any disrespect. I just said that's what it is. So his father said, so if he wins, if he plays, if I play you, then he can play. If I beat you, then he can play, something like that. And I'm like, yeah, sure. If you can do it, sure. So of course he breaks. I break. I miss my first shot. I don't make anything, and he runs the table on me. And then his son playing. Big Jack is playing pool for the rest of the day with his friends, and I go home with my tail tucked between my legs, and get to my apartment. At the time, I lived in walking distance to the rec center with my mother. And next thing I know, I see his father pull up again. I'm like, this guy is bullying me now, right? So he pulls up. He's coming to visit someone in my building. And I'm like, this guy now, he's bullying me, man. So like, what does he want? So we talked a little bit, we laughed, and he went on and saw his friend in my building. And then I didn't see him for some years. And I didn't see Big Jack for some years. And next thing you know, I got a job, and I show up for the job, and Big Jack's father, Fred, was my supervisor at my new job. So we just laughed and laughed and laughed, and we've been friends ever since, man. And his father is one of those guys, because his father would have been, how old would Fred been? Jack, 10 years? Was he 10 years older than me, maybe?
He's 18 older than me, so whatever that is. So, yeah.
So he had
like
me by
70, like 73, 74 coming up. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So and he had me by about 12, 13 years. So
right, yeah.
Yeah, so we were friends. One of the guys I can truly call a friend, and he was a mentor, and he kept me out of a lot of trouble. And not even just trouble, just doing stupid stuff, man. I mean, he just doing stupid stuff. He was one of those guys that always held me accountable. And God bless the dead. I'm sure he's smiling on me, man. But every time I do something stupid or get in my way or don't do what I'm supposed to do, I can hear him in my ear calling me a big dummy. I mean, like, I think Red Fox and got that from him. So that's to answer your question.
Yeah,
we've been friends. Big Jack has been bullying me. His father and his father's son combination been bullying me from day one, man. Since he was about 8 years old, 9 years old. So to answer your question, sir, that's what it is. Now he's gonna tell you a different story, but but I'm telling you, that's what happened. My mind was more developed than his. He was a kid. He probably don't remember. So
look, yeah, the story, all the facts are there. It's just he twisted it up to make it good for TV. But no, and we're right. He was beating us up. So matter of fact, that whole story was even before Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. But if anybody remember that episode, where Uncle Phil had to come in and win on the table for Will, then that's pretty much how it was right there.
That was it. Because
Walt was in there. He wasn't hustling. He wasn't hustling, but we wasn't getting on that table.
Man, I was on one though, man. I was on one. You could put it like this, man. It was a humbling experience, and that was probably one of many lessons in humility I've learned in my life, and that was one of the early ones.
One of them,
yeah. Probably since the time young lady bust me in the nose when I was probably in about the 5th or 6th grade. So
Well, I think we all caught one in the nose before.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, Mr. Frank, that was it. Walt and my dad was really good friends. My dad has passed. And but a lot of the things that my dad did, he was really into bowling. into sports. He could do
Ooh.
pretty much all of the stuff that you could do.
Oh,
but
basketball.
basketball, but he didn't look like he could do any of those things.
Man,
so it was very deceiving.
No.
He was very deceiving when you didn't think he could do any of it. So you challenge him to everything. And then when they mop you up, you're sitting there like, what the heck happened? But
Hey, man, let me tell you this. Basketball, man, we were working. We were out in the street. I don't know. We got to talking about basketball. And I'm like, man, basketball? What? You play basketball? He says, what are you talking about, man? I can beat you. I said, come on, man, cut it out. We literally went to Toys R Us, bought a basketball, and convinced the guy to let us use the pump to pump it up. And we went over by Mildred's house.
Mm-hmm.
We went over by Mildred's and played right there, man. And he beat the brakes off me, man. And I don't think he ever jumped off the daggone ground, man. I don't think he ever left the ground. I mean, he was just shooting from everywhere, man. Lights out. I mean, he rarely missed, man. And then he talked a lot of trash.
I talked to trash,
yeah. He talked a lot of trash. But hey, man, another lesson. Never underestimate your opponent, right?
Right.
Yeah.
The thing is, he knew he could do it, and he knew how to do it, and he
knew how to do it,
and
man.
he faked it. And like you think he don't know nothing, he ain't got it. But I mean, well, he's passed on now. But I remember when I was I had to be about 15 years old, and my shoe size at that time was I think a 12 or 13. So I'm wearing a size 13 shoe at 14, 15 years old. And I'm like, my feet ain't growing no more. He's like, I bet you $1 million your shoes will grow, your feet will grow. I said, that's a bet, because I'm straight. I know I'm a teenager. Shoe ain't grew in a couple of years. And then all of a sudden it was like, boom. I was like, well, I guess I owe you, because they definitely went up. So it stopped at 14, but at the same time,
man.
he already knew that she was going to. I think I was 12. I was 12 and a 12. And I like, my shoe ain't going no past that. I ain't going past that. He was like, yeah, okay, all right, we'll see you next year. I know Mama Jackson, she used to say it'd be cheaper to buy you the box instead of buying these shoes.
Hey, man.
My feet was growing, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, look, man, let me tell you something, man. Your father, when I call you all shucks, I call you all shucks. Your father was definitely all shucks, man. He was one of those guys who flew below the radar. You never see him coming.
Right.
But he knew a whole lot, man. And the thing that I always appreciated about Fred is and I learned this lesson, especially because you got to understand, man, I'm hanging with him. I'm 18 years old. I've just moved out the house. I'm on my own. I'm trying to figure it out. Matter of fact, before I moved out the house, I didn't know how I was going to. And you got to understand, this is 1982. And I'm like, how in the world am I going to make it? And because hey man, at that point I'm a man. I got to go. I couldn't figure out how I was going to make it, man. My rent was $295 a month. This is 1982, and man, it may as well have been $2,000 a month.
Right, yeah.
And your father looked me in the eye and said, "Look, fool," he said, "every day we work 2 to 10." He said, "So before we come to work, we go to the pool hall." We get to work and after work we hit the bowling alley,
Right.
He said, you're going to see the same movie 2 times, at least 2 or 3 times with 2 or 3 different people. That's your $295 a month right there. I never forget that. I mean, it's just like once I sat down and did the math, and of course he didn't tell me anything my parents hadn't already told me. My mother and my father. My mother and father were divorced, but they still both told me the same thing, and I knew. But he just broke it down for me, man. And like I said, man, just some of the things of the way I operate right now, man. Some of the things I stand on right now, some of the values I stand on, principles right now. Your father had a lot to do with that. Not that I didn't know them, but I got to see them in action from a guy who was older than me, but he was still sort of my peer. He was my OG. So I got to see. I got to ride with him and hang with him and see how he moved. And it was incredible, man. It was a heck of a lesson, man. So,
no, it's cool. No, really, that is cool. That's definitely the things is like I said. And I'm sure when that person is your parent, you overlook a lot of that stuff.
What do they know?
What do they don't know? They're the parent. by you getting that. So I appreciate it. So Sharon Jackson said, between the shoes and
Oh yeah.
cereal, I probably ran her out the house. I know
Yeah.
I emptied
Yeah.
out a lot of pocketbooks for sure. I could eat cereal. Man, I was so bad with cereal that
Oh man.
I poured the milk in the box.
Whoa. Are you
Because
serious?
they had the bag. It was like, that was,
Yeah.
man, just straight out, bro.
What's
Straight
your
out.
favorite cereal, man?
Oh, man.
When
Shoot.
you were a kid, anyway.
Oh, when I was a kid, it had to be like the Fruit Loops or something. It had to be
Oh
something
man.
sugary. But Fruity Pebbles was a big one. I mean, it was just so many different. It didn't care. If it said cereal, I was eating it.
You know, this is funny, man. My cousins used to laugh at me because you know what my favorite cereal was when I was a kid?
Yeah, nah, come on, yeah. What you got?
Raisin Bran. Still is to
Yeah,
this
Raisin
day.
Bran's a good one. Yeah, that's
Because
a
I
good
like
one.
raisins, I like grapes, I
Yeah,
like raisins.
yeah.
But it was like, man, you like an old man, man. Only old people eat that, man. You don't
Raisin,
want no Captain Crunch, no Fruity Pebbles,
yeah,
no Fruit Loops, corn flakes, and all that.
right.
Like, nah, man. Raisin Bran,
Yeah.
that was my thing, man. That was
My
my thing.
my favorite one, and it only comes out in the season during the Halloween time, is Frankenberry. So I'll eat
Frankenberry.
Frankenberry, but and when it actually still comes out, so that'd be the only time I'll be
Hey,
able to
man.
get it. But I would knock Frankenberry out the park.
Like the old people say, man, it's amazing you don't have the sugar.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. Cause I ate Frankenberry, turned your milk to strawberry, and all that. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I was on it, boy.
man.
I was on it.
Frankenberry.
But bro, I used to eat the cereal right out the box. I mean,
Oh
and
man,
I would
Mama
get in
Jack.
trouble. And look, Cindy Lifestyle and More said Raisin Bran is a good cereal, so it is
Yeah,
100%.
for sure.
And
100.
coming out of California, I'm sure she's going to say that
Yeah.
because you got that California raisin in that
Yeah, I like that
Raisin
Raisin
Brands.
Bran Crunch.
Yeah,
But now, man, I don't eat a lot of cereal now, man. You know,
yeah,
I just don't. But man,
yeah.
I still if I'm going to eat some cereal, that's what I do. But even my grandkids laugh at me. Raisin
Okay,
Bran, pop
right.
pop, Raisin Bran.
Yeah,
Yeah, Raisin Bran.
I'm a cornflake person now, but back in the day that was the thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
cornflakes
yeah.
is mine. So I see we got who else is in here? The Gen X effect is in the house. So hey Gen X, how you
Next,
doing? And thanks. He's another former guest on the show, and thank you for
yes,
popping in and hanging out with us. It's cool, and I do appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being a guest, not a guest, but a host, because you started as a guest, and I want to say I'm trying to think what episode. I remember you were after the twins. So you were
yeah,
after the twins and before DBC Aquatics.
yeah.
And I can't tell you what number you were, but I remember the
It's
show
all
and
a
I remember
blessing.
having you on and we had a good time. Because I know you and
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
nothing wrong,
yeah,
but it's when you have these type of conversations and you're talking is when you get to
yeah,
learn a little bit more about the person because
yes.
I don't say you laid your hair down because your hair gone, but
Gone, gone.
but at the same time you really laid it down because you laid your hair down and told us some things and it was like wow, that was pretty cool. So since you've been a co-host, and
Hmm.
I'm gonna answer the question too.
Okay.
What's been your favorite episode so far? Which one you think
You know
is?
what, man? I was thinking about that when you when you in your introduction and and we started talking. I don't think I really have a favorite because I don't think there's one show that I haven't learned something. I don't think I've
Oh,
ever logged off with you and not said, man, that was interesting. I mean, like, you know, man, in my mind, and that's where the fun starts.
mm,
I enjoy having real conversations. I even enjoy the tough conversations.
all right.
Uh, I really appreciate when I can walk away from a conversation feeling like, man, I learned something. Someone added value to my life, and I like to think that I add value to someone else's, to other people's
Mm,
lives. So I don't have a favorite because all of them have been like, in one child for me. But if I had more, it's kind of like picking your favorite kid. You know what I
right,
mean?
right. Yeah, I got you.
Some do different things, but each show has really, really, really has helped me, and I've learned a lot.
Mm,
And it's just weird, man. It's just like the craziest thing, man. Because I'm like, what in the world? What value or what could I, Jack? Why do you
mm,
need me?
right, 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 right.
It's, I'm telling you, man. You were right. I was wrong. I stand corrected. You called it, man. You know, I just I could not fathom being here with probably 20, 30 shows later, maybe.
Oh yeah. I
Yeah,
can't. You really, I don't even know the number because
yeah,
you just.
yeah,
It's like he
yeah,
was here
man.
the whole time. Yeah.
So,
We'll have to pull the number and see what it is. So what we'll be asking, and I put it
hmm
in the chat,
hmm
and definitely put it in the chat on YouTube. We need some supporters. We need some help. We're asking people who are watching, people who are supporting this, and people that's going to watch it later to watch the whole Iron Sharpening Iron playlist. So from the first episode with Nancy Green to this episode now, and help us get to the next milestone. So that's one of the things that we're asking for. So and we got I got a poll up there saying, would you help and this and that. And right now we're doing pretty good. We got 83% said yes, they'll help, and 17 said no. So I appreciate the ones saying no,
absolutely.
because of the fact that I prefer honesty over anything, because
Over
everybody says
anything.
yeah and don't do it. So but at the same time, it would help, and it's not the first time I've heard this. I've seen different channels do different ways to get it. It's just the fact that we're close. We are close, but it's just it bothers me to a point to not have something accomplished. So that milestone, once we get there, it's not even like, well, you're just trying to get. It's not even about trying to get anything other than clicking that milestone and say that one's done, and then we move on to the next milestone.
Mhm.
Every show we try to get better. I definitely we try to get really good guests to come on the show and to do a lot of things to make sure that when you walk away and you finish watching the show that you got something from it.
Right,
That's the whole thing.
right.
And I think we're doing a really really good job with that. And we have some really good guests. And like you say, I can't pick a favorite. I cannot pick a favorite one
Yeah,
because they
yeah.
all have been good. It's a lot of work for people who don't know how much work goes into putting the show together and putting up the questions. And the one thing I'm gonna throw out there, this is a nugget for everybody. Walt Talk doesn't know any of the questions. He
Yeah.
don't know what I'm going to ask before I ask it. So he's hearing the question for the first time, just like the guests know the questions. Excuse me, because I'll send it to the guests, but Walt doesn't know, and
I prefer it that way too,
he
man.
prefer it. Yeah, so
Yeah, I really do. I really
yeah,
do.
and
Yeah.
and so that some of the things that you say, it's like this man is way wiser than I can.
Amen.
Excuse me.
Get
You
lucky
surprised me more
sometimes,
than the
you know.
guests because I'm like, that thing walk
Get
is
lucky.
deep.
Hey man, but no, not even that. It's just that okay. I mean that when you. I mean again, I just like real conversations. I'm okay with small talk with people I don't know. Like we meet at a cocktail party, an event. I can have small talk, but once I know you, and in this case, I'm I don't know everyone
Right.
personally, but kind of like at the relationship that we have established on this channel, I like to have real conversations. I just like
Mm.
to have real conversations because you have to think about these things. Uh, you walk away knowing how you really feel, and the thing is, man, if you don't say it, it didn't happen.
Mm.
We can assume anything. But back to your point, uh, I don't know the questions, but I'm also not working nearly as hard as you, bro. And I respect your hustle more than
Mm.
anything. And that's why I told you, man, when I see, got a chance to see behind the curtain, behind the scenes, and how much actually goes into this 90 minutes, how much preparation you put into it, and how many emails you have to answer, how many calls you have to make. Like I said, you may not be at the numbers you want to be at, man, but this is a great way to get your reps in, you
Mm.
know, get your reps in. So just, and again, like me, one thing about the both of us that we do have in common, we are big process guys. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like the
Right.
results are nice. Don't get me wrong. Everyone's likes nice results. But for me, the process, man, because I get bored quick. So the
Mm.
process is what keeps me going. And I see how much work you put into it, man. And most of the people on tonight, have challenged. So,
Right.
so a respect salute to all of you, because even you being here tonight, you can be working on something else.
Yeah, yeah,
So we
that's true.
so I respect that. And then lastly, man, people are like, hey, Walt, you need a channel. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. That's too much like work, man. And, I wake up in the morning. Sometimes I'm going to do absolutely nothing, and I'm going to be 30 minutes late doing that. You
Mm,
know, and
gotcha.
it might be golf, it might be motorcycle, but man, you, I will help you do anything you need me to help you do, as you know. But bro, to be a person who is responsible for putting out content, I have the ultimate respect for all of you, because it's a lot of work. And I just get to see from the sidelines. So I can't even imagine, man, how much time well away from your family. I know how much time we talk,
Oh yeah.
just when we have a discussion. And then I'll say this, uh, how many things you put out, how many things you put out, and I'll question you on.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And I'll question you, and I'm like, man, what about, have you considered this? Have you considered that? And then we'll get to the point where it's like, okay, cool. I thought, and it's not changing uh, the concept. It may just be a different presentation. So the playlist, Ray, before you go to, there you go. I had to check that out.
Yeah,
Um,
Aqua Funk
okay,
is teaching us
okay,
how to accept that challenge that we threw out there, and
okay,
you just like I
okay.
say, you click on it, you let it play, put the phone down, turn the volume down, and just let it play. I mean, it really it's about the watch hours. That is our next goal
Wow.
that we're trying to get is the watch hours, but that's one way to do it. I put up a couple of channels a night. I really do, and before I go to bed, but I'll let it just play through. So I'll play through their playlists and help other channels get their hours and things like that. So it's just
Oh, okay.
it's a support. It's definitely one way to support the other people that's out there, and I'm all about the supporting and helping. I believe. I mean, we know when my motto or the motto of this show is "We are stronger together." And if each one can reach one, we can all grow and glow, and that's what it's all about. We all can get there. I'm not in competition with anybody. We talked
Right,
about that before
right.
because it's enough for all of us. So
Oh man.
there's no reason for me to be out there like I'm not going to help Aqua, I'm not going to help the source, I'm not going to help. No, I want them all to, hey,
Absolutely.
it's enough for all of us to have some. So
The
let's
rising
get it.
tide
Let's get
floats
it.
all
Yeah,
boats, right? The
that's
rising
it.
tide
That's it.
floats all boats, man. Let me
Yeah.
ask you this. So,
Yes, sir.
back to Aquafunk's point.
Mhm,
So, if you have a YouTube email, I mean, yeah, I signed in on YouTube.
mhm.
Uh, if I sign in from two different devices on the same email address, do you get both credit for both,
Nah,
or how does
I
it's
don't
one or
think
the other?
so. I think it's just you're
Okay,
watching. Yeah, it's just because
okay,
the same email address.
gotcha,
So no
gotcha.
different than me trying to watch my own stuff. I don't get any
You
credit
can't
for
do that,
watching my
right?
own
Right.
videos.
That makes sense.
So
Yeah.
it's like you don't get any credit. And again, we're not trying to beat the system. We're not even
Right,
trying
right,
to,
right, 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 right.
like I say, I do this. We've been doing this right now since the beginning of the year for free. So, and I'm enjoying every minute of it. So it's
Right.
not about that. It's the milestone is there that I just haven't got, and it's like
Want
I
to check
want to
that
get it.
box?
Yeah, yeah. When it was 50 subscribers, I
Yeah,
was like, wow. Once we hit
yeah.
50, it was like, well, shoot, let's get 100. And
Let's
then
get
when
a
we got
hundred. Right,
100, let's get 1,000. So it was like,
right.
but those who are not there and they haven't gotten there yet, it's not saying that you can't get there, and we'll help you do whatever we can to get you to um, where you want to be. And if you need the 50, you need 50 to go live, and that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to go live, so that's why I was the big push was 50 in the beginning.
Let me
But
let
when
me
it
say
blew
this,
up,
man.
go ahead.
Bad news travels faster than good news. The negative always outweighs the positive when it comes to this YouTube thing. I think, man, what I'm most proud of, and what made me say yes to your offer. Hey, man, you doing this? You are doing this organically. I mean, not a lot of clickbait, not a lot of controversy. I mean, we don't, man. Just the topics that we discuss is just life, but we're not even really, discussing anything real heavy. I mean, just
Mhm.
the conversation, just to civilized conversations between it's grown folks, and it's respectful. And man, that's big because I'm sure, man, if you get on here, man, took your shirt off, did something crazy, you know what I mean? You don't have to worry about me taking mine off. But I
You don't
mean,
mind, huh?
doing something crazy, man, get your belly button pierced and all that, man, smoke a joint. I don't know, whatever people do nowadays, man. If you were doing that, you probably it would go viral, or if you said
Right.
something, started an internet beef with somebody, it probably would go viral, man. So I'm glad that you have stood on your square and done this thing the old fashioned way and respected the process along the way, man. So I salute you for that too, because a lot of people, you get caught up in the flash and dash, and the internet by design is it's like it's about likes, views, and shares, right?
Right.
So I can say that you're earning them one listener, one viewer at a time, and you ought to be proud of that, man. You ought
Yeah,
to be
man.
proud of it. And I'm gonna tell you, I wasn't a naysayer, but when you told me the concept of the show, being a guy who watches internet, and the algorithm grabs me too, I'm like, man, that's interesting. I mean, like, but how?
Mm.
I hope it can do what you needed to do. And kudos to your listeners and viewers because there's clearly an audience for positivity in this world, man, and that makes me feel good. So I appreciate that.
No, no, and I appreciate you even saying that. That means a lot. It really does. Again, we're trying to put real stuff out there. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? And
yeah,
I'm not that person that's going to do too much that's real crazy or whatever.
yeah,
Like I say, if I got to come back and explain it to my family and explain it
yeah,
to my kids,
yeah.
why daddy walking around in a thong or whatever on the dang internet.
Ooh, man, hold on, man.
Yeah,
Slow down.
yeah, yeah, for real. Yeah, but
I can't
yeah,
unsee that, man. Please
yeah,
stop,
yeah, so,
stop.
yeah,
I
yeah.
can't unsee it.
Yeah,
Woo,
yeah, yeah,
man. Yeah,
yeah. No, we don't want that at all. We don't
yeah,
want that at all. So Aquafunk is in the chat, dropping all kinds of knowledge, and just about watching the videos and how you can watch you can watch one video 5 times and you still get the credit for it. It's not,
okay, okay.
you don't have to watch them all. The reason I say that because all those shows were good. We had a really good show,
Hmm.
each one from Nancy Green all the way to
Yes,
who was
Nancy
last,
Green.
who we had last, who was our last guest, and that was Mr. James, was it? Yeah, Lewis, Mr. Lewis, Eric
Yes,
Lewis, yeah,
Eric
Eric
Lewis. Yes,
Lewis,
sir.
yeah, it was
Yes,
more than
sir.
a haircut.
More than a
So,
haircut. Yes,
so
sir.
from Nancy Green to Mr. Lewis, we've had all good shows.
Yes.
So it would be easy for me to just go to the playlist and just play them all through because each one of them gave us something.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where that's where the idea came from. To hey, if we get, and like I say, ain't that's for a lot. You just saying 20 people. If 20 people did it, if 10 people did it, if one person do it, we're still getting what It's just the fact that I know that is out there. So we appreciate you, Aquafunk, for dropping that knowledge. Sharon Jackson out there talking about oh no, and I know she's talking about that thong thing. So
Hey
yeah,
man,
yeah.
so you wouldn't be a thong, it would be more like a sumo wrestler, man.
Oh
So
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
You don't want to see that
Oh
either.
man, I had a weird experience yesterday, man.
What?
I pull up to the gas. So, wow. I don't even know how I didn't tell you this.
Mm,
Uh, on the gas pump, you see people pumping gas all the time on their cell phones, right?
right, right.
And there's a sign that says, do not pump
Oh
gas.
yeah,
Do not use your phone
yeah.
while pumping gas.
Right, right.
Anyway, I go to the gas station, man. Guys on the cell phone, pumping gas, not paying attention. And I guess he had it set for to automatically shut off. And I
Right,
guess
right.
it didn't shut off. So
Mm,
there's gas all over the place. Gas all over the place. Now, for those who don't know, I'm a retired firefighter. So he goes to the window to tell the guy, well, one to get his change. He didn't seem too worried about the gas, but there's gas all on the ground. So it's like we got a potential hazmat incident. So he goes to the window to get his change, tell the guy he spilled some gas. And about that time, a guy comes up to the window smoking a cigarette.
oh wow. Mm,
So now this guy's got gas all down his arm. He's got on a long sleeve shirt and he's got gas all up his arm. The guy smoking a cigarette, I guess, got too close and flame on.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
What's the
without a
first thing
doubt.
you're supposed to do? What's the first thing you're supposed to do?
They say stop, drop, and roll.
Stop, drop, and roll. But
But
when
it's
that fire
gassing.
hits you,
Yeah.
it's stand up and run.
Yeah. Run, run, run. Yeah.
So he stands up and runs. Now I'm out the game. I'd like to help him, but these guys running. So we're trying to maneuver to just get him to just get on the grass, and it's in the city, man. I'm in D.C., so it's in the
Right.
city.
Right.
A police officer rolls up, rookie cop.
Mm.
He gets out and goes, and we're all trying to help this guy. The guy runs to the police officer. The rookie cop panics, pulls out his gun and shot him.
What the heck?
And shot him. And shot him. And guess why he said he shot him?
I couldn't even imagine. Why would you? I mean, what threat was it to you?
For waving the firearm.
Man, come here, it's just man. Look, you had me too. I was in it. I was into this.
Oh man, I'm sorry, man. I get my grandkids with that one. Oh man, I got them with it over the weekend. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah,
oh man, I know Uncle Funk. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh man, I'm sorry. You had me too. I was all into it, like man.
Oh man, I'm like, oh man, I'm sorry, bro. I had to get you, man. I know it was corny. Hey, that's my corny joke for the day, man.
That's my corny
joke for the day.
Uncle Funk said, "Boo." I was sitting there like, man, I'm about to get mad. I'm about to protest some more stuff, man.
But like, when you go, man, you go to a dinner. You sitting there, 10 people at a wedding or whatever, any event, man, you got 10 people sitting around the table. And I did just tell this joke the other day. And people, what do you do? What do you do? All those conversations. I went to a 50th reunion. Right. I mean, a 50th anniversary, wedding anniversary last weekend. And last Saturday. And, you're sitting around the table, people asking you questions. What do you do? What do you do? So, tell them what I did. And so, of course, what's the worst thing? Did you like Backdraft? Do you like any of the shows? And then it's like, what's the worst thing that ever happened?
Right.
So then, of course, I tell them a joke, and of course, everybody's like, "What? Are you kidding me?"
I was in it. I was in it, especially because DC, that ain't like unheard
of. I know, man. So so you get them on the hook.
Oh, you got him, yeah.
And you got him, man. So that was my corny joke for the day, man.
No, but you mastered that one like a magician. I was in it. Man. I was waiting, looking at the right hand. Did you get the fire out? Did dude roll into the fire? The gas on the ground. What's up?
Yeah, man. So that's what it was.
Well, look, I appreciate the fact that I caught it when you hit your punchline. Because I can still be sitting there like, man, where you gonna come from? Where he have a gun?
Man. Yeah.
So for those who haven't caught it yet, that's out there, the firearm. His arm was on fire. Firearm. Yeah. For those who haven't gotten there yet, and they're still like, what? What are you talking about?
Bad joke of the day. But it's like, man, when people pay attention, and we talk about having conversations and people listening to you. So, like, for example, right? I don't know, pick a street, Main Street, Main Street, USA. A bus is going down the street, down Main Street with 20 people on the bus, right?
Right.
The bus goes 2 stops, picks up 3 people. Goes another 3 blocks, picks up 3 people. Goes 4 blocks, drops off 2, goes around the corner, goes 2 blocks, picks up 1 person. You with me?
Yeah.
How many stops did the bus make?
Oh, how many stops?
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we anticipate what people are going to say.
Right.
And that's the hardest thing for me to do on this show. Because the way I'm trained, and like most, but I'm trained that way, like people telling you what's going on with their situation. And I'm sorry, sorry, Uncle Funk. Sorry, bro. But for me, I'm just giving you an example. For me, the thing that makes me cringe more than anything is making sure I'm listening and paying
Right,
attention.
right. Gotcha.
And I use myself as an example because you know what you know. You kind of anticipate what people are saying, and that's how we miss things. So I try to make sure, and that's where my answers and my questions come from, because I just don't know. I really, these like questions that how my brain works. I really want to know, well, how did that happen? How did you get to
Right,
that? And that's where my
right.
questions come from. Just
No,
paying attention
and
to people and listening. Like, well, if for that to happen, this had to happen. So how did you get to that? So
right.
I needed. That's how. That's why I enjoy this show so much, because that's how I learn. That's how my brain works. Yeah.
But and the good thing is, because a lot of people, I mean, if you hosted a show, and you would know a lot, but if you never have and you're on the outside looking in, you don't realize how many, the person who's actually, like, I'm in the control room basically, and I got a lot more buttons to push and things. And
Yes.
you miss things because you're monitoring the chat. You're because you want to make sure no one's getting abused down there because of trolls and all of the other,
Yes.
that comes
Yes.
in. And then you're also making sure that, who's behind stage you got to bring up, and all of
Yes.
those little things, putting the commercials in, excuse me, all the little buttons that you got to push. And it's not a lot of stuff going on, but it is, you can miss certain words. And it's good to have you there because of the fact that you pick up on the stuff that I miss, and you're asking the questions that I might not have thought about asking. You have a definitely more you're more detail oriented than I am. Even like my wife, she gets on me now because she's like, so so and so's in an accident. Okay, so what happened? How they doing? Oh, they was in an accident. Like,
You and I
they
had
was
the
in an
right thing.
accident.
Hey man.
And so remember we talked about that before. You're a
Yes.
headline person, that you read the whole article, and I'm
Yes.
straight on the headline. Da da da
Mhm.
da. Bam, I'm good. Okay, you don't even know what the story about. Don't need to know. It's just the headline told it all, and
Mhm.
that's where you miss a lot because the headline is deceiving. Because all they want you to do is buy the paper or buy the story, get the story.
Yes.
Get the click. I can say it's clickbait. It's
And
like
that's why
that.
I
Yeah,
appreciate what you do, because you can easily do that and you don't,
yeah,
you know. But let me
yeah.
ask you
So,
this, man. Help me understand this though.
mhm.
When you hear things, when you hear things going on and you see things happening, do you ever, like, I always put myself in someone else's, I try to look at someone else's perspective, right?
Mm,
I'm like, man, how in the world did that happen? Like, what makes a person? Because here's the thing, like driving down the street. Hey man, somebody driving down the street crazy, you blowing your horn or me blowing my horn at them. They're already driving down the street real crazy, right?
mm,
So they are already out of pocket. So I mean, I can blow my horn, I can give them the finger, but what good is that really going to do when
mhm,
you think about it at the end of the day, right? So, so when I see people have situations, or you see an accident, or you see, like, I ride a motorcycle, if you see somebody bowl, somebody saw you bowl the other day, shoot 100 and whatever, they like, how in the world does this guy do that? I mean, like, I always want to know, how does that happen? I need to know, like, how do we get to this point? That's, for
mhm,
me, that's, and I'm not necessarily a huge details person, but it has to make sense. If I'm having a conversation, it has to make sense. Or I can just sit there and tell you, yeah, man, really, oh wow, that's too bad, tough.
mm,
But if I'm listening to you and it's not making sense, like if you start off the conversation with, you know, hey man, today is Tuesday, we have to stop and establish the fact, we got to stipulate the fact that today is Wednesday and then move forward from there. And that's
right,
just the
right.
way my brain works, man. I mean,
Yeah, I got you.
so I just want
And
to,
that
yeah,
really is it is good. I mean, that's good because we have a good combination. I mean, it's
yeah,
a good,
yeah, yeah,
together
100%.
it works because that good cop bad cop situation.
Yeah, yeah.
And the thing is, because you have I have questions that's already created. I've already sent it to the person,
Hmm. Hmm.
and I'm asking the question. We keep the conversation going, and I'm learning. I really am
Hmm.
learning. But because I know the question, like you say, I'm anticipating the answer. I already,
Hmm.
and then when they throw a curveball at me, I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
even my mom. Remember, my mom was
Well,
a guest on the
especially your
show.
mom.
Remember,
Especially your mom, man.
she
You know.
threw she threw
Yeah.
me a
Yeah.
curveball all my life.
Yeah.
I thought one
Yeah.
thing, and she like,
Yeah.
no, you
Yeah.
know, none of that. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what? All this time, I didn't know. I really didn't know. So it's like,
Mhm.
so I want to make sure we recognize, because we got Niecy Jackson is out there in the chat. She said, hey, Big Jack and Walt Talk.
Hey, Nisi.
Drunken Chef Barbecue is in the house. And so I've never, I would say, met. We haven't had Drunken Chef Barbecue on the stage. So I don't know anything about him other than the name, but it's always cool to have him come and support. And I can't even say him. I'm gonna say have the support of the person, because I really don't know enough about. So, but they have definitely been huge supporters, like Niecy Jackson. Niecy
Mm-hmm.
Jackson, that's my aunt. So anybody don't know, that's my aunt. But huge supporters, always there, always listening in and all. So, but I thank you. So Drunken said I want to watch the whole playlist, but I will run it for you. Okay,
I'm
and
gonna watch the
that's the
whole
whole thing.
playlist. But
Yeah, yeah,
absolutely. Thank you,
yeah,
Drunk.
yeah,
Appreciate
yeah.
that.
So, yeah, and it's like say so. And the thing is, that's all we're asking for,
Yes.
And if you can do that, that's huge in itself. It's just the fact that that's a lot of look. Each show has been at least an hour, 15 minutes to 2 hours. I mean, at one time we was 2 hours, so we backed it down when we first got started with the show and the after show and all that other stuff. It
Yeah,
was from
man.
two
Yeah. How
hours.
about that? Yeah.
There was some
Yeah.
2 hour plus shows that was going
Wow.
on. So to
Wow.
ask somebody to watch, 50 episodes,
Yeah, that's a lot.
that's already over 2 days, because you think it's
Wow.
24 hours in
Yeah.
a day, and each show is an hour, at least an hour long. So you're already moving into 2 days of watching or listening. So
Mm-hmm.
we already know it's not going to be accomplished. You know,
Mm-hmm.
the fact that you are willing to try, the fact that you're willing to hit that playlist button and let it just play in the background, even while you're sleeping, you don't even got to listen to it. Just let it play, and you will help us reach that milestone. So that's what we're asking, and that's what we're saying. We already know. I mean, I like I say, I turn it on, and I listen to different people's shows and different that, and try to get there. But at the same time, it's just all about supporting one another where we can,
Mm-hmm.
and then at the same time, helping us all grow and glow, because it's just only going to get better. For those who are maybe just coming in or missed the beginning of the show, normally I have B with me, and B normally in the back dropping links.
Be.
But today, B's husband had a heart attack and had to be rushed to the hospital. They did emergency surgery. They were able to find a blockage, put a stent in, and now he's in recovery. So again, our prayers go out to B, and know that she's part of this team, and she's definitely missed, because she's better than Nightbot. She be dropping those links,
Yes.
and she's on it.
Yes.
She's real on it, but
Be is
at
on
the
it.
same time, yeah, 100%. So, Walt, real quick, I guess I
Mhm.
want to say this thing. We made some animation. How did
Okay.
you feel about that? How did you feel about the
All right,
animation,
man. So
the little animated Walt
the the
Talks and
the
Big Jacks and all that?
the final product or getting to the final product.
Well, I mean, either one, you all good.
Okay. So let me first of all, man, is as a spectator, right? I'm just freaked out by seeing myself in animation. Let's start with that. So I appreciate what you did, right? And then it was like, okay, so and then getting past the AI voice, right? Because we had just had the real Veronica on,
Yeah, right. Yeah.
and listening to her and her voice, even when it's animated, when the visual is animated, it's like, okay, so hey man, so it was me asking you questions, trying to get out of my head, getting past that, and like again, just saying, okay, if I'm watching this, as a spectator, am I going to believe this, watch this, or whatever? But once I got out of my head, what you helped me do, and explained some things to me. I was good with it. It was fine. It was fine. But again, man, to me, it has to make sense. It can't be. I have to be able to explain when someone questions me or asks me something. I have to be able to explain my train of thought, and
Mm.
it can't be. My answer can't be, "Oh man, that's just Big Jack," because we in this thing together. Now, here's
Oh
the
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Once I have this conversation with you or anybody else for that matter, I mean, if it ain't illegal, immoral, or fattening, I'm good. I'm in. You know what I
Mm.
mean? But I need
Right.
to have these conversations, and I don't want to be in a situation where I have an idea or something, have a thought about something, and something goes wrong or doesn't go as you expected it. And then I hate to be the guy. Oh man, yeah, I was gonna say something, man, but that guy,
Oh yeah,
I can't,
yeah.
I don't
That's
like
right.
being that guy. So
Yeah.
now, this is my opinion. This is what I think, and then we move on from there. I mean, like I said,
Right.
it's not, it was fine, but I
Mm.
had to get through that process. I had to walk through those steps, man. So, and again, I appreciate you because you entertain all of it, man. I got to give it to you, bro. You haven't told me to go anywhere yet, man. So,
I would do that. Yeah.
no, but I appreciate it, man. Because your father probably would have slapped you upside the head by now, man. So I appreciate you, man. So,
Nah.
so
The thing
thank you,
is,
man.
you're always trying to throw something different.
Hmm.
You try
Hmm.
to get the point across, and
Hmm.
because we are virtual,
Right, right,
and then
right,
me and you could get together.
right.
And so I know you say, well, we could do the voiceovers and all, but our shows are right on top of each other. I mean, even though
Right.
we do two a week, it's
Hmm.
not a lot of time in the middle
That's
to
true.
ever, let me send you a script, let you send me back the
Yeah,
voice, let me
that's
edit the
true.
voice and
That's
all.
true.
So because of that, you have to come up with other strategies. So,
Yes.
before the Iron Sharpening Iron Show, before Big Jack Storytime on YouTube. Remember, I was doing
Yes.
videos and all to help people promote their brand.
Yes.
So that I already had the programs and things like that. So now it doesn't look like us. I mean, I'm not even acting like it looked like us,
Nah.
but it's our animated,
Hmm.
Big Jack and Bee and Walt Talks. I mean, that was our
Hmm.
animation. So I
Hmm.
put one together for today's show.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
was wondering, like, where are
yeah,
we going with
yeah,
this?
yeah.
Here we
We were
go.
going with that, right? I put one together
Again,
for
it has to
today's
make
show.
sense. I'm like, all
Yeah,
right,
and we're gonna throw it out there and see what
all right. Let's
the
see what we
people in the
got, man.
chat say. See if the people in the chat give us the thumbs up, or if they say no. And if they shoot it down, my feelings will probably be hurt a little bit, but I'll be like, yeah, it's not working. So I'm gonna put it up there. We can stay on stage with it,
Okay.
and we'll talk about it a little bit after we getting close to the end of this show.
Okay.
But let me get you situated. There we
There
go.
you go. Okay.
And let me see if we can put it up there and see what it looked like, because it's a little short.
Okay.
But it was talking about helping with the watch hours, and that's what the
Okay.
script
Oh,
was.
okay. Okay.
So let's see how it sounded, what's going on.
Yo, what's
Okay.
up, family? It's your guy, the animated version of Big Jack Storytime. Now, y'all know we've been putting in the work, bringing real conversations and real people to the table. But now we need your help to hit that next milestone.
That's right, we're talking watch hours. Man, we're so close to that big goal. If just 20 of our loyal supporters committed to watching the full Iron Sharpening Iron playlist, start to finish, we'd be over the top.
And listen, it's super easy. Just click play on the playlist, let it ride, and vibe out while we sharpen minds, shift perspectives, and build together. I've already dropped the link in the chat, no excuses.
We're not just building a show, we're building a movement. You've been rocking with us, so now we're asking you to go that extra mile. Let's knock this out as a community, because we are stronger together. If each one would reach one,
We all could grow and glow. Y'all know what it is.
And don't forget, we go live every Wednesday and Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram.
so hit that playlist, show some love, and let's cross that finish line together.
This is the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. Subscribe, hit that notification bell, and let's grow and glow.
There we go. All
The
right.
22 waist, man. I'm still trying to get past the guy with the 22 waist, man.
Yeah,
But that
yeah.
was slick, man. That was slick. Okay. yeah, that was cool, man. That
All
was
right,
cool.
so Cindy Lifestyle and More gave us a hand. So if she backing my play, I'm okay. I'm all
Okay, there
good.
it is. All
Okay.
right, yeah.
So yeah, Cindy said she gave
Oh
us
man,
either she gave us a hand or she waving us off, telling us get off the stage with that mess. Oh,
Aquafunk
Aqua
said put
Funk
some
said put some
music on.
music on it. Yeah, I
Okay,
got you. I got
with a name like Aquafunk, 100%.
you. Yeah, we got
Yeah,
to
okay, that makes sense. Yeah, drop some music
tunes
on it.
to it. Yeah,
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 okay. But you can only
yeah.
do it for like 30 seconds, or you can. Well, there's
No,
music
you
out there
could.
that
I
you
mean,
can use,
I
right?
could keep going. I mean, I could have did it. No.
No, I'm saying with the
Because
music though. With the music,
as
somebody's
long
music.
as it's not a cover song, someone else is.
Okay,
I can. Yeah, yeah.
okay,
So Sharon Jackson made the comment, "Too cute, believe it will work." So,
okay.
and that was the whole thing. So the concept behind that was just the fact that we can drop shorts, we can promote
Hmm.
the next shows and things like that. We've done it before with others,
Yes, yes.
and it's a way to be a little bit different
Hmm.
because of the fact that just being creative, and that's what we are. We're content creators, so that's a
Yeah.
whole different angle. I know that doesn't look like Big Jack. It doesn't look like Walt Talk, but it's not us. It's our animated versions of us. And but the message is the message. The message is
Yes, the
real.
message is the message.
So the
Yes.
script is real, and and it even that it takes probably about 30 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes once I have the script down to
Really.
put it all together because each person has their own voice, giving them their own actions and stuff like that. So it's a little,
So you have to type up the script for each
mhm,
person,
correct.
and then okay, cool.
Type up the
Hey man,
script, the
again.
AI person and all that. So it's fun. It gives you something to do, but it makes it different. So not that we're trying to use it
Hmm.
it's just a way to draw the message and get the message
Hmm.
out, and it gives you some shorts and different things to go. But we have some fun with it.
And one thing I do appreciate is there's no doubt, because this is my thing with AI, and this is just me as the old guy, right?
Mm.
You see these celebrities having these conversations, and you know it's AI, and you know they're not really saying this, but it's online, right? At
Mm.
least you're not trying to present this as anything other than what it really is.
Right, right, right.
Animated, the message
Yeah,
is what it
just the
is.
message. Yeah.
And like I said, but it's funny because you could have our faces up there, and I don't even put this out in the universe, but saying anything.
Hmm.
And that's the danger. That's the dangerous part about not dangerous part. I guess it is,
Yeah,
depending
yeah.
on if somebody didn't use it properly. Yeah, that
Oh
could be a
yeah, and
thing, man. Yeah.
it's definitely a weapon, and you can use it, but it's just another way, So the question was going to be, and like I say, and the Aqua Funk says shorts are different with popular
Hmm.
music. You can get the pass on a lot of popular
Okay.
music. Yeah.
Okay.
So, but the big thing is you want to throw something different. You want to
Right.
throw,
100%.
you're reaching different audiences. You're trying different things. The show is the show. I mean,
Yes.
from the Iron Sharpening Iron Show, we know that we do every Wednesday, every
Hmm.
Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern time. And then we ended up with We Be Jamming live show, and that's the
Yes.
last Saturday of every month. So the last Saturday every month at 9 p.m. Eastern time, we get the musical artists, we get the poets and the comedians on the stage, and we've definitely put some flair to that. Got different hosts. I mean, you've hosted it one time, but
Hmm.
normally it's Creative Change and
Guy and Shine.
Shine did,
Yes.
yeah.
Hmm.
So sorry about that, Shine, but so having them on, they got the
Yeah.
musical talent, they got the
And they're
understanding,
musicians.
yeah, and the
100%.
musicians,
Yes.
and having them on, and we get more and more people that's willing to allow us to put their music on the
Yes.
stage. We're bringing different guests, different groups, and all every month.
Hmm.
And then the Iron Sharpening Iron Show has some spin-offs because we got the
Mm.
Gentleman's
That's
Journal.
right.
The Gentleman's Journal came out, and that's the last Sunday of the month. The last Sunday of the month, 7 p.m. Eastern time, we have nothing but men on the panel,
Yes.
and we discuss different topics that men face. And then we threw another curveball in there, and that's the last Wednesday of every month, and that's the battle of the sexes. So, and that's gonna be a trip this one coming up.
That's
So,
gonna be interesting, man. Yeah. But I'm gonna tell you, man, it's just like and I guess to your point about the show is the show, you know, and like you do, right? You do give people questions, but how many times have you written questions out or sent someone questions, and the show just goes and it just goes on its own, which is cool, which is
Yeah.
really cool. So this concept, you know, and that just goes to show you, man, in life, you know, sometimes you just can't wait to get started. You know what I mean? You
Mm.
just got to start
Right.
because, like you say, man, I've seen this thing since I've been involved morph, you know,
Mm.
from the after show to this to that, you know, to just different things happening, man. And I mean, so you've been able to adjust, and hey, man, I really respect you for that because a lot of
Mhm.
people would dig in, double down, and just be like, nope, this is what I'm doing, you know. I'm wearing corduroys in the spring. I'm wearing checks and plaids, and I don't care what people say. You
That's
know.
right. What
Speaking of
Labor Day got
corduroy,
to
I heard
do?
Corduroy Brown today. He's got a new one out. I think
Yeah,
I saw
yeah,
a quote.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, I caught that today.
yeah.
That was pretty cool. Yeah. So shout out to
So
Corduroy
yeah,
Brown, man.
Corduroy
You know.
Brown.
Yeah.
Definitely. We had him as a guest on the show.
Yes.
He's definitely on the We Be Jamming. He's a regular. We definitely promote his music, and it's good to see him and looking at all that he's doing. So it's good. Like I say, some of these artists that I had never heard of. I didn't even know who they
Yeah.
were,
Yeah.
and
Me
now
either.
we're looking at them putting new songs out and
Yeah.
doing new things and all. So hats off to them and hoping and encouraging them to blow up because
Mhm.
it's tough as a musician, just being a musician, but then you got so much competition out there as far as, your song over their song and being played on the radio and getting more gigs and being able to go to different clubs and all of that. Hats off to them,
Yeah.
like the heavy hitters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shoot, it's so many different groups out there. It's like Dapper PH when he was here.
Yes.
Him sending his prime timers and sending the videos to us from the Philippines so that we
Hmm.
can actually listen to them and beautiful music. It's and great skills, great talent, and then,
Yes.
and we've had poets on the stage. We have comedians on the
Comedians.
stage.
Yes. Yes.
Excuse me. And so it's been fun. I
Yes.
really have had a good time doing this. At no time that it's sometimes when I've traveled and
Hmm.
it's like it's a Wednesday and I'm like, man, I get to a hotel and I gotta log in and
Hmm.
hope they got internet and this and that. And
Yeah.
so you get concerned. There were some things that used to bother me. Remember, we talked about that too, because you want this to be professional,
Right.
and you
100%.
want to give a good product. So I do my best to stay in my seat and try to not be so distracting. But
Hmm.
we get someone that's being a distraction on
Hmm.
their side, and it's
Hmm.
it's good. And we had to change who we let on the stage, because it's
Yeah, that's happened too. Yeah.
we've had some
Yeah.
some bad guys come up on the stage, and so definitely protective, and the more protective of the people that's in the chat. That's
Yes.
a lot more. Like you can't.
Definitely.
It's really not a
Right.
lot that you could do to bother me,
Yeah, but what you're
but
not
I
gonna
don't
do is
want you.
go in here and bully
Yeah,
people on anything.
and
That's not
that's my
gonna
big
happen.
thing. So, and
Yeah.
that right there is like wow. 'Cause like I tell people all the time, my mom's in that chat, my
Yes.
aunt's in that chat, my wife be
Yes.
in that chat, my
Yes.
kids be in that chat.
Yes.
So I'm not gonna let anybody come in there and just disrespect the chat.
Hmm.
And that right there is why like I say, you're constantly watching and looking and trying to make sure that all the pieces are in line so that no one is being bullied and no one's being disrespected or overlooked. If somebody put a good comment down there, you want to make sure that
Hmm.
we acknowledge that comment if we can. But at the same time, we got a guest on the stage that taking their time to be a guest. If we spend all our time in the chat, we will miss out on what that guest is trying to bring us to. So
That's where
trying to
Bee
balance it.
comes in.
Yeah.
And man, let me tell you something. Again, my hats off to you for what you do. And man, when I realize how much what B does, that's incredible.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, because that's a lot of work. And like you say, it gives you the opportunity to go and do what you need to do and be attentive to the guest
Mm,
and keep me straight
right.
and and on track. So I appreciate that. Hey
So
man, let me ask you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, but and a lot of people saying, okay, well, what does B do? All
Okay,
right,
yeah,
well, let's
there
get
you
this
go.
straight.
Let's-
Let's get this straight right here. B doesn't have the questions either. So she doesn't know what that person is going to say. She don't know what that person's background is. If they throw a link out there, a channel, a book, they just wrote a book. They got
Mhm.
so she's searching all of that stuff based off of what she's hearing, and because of that, it's like I say, it's a big scramble to try to find the person's link, find their channels. They're different from
Yes.
Instagram and TikTok and all of that, so that we can promote them in the chat. And the more we talk about different people, and she's popping those links. If B was here today and all the people we acknowledged in the chat,
Yes.
everybody's link would have been there because of the fact that that's just how B rolls.
Mhm.
And so it's definitely remarkable to see her work. And again, she's not doing this because she's receiving a paycheck. She's doing this because this is what, she likes to do, and
Yes.
she's part of the team. So she does a lot of work, and it hurt her feelings because I seen it when she sent me the message, and even how she was apologizing. Like, there's no way
No
you should be
way.
apologizing to me because you're going to take care of your husband. I'm like, wait a minute, so so Aqua Fuck
Aquafunk.
on fire, man.
He lit. He is lit. It's,
So it wasn't a
yeah,
con. It
was
wasn't a con.
that's funny though.
Yeah, it wasn't a con. That's not how we got B. But 100%, and it's funny because I really can't tell you how. I don't know.
Bro, I
Um,
questioned
uh,
you too. Remember that?
we
I'm
was
like,
doing
man,
a
how did you
show.
pull that off? Yeah.
We was doing the show. She really liked, almost like what you saying. She liked the product. She liked how we was rolling. And she was like, I can help you build your channel. And I'm like,
Bro.
hey, I need all the help you can get. So if you got help for me, help me, help me.
It's,
And be like, do these things to the point. And Walt could tell you, for those, because behind the scene. So this was the last thing I wanted to share before we close it out, though.
mhm.
When the show is normally over, well, before the show even start, we get behind the stage. So anybody who's been on a guest on the Iron Sharpening Iron Show, they know before the show start, we get on stage, we behind or in the studio, and we have a discussion on what we're going to talk about on the show, or how we're going to, do this certain. I'm going to take you off the stage, I'm going to bring you on, and all those different bells and whistles we got. And then once we get the show rolling, like I say, B's going to work, Walt's going to work, I'm doing my thing. But then when the show is over, we get behind the stage in the studio again, and we discuss what happened. Well, how was the show? We do an after actions review. How was the show? What could we do better? And this and that. So Walt can tell you how many times B then
Man.
not got on me, but like, you didn't do what I asked you to do. You didn't do it.
Hey,
I'm like,
let's call it what it is. B made a suggestion. We'll make a suggestion. And then so basically B will drop her keys. This is for everybody to see what your playground game was like. B will, oops, I dropped my keys, metaphorically speaking, and she'd been down to pick up her keys, and then I'd push Big Jack over her back. That's pretty much how we do. That's pretty much how it goes. But no, really, man, B is good. And to Aquafunk's point, I asked the same question. I'm like, man, what B, man? Explain B to me. I mean, like, what she does is incredible, and like you said, man, she just like jumped right in there, and
mhm.
she knows a lot.
Oh yeah,
And B has a great background in computers and customer service and tech support, I think, right?
tech support. Yeah,
Yeah, man. And I mean, and to me, like, I'm asking questions that are like, I'm sure at some point, and she may not have said it, but she has thought it. Hey Jack, where did you get this guy from? He doesn't know anything. I mean, like, I used to watch the YouTube, but I knew nothing about being on this side of it.
right, right.
So yeah, she's sharp. And hey man, and to your credit, you do listen, and you appreciate being challenged.
Oh
And
yeah,
I mean, it's never been really contentious or anything, but it's kind of funny because I'm like, wait a minute, man, let me get this straight. So you want to do what?
Hmm.
And then I'll look at B and B will look at me. And then she said, well, have you considered this? And then that's how it usually goes.
And look, and you can't argue with her because the fact that B has now over 5,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
And she's already monetized and she's doing all these things. So it's like, well, no, that don't work. Like, it works for me.
It works for me.
Yeah.
It works for me.
So, you know, and I know we could say, well, 5,000 is not a lot. No. You got to start somewhere. And we started at the same time.
Yeah.
So B started in October of 2024. And I started in October 2024. And she's doubled my numbers and she's already there. So, yes, B does have a channel. So yeah, we have to drop her link for you.
Yes.
So yeah, so B does have a channel. So if you're not a subscriber of B, definitely make sure that you become a subscriber. So I had to find I gotta find that link. But matter of fact, she was here. She was here. So she's in the chat.
Up to the top of the chat. To the
very
she's
top, in the top of the chat. Yeah.
Let me see if I can cut and copy and paste it.
Yeah.
So let me
we're trying to find B, and I got her right here. So I know her, she's right here. No, B does have a channel, and she's definitely cool, and it's cool to have her as part of the team, and that's how I look at this. We're a team, and so if you went to her channel right now, it'd be like at Memoirs of a Redneck Barbie, and BARBEE. That's her channel. But I'm trying to figure out how to share it. See, that's why you gotta have a B. Because I'm all over the place right now. So she'd be disappointed in us. We're like, y'all messing us up. But Walt, man, this has been really been fun. It really has.
It's been interesting. Just to have kind of like just conversations about, you know, I get a kick out of when somebody says, yeah, man, I saw the show. You know, man, you think you did a great job? I think yada yada yada. And I'm like, yeah, man, you should have seen us like 5 minutes before.
Mm-hmm.
And my janky internet, I don't know what's going on with my internet, man. I'm telling you, I have 3 Wi-Fi situations in my house,
right?
And I don't know, man. Something about me and this app.
Mm.
And
so I dropped the link I dropped the link in the chat that's from B's channel. It's one of her lives that's going, so that's the best I could do right now. And she's gonna I'm sure if she's watching this or if she's in the background or we're gonna watch it, she's gonna be laughing at us because we're scrambling to get a link. So I'm gonna have to go to YouTube school and learn how to drop links like that. Yeah. But if you click on that, you can find B's channel and look. We getting ready to wrap it up, and here come my time, Anthony. My time. There it is.
My time, my man. What's up, sir?
And my time is he's going to be one of the panelists on the Gentleman's Journal. So we got my time. We got Jared's talk is going to be on there. Walt Talk's going to be on there. Trying to get Mr. Q Barnes on the house or on that stage. So
legend.
It's going to be. I think that's going to be a good one. So. But we got Anthony my time. He definitely confirmed that he will be there. And I'm building the thumbnail right now. We're just waiting for a couple of more people to come in. So he said he just got off his Wednesday Wellness Live. Yeah, so that's what's up. That's what's up. And thank you for even popping in here after you getting off your own show. So, and that's what it's all about. I mean, that's what it's all about, supporting one another and helping one another. And, but I appreciate my time saying he would be on the panel and waiting to hear the great information and knowledge that he has to drop. So
very knowledgeable, man. Very knowledgeable. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this was different, Walt. I mean, normally we have a guest and we are booked up for the rest of this month with our shows, and we're already building into next month. And we had a plan, and plans change. And when plans change, you move on. But I think we did I know we did a good job because we got to talk about the show. We got to talk to one another, and we appreciate all of those who were here in the chat today that came through and said hello. Watched and all of that. So I am content 100%. I think we had a good day. Without a doubt. And but not to hold anybody more, I see even Sharon Jackson saying good night. So she hitting that cue for me too, so that we all can move on and go. But at the same time, we thank everyone again for tuning in and watching the show with us, hanging out with us. Had a really good time. Walt, again, as usual, thank you for hanging out with me. And one more time for Bee and her husband, our prayers are with you during the time of recovery. And we definitely pray for a speedy recovery. And Bee will be here when you ready to come back. And your spot is safe. You got to worry about that.
Hey, we try not to break anything, B, until you get back.
Yeah, for real. That's it. You see how we fumbling around just doing doing a link. Yeah. So again, if you have not hit the like button, hit those like buttons. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe. And if you're willing to take on the challenge that we threw out there to you, and just hit that playlist and just let it run, helping us get to the next level with the watch hours and all of that, please do that. I'll definitely appreciate you for it. And if you can't do it, I fully understand, and I appreciate you for that too. So, but until the next time, which will be Sunday? Is that our next show? Okay. So until Sunday, we're going to ask you all to stay blessed. Have a peaceful rest of the week. Be safe. And we'll see you Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern time here on the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. All right. See you later. All right, Walt. Thanks.
Be safe.
Got nowhere to go. Hopefully they start asking for people, because I'm like, we ain't in no rush. So they might pay me $600-$700 to
get off the plane. Absolutely.
Not a problem. But now we leave in Baton Rouge and we're going to Atlanta, ATL. So we're going to leave Baton Rouge, go to Atlanta. So it's like, all right, no problem. So we get to Atlanta, and I already knew I had a layover in Atlanta. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get to Atlanta, do a little layover, got plenty of places to eat, sit there, chill out, it's no problem. And that flight was delayed too. So now it's delayed. So by the time we got on the plane to come back to the DC area, Dulles is where I'm flying into.
Okay.
We got on the plane at 1:30 in the morning.
Wow.
That's the time we got on the plane. It took off at 1:30. We got on at 12:50 something, but it took off at 1:30, and we landed in Dulles. The flight attendant say it's 3:18 local time. 3:18 in the morning. We're landing in Dulles, and I live probably about an hour away from Dulles.
You got to drive
and then you got to get to your car, which was another 30-40 minutes. And I'm like, man. So I got in probably about 6 o'clock this morning. I think it was about 6 o'clock this morning.
So now if the 32, the 25-year-old Big Jack probably got a heck of a deal. 3-4 connecting flights, had to fly to California to go to DC from Louisiana. But this Big Jack, he didn't do that. So you just had bad luck, man. It was just what it was.
The big thing is
on your part. It's just you did what you were supposed to do, and it just didn't work out.
I'm flying Delta. Delta.
But you got home safely, man. So
yeah, I got home safely, and that was the biggest thing right there. So, and I was with my son. And the cool thing about it, because he was a late entry, so I bought him on. I had already booked my ticket. I'm going to the National.
Okay.
So he was a little late, and because I booked his ticket late, and we had some credits, he flying first class the whole way. Wow. He's in a first class seat all the way down and all the way back. He loving it. I'm back there in Comfort Plus.
general population, huh?
Like, man, shoot, I can't get a good spot. Can't find a spot to get some rest.
Oh my goodness,
so
man.
I'm like, man, I'm 3 seats behind him. I can see what he's watching. See the flight attendants giving him all kinds of goodies, and I'm like, man, just a blip. But anyway, it was a good trip. We'll talk about it some more. Cool, but we got a wonderful guest, and I see that you are sitting in a barbershop. Is that what's going on?
Well, man, it's been a while. I don't get here much, but here I am. So I'm here today. Brings back fond memories of there was a time when I used to actually go to get a haircut once a week.
Oh, wow.
in the
Well,
shape of.
today's guest, I think, is gonna, it's gonna put us back in the chair, and he's gonna give us it's more than a haircut. That's the big thing right there.
Oh,
it's
man.
more than a haircut. So we're gonna definitely have to check this one out and get him up on the stage so that we can definitely bring him on. So let's get him up here. Let's get him up on the stage. All right, well, welcome to the stage, my man, Eric. How you doing, Eric? What's going on?
What's going on, gentlemen? How are you all?
Doing well, sir.
Good,
Yeah.
good. Thanks for having me on. Thanks. What a brutal story, man. I'm sorry you had to go through that. But I'm absolutely happy that you made it safely.
Yeah.
Take it
We
easy.
probably haven't even got to the best part of it yet. I'm sure there's more.
Yeah,
Oh, it's look.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
There was a lot more, but at the same time,
Mhm.
I'm not even going to complain about it. Like I said, I got
Right.
home safely. We
Yeah.
back, and I couldn't do. I wouldn't have thought of any other way. We got you here on the show. Definitely appreciate you
Yeah.
being here. We're
Glad to
gonna
be here.
definitely be talking with you for the next couple of at least 45 hour, whatever. You're gonna give us a whole lot of insight. I want to recognize the people that just popped in. Some people in the chat. So we're live on Facebook. We're live on YouTube. And we'll cut this video when it's over and put it on Instagram and TikTok. But I see Corduroy Brown is down there in the
My
chat.
man.
Just then he popped in for a second. So hey, Corduroy, how you doing? And thank you for showing up. Elaine Smile is out there. B is dropping the links in the back. Everybody know. And I see some other people I have never, Blessed Through Connection is here. That's the new channel that's going out. And Ziva soon. So so just want to make sure we recognize all those who are here and supporting the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. And we got you, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Eric Lewis, and so I just want to make sure I get this right. So you're originally from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin, exactly.
Wow. So you're like the first person I ever met that said they were from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
The first person
Second
that would admit it, huh?
Yeah, well, that might be it. That admit it.
Yeah,
So,
originally Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Man. It's been a long time since I lived there, though.
Okay, so where are you now? Where location are you in now?
I'm in actually Snellville, Georgia, which is like right outside of Atlanta. It's a suburb of Atlanta.
Well, shoot, all that time I was in Atlanta, I could have called
Yeah.
you.
I thought you knew. I was here for you.
Yeah, look. It was funny. I'm in the airport, and you got one passenger trying to get everybody to protest and go get a hotel. Like, this is wrong. Like, come on, man. Whatever.
Right.
Man.
I was tired of hotels. Plus, I said I got family down here in this Georgia area. I won't be in a hotel tonight. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so that's cool. What's up that you down in Atlanta, and you see we got the backdrops with the barbershop. So
I see.
is that something you know anything about, or we off?
Oh, y'all look better than me. That's perfect. Hadn't worked in a salon like that, a barbershop like that in a minute, but that's perfect. Those are some nice looking shops, dude.
Okay.
You might need to go visit.
Okay. Well, I do. I know I did one. So I'm he's looking all rough and tough and all that good stuff, man. So I'm well overdue for a day at the barbershop,
Right.
And I love going to the barbershop. So is that your profession? Is that what you do for a profession, or?
That is my profession for the last 30 plus years.
Oh, yep. Wow.
I've been doing it for, I've been blessed to be able to do it that long and have some very loyal clients. And yeah, that's what I do.
Okay. All right. That's what's up. That's what's up. So what first inspired you to become a barber?
Well, we got to go way, 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 way back. I remember, first, I have to say this because I'm one of 7 boys, right?
Okay.
I won't even mention my sisters, but my dad used to cut our hair. And I can remember how fast he used to cut our hair. It was that buzz cut, and it was painful. Next, that style. So when I got around, I guess 12, 13 years old, to start, become interested in girls, I'm like, no, I can't be having this look. Lo and behold, my oldest sister, she would happen to be cutting hair, doing the shear cuts and all that stuff. So she started cutting my hair. And then, I decided that I wanted to learn how to cut hair, cut my own hair. because I can do a better job than her. So I thought my neighbors saw me cut hair and they wanted me to cut their hair, and here I am. So I just started way back when I was 13, 14 years old. I started cutting my neighbor's hair. So never
we're
knew
gonna
this
say
would be a profession, but that's when it got started.
So we're gonna say the inspiration was the girls, or I didn't want no more pain with the buzz cut.
All of it.
All of it. Okay.
All of it. I wanted my dad out of my head.
So was your dad former military? Because that sounds like a military style.
No. My dad was not military, but he was militant, but he wasn't military.
I got you. No, that's what's up. So yeah, so I remember when I went into basic training. So I went into basic training pretty much just like y'all haircuts, and that pissed the drill sergeant. That pissed them off. They were upset when I got in because they didn't get to cut my hair. They didn't get to, everybody get their cut. And so they made me stand at attention the whole time that everybody was in there getting their cut. So, and that's, people think, well, that's stuff and just standing at attention. Standing at attention, it can be hard after a while. So you're talking, 40, I think it was 40 something people going through, and I'm standing there at attention the whole time in Fort Sill, Oklahoma in the hot sun.
Right.
Because I have already taken away the joy of having them cut my hair. So
that was also have the kick me sign on your back at that point, right?
Oh yeah.
I was a problem child. You have that on your back at that point, man. Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna come in bald head. I got you.
Yeah, we got you. We got something.
So,
for
yeah,
you,
but I love that style. So now what does it take? So did you start when you was in Wisconsin? Did you start when you was in Georgia? When did you start your?
Well, y'all gonna make me go there. I started, like I said, I started cutting. I didn't even know what I was doing back in the day in Wisconsin. So professionally, I went to school in North Carolina, right in Charlotte, North Carolina. So that's where I was really started, in Charlotte.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
So and I guess it's like a barber college, or how does a barber become a barber?
A barber
other than just saying you want to do it.
A barber becomes a barber several different ways. You can become an apprentice, just go right into the shop and work a few hours and become a barber underneath a master barber, or you can go to a barber school for a set number of hours. Each state has different requirements for the amount of hours that you have to take to become licensed in that particular state. But I actually did not go to barber school. I went to cosmetology school.
Oh, wow.
Because I already came in with a set of skills, and in the cosmetology school, they didn't have any barbers. So they did take walk-ins. So myself and maybe 2 or 3 other guys actually cut the male clients coming in. So that's where I cut kind of my skills up. And, I'm basically self-taught. I just watched other people, took from them what they did well and discarded what they didn't do too well. And I just added that to my repertoire. So that's how I really learned how to cut hair. And the barber school, that's where the cosmetology school, that's where I got my license and my hours from. But then I did, once I moved to Georgia, became, worked up underneath a master barber as well. So that was my path.
Okay, all right. What's up? That's good. I never thought about it. Like, say, when you hear cosmetology, you're thinking doing the hair, it's still doing hair, but you're thinking more female coming in, female putting in a perm and things. So, do you have that skill set? Could you actually take somebody, someone come in, they wanted a perm or wanted a color?
I think I'm chemical services, color. I don't do as much as I used to. I don't really even get the joy out of doing women's hair. I won't talk about women, but I don't get that type of joy and that satisfaction. But I have that skill set. That's what I learned in cosmetology. Roller sets. We even did nails and manicure, pedicure. We did the facials. We did all of that stuff.
Oh wow. Okay. All right. So now, do you own your own shop, or do you just own the chair? I mean, it's not just don't.
Yeah. No, I get you. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. No, I did own my own shop maybe 10 years ago. I left there out of necessity, come back home, and now I run a shop in my basement. I've been doing that for the last 10, 12 years. It was done out of necessity, and it's I've been doing it ever since. So I've got a nice little setup in my basement, kind of similar to what you got behind you, Walt.
Okay.
It's not that big. There's one chair. It's just me there. So and I've been doing that for a while now. It's been working out. I've been blessed to be able to do
That's cool. And it's based off of, I guess, you have clients, so you don't have a sign on the front of your house saying "open" with a barbershop pole or that like that. I'm just asking.
No. That's one of the benefits and one of the drawbacks. You know what I'm saying? I don't get any walk-in type of clients. I haven't passed out a business card in 15 years. All of my clients are word of mouth, and most of my clients come from a whole bunch of different. Matter of fact, I have a really good client of mine that comes from DC every couple of weeks, and he comes down. Yeah, he used to live here in Georgia, so yeah. So I got clients that come from out of state. I have clients that come from all the way across town, and very few of my clients are in my neighborhood. So, like I said, I'm really blessed, fortunate that I've had clients that I've had for years and years. So,
okay, no, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I see. There's a couple of people out there that's in the chat that's talking about you, not talking about you, but it's here. One is Eric, another Eric Etheridge. He's out there. So he was just saying it's going to be a great show. And then there's someone calling you uncle, Christina Lloyd. I don't know if they were talking.
Oh yeah, that's my niece, my beautiful niece. I wish you could see her. She's so beautiful. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, we got them here supporting it, which is cool that they're here supporting you, and and that's good stuff. So I'm saying that barbering is more than cutting hair. So that's it's an art. So do you look at it as an art, or is it to you it's just like next? I guess what you have in your own private clients is not a next to you. So explain to us how it's art.
No. It's not just next. That's not even close to how I look at this profession. And I'm really kind of irritated when I hear that, because a lot of times the guys come into this barber industry, I don't even like to call it the barber game. You hear that a lot, the game. It's not a game. And people treat it like that sometimes, and then wonder why there's certain types of struggles that are in this industry because people don't treat it with respect. You know, you come in and hustle, it's a hustle, make a little bit of money, then I go do my thing. I come back, make a little bit of money. So no, I approach it totally different. I actually it's like the Hippocratic oath for me. Like, at first, do no harm. Somebody comes in, my number one purpose is to make that person feel better by making them look better. Most of the time, if you look better, you feel better. And that's always been my approach. And I like to think that I'm getting better at it every day. But yeah, I don't, it's never been a next up for me. And kind of just to speak on that a little bit, that used to be a knock on me, but I stuck with it. It's like, okay, you take a long time to cut it. And those are my people. The ones that want to come in, we can talk a little bit, and I can take my time and get them right and be real meticulous, especially to my male clients, because we've gotten a little bit better. Sometimes we go a little overboard, but we've gotten a little better about grooming ourselves. That's one thing I really try to teach and tell my clients, okay, man, it's time to just make sure you're well groomed in this area or that area, and just take your time. When you come here and sit down, have a conversation with me, just relax. This is time for you to relax. So yeah, I approach it. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only barber that approaches it that way, but I really take pride in approaching it with a lot of respect and honoring my clients.
Right. No, and that's good. I mean, we're all of us here on the stage have been in the barbershop. We've been in that, having that experience, and I've been in both. I've been in the necks, and I've been in where I had a barber actually take time, if for me to go back to you, meaning that you actually took the time. Right. Because I felt like I was getting a service when I came in, not just getting a haircut. Right. Because of that, it's what you're looking for. I don't always go in there looking for advice or anything like that. You know, good conversation is good conversation. It does bother me when my barber is having a conversation with someone else while he's still cutting my dang hair. I'm like, I'm down if we all having a conversation, but you can't have a conversation with somebody else totally, and I'm sitting in this chair. So that is one of my bothers. So yeah, that bothers me. So now, do your shop, you have more than one person in the shop at a time, like someone's waiting, or is it just one at a time?
Every now and then with these appointments, I go by appointments, and you know it's in the home, so I can't have a whole bunch of people, cars in the parking lot. Even though I have made accommodations where there's a little area for parking. things had really kind of changed, and people appreciated me more during COVID. You know, you come in the shop, it's just me and you. You don't have to worry about it. A whole bunch of other people being in here. You're concerned about, you know, wearing them. Man, those times that was a different time. So no, it's not. You come to my shop, you may see, they may cross paths every now and then, different people, but usually it's myself and a client, or if it's a client and his son or whatever. So more often than not, there's only 1 or 2 people in there with me.
Okay, no, and I was going to ask you that, and I'm glad you mentioned that. How did COVID affect you? Because I know during that time, especially if he was a public barbershop or any place, a public business, you were pretty much shut down because of the 6 foot distance and all that. We were restricted. So
Man,
for you,
Atlanta don't believe in shutting anything down.
Okay.
But I really have a testimony to that, man, because when COVID came, and this is my profession, I cut people's hair. People were still working, you know, even on Zoom calls, people wanted to look good on Zoom. So when my clients started, they knew that the shop was shut down. They knew that they weren't doing really, started sending me money. Here, I know they just started sending me, Zelling me money, Cash Apping me money. I know you probably hurting for this. So that's a real testimony, man, that I'm so blessed to have clients like that really thought about, hey man, this is his profession and he's not working right now. So I know he probably needs some income.
Right.
Wow, that really blew me away. And I get a little bit emotional even now when I think about that. So yeah.
Nah, and that right there, even saying, I didn't think about it as a, you know, let me send my barber or, you know, those who are not working because of what was going on. I didn't think, but you're right. That is their profession, and that's what they're doing to make it. They still got family, they still got a mortgage, they still got all those things are still in place. And it's even harder because you're not, you know, you're an independent contractor in a sense.
Exactly.
You know, you're on your own. So if you're not going to do it, you're not going to get it like, you know, work from home. Well, I am working from home. I was working from home before the COVID.
Exactly.
But now
of course, I still had to get out and do some other things to make some money. But that was just a blessing.
Oh yeah, that is cool. That is cool. So Walt, you got something? I know you've been in the barbershop.
But you know, I do miss the barbershop. I still go in every now and then and talk trash. Even when I was working, my office, we called it the barbershop because that's where everybody's coming. Yeah, I had a little commissary in there, man, and everybody used to kick it. But shout out to your dad, man, because you looking at the hair chart, you went to number 6 and you walk out with the cravatas, man. So he said, yeah, whatever. It got you, man. So, but 35 years in the business, you say? 30?
Yeah, it's 30 plus years.
You got your PhD in psychology, family counseling, mentoring, sports. The whole 9 yards, man. I mean, you do it, man. I mean, that's what it is. That's what it is, man. And those people who come to you, especially by appointment, they want all of that, man. I mean, you may be the one person they can talk to and leave it all with you, and knowing it's not going anywhere else. You know, it won't hear it again in the street, man. So I salute you for that, man. That's a heck of an opportunity and a heck of a responsibility. And it sounds like you stepped right into it, man. So good for you.
Thank you, man. And I do take that seriously, man. As a matter of fact, just before COVID started, I started a mentoring company. Really had done a whole lot with it, but just because of the reason you said, I said I'm already doing this stuff right here. I'm counseling, I'm mentoring. I always got, and it's a joy to give back, to add value to other people. But I also get fed too, so it's not just a one-way street. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that's the big. Like I say, you don't, you know your clients.
Yeah.
And you know a lot of their situations. I'm sure you got people from all different professions that come to you. Yeah. So while you're having those conversations, you're like I say, you're eating too. You're like, hey, wait a minute.
Exactly.
But to have a real conversation with a person, and the thing is, you have their full attention. I mean, undivided attention because of the fact you got their hair in their head.
Especially when I pull my razor out.
Yeah, they ain't walking up on that chair until it's done. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So can you share, I guess, a moment when a client was feeling like low or stressed and you were able to help them out? If you don't have to call no names or anything like that, but just, to put it out there.
This is a good one. I don't mind sharing this one. This young lady that I've been cutting for a while, and she married, 2 children, and her husband just up and left. So she was having a real hard time, had her mom in the home with her, and she came, and I could tell she was pretty low. She was feeling like what can I do? I'm trying everything I can do. She was just hurting, and she started to blame herself and started to be down on herself, like she wasn't good enough. And I just had a serious talk with her because I had grown to know her and really like her. She's a good person. I just had to tell her, look, don't do that to yourself. You are a great person. I don't know what's going on between you and your husband and all that stuff, but you're a great person. You got all these major responsibilities. You're doing a great job. It's just encouraging her to keep your head up. And she left that, I'm glad to say she left the barbershop with a smile on her face, and I was able to lift her spirits, and I've become one of her biggest confidants and one of her biggest supporters. So yeah, that story right there, that's just one of many. And I've had people come into my. I guess we'll get into that. But yes, that's a good story right there.
No, that's good. So I'm looking in the chat where Lakeside Laura made a comment. She said her poor hairdresser was there when she got the call that her dad was getting ready to pass. So, I mean, you don't know what's going, like you say, you're coming in with everything. A lot of people are coming into, and maybe not so much you because you don't do as many walk-ins, but I'm on my way to a funeral. I'm on my way and I need my hair cut and whatever, so I can look good for this. And I'm going through a lot, and you're just helping me or dressing me up so that I can be presentable in front of my family or whatever because of the sad time. So those are definitely some of the things that you will face as a barber. And I'm convinced, I mean, even with this show, I was like, it's more than a haircut. It has to be more than a haircut. And I appreciate you sharing with us that it is more than a haircut because of the fact that, that's what started the conversation. That was starting the relationship. But from there, for a person to keep coming back, and like you say, even driving from another state or coming from another state, it's more than a haircut. So that's huge on your part.
Yes.
So I applaud you.
And let me just say this too, because the barber game looks a little glamorous, right? From if you're on the outside looking in, it gets glamorous, and you're trying. My attempt is to make that person feel better. And a lot of times what that entails is holding back. You don't want to dump yours, because we human too. You don't want to dump what you got going on onto your clients. That's never okay. They didn't come in there for that. And there was a time when, like in a 1.5-year span, my youngest sister passed, my mom passed, my oldest sister passed, and then a brother of mine passed. So I'm coming into the shop with all of this and still having to be that guy that is upbeat, that can pour into other people. So I just felt like I needed to mention that because it's a life thing. Some they say life be lifing, and you still just gotta keep, especially us as men, we gotta keep going. We gotta press on.
Yeah.
To your point, I was just about to ask you. So while you're out there saving the world, what do you do to kind of just chill? Because I'm sure you cut your own hair, and so what do you do, man? You have any hobbies? You read?
You know what, man?
What do you do?
I read a lot. I've just maybe back the last 3 years or so, I started getting into a lot of health, self-help books and just things like that. And every now and then I got brothers, we go fishing, but really that's the one thing I really don't have. I really don't have a consistent hobby. I have a son who plays basketball overseas, and I'm always on top of him. My daughter is she's a nurse in the area, and I try to spend as much time with her as I can. And then my wife you know, yeah, I need to develop a hobby. I really need to develop something consistent. And of course, I try to stay in shape, you know, work out. I think that's very, very, very important. Staying in shape, and I don't want to just get old just for the sake of getting old. I want to be older and still be able to move around and get around the way I want to. Kind of like you, Walt, but you're younger.
Hey, man. So we're probably, I don't know, how old are you?
Yeah, we about to say. I think you told me to what, 61?
61. Yeah, I'm 61.
Yeah, and I just turned 60 in March. So
there you go. So, hey, man, you know, Lord willing, and in spite of myself, I'm still here.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
You know, and my knees let me know what I'm doing much, man. You know, I get up out the chair sometimes, my knees start cracking. My wife said, I thought I married a young man, but hey, that's what it is.
I don't want to talk about those knees, man.
I just try to stay busy. Just try
so
to stay
I guess being the baby on the
if you're gonna be alive, you know. Young guy, young, what you got, youngster? What you got? But you already had 2 broken vertebrae by the time.
Look, whatever. Yeah, but being the young guy on the stage with y'all, so I mean, y'all gonna have that moment of time and all. You know, you old men up there, but it's all good. So I appreciate y'all. So, but we got Anthony My Time down there. I wanted to say hello to him. He's in the chat, and I seen Niecy Jackson, Patricia White, both of them down there. So it's something that popped up. I just want to share this while we real quick, Eric, because it popped up, and I just want to share with the people that's in the chat. I didn't know that YouTube, and maybe I don't know when they started doing this, but I noticed this in another show. They rank the people as they participate in the chat. So you'll see if you look on the YouTube, and if you're looking at the YouTube and people are watching this, they see a crown next to their number or their name, and it has a number 1, number 2, number 3. It's ranking them on how they're participating. And at the end of the show, it'll say who's the top participant, the second and third. So keep going, because I see we got some 1s and 2s and 3s up there. So thank you all for participating. If you haven't hit that like button, go ahead and hit that like button up there. And if you're not a subscriber, please subscribe to the Big Jack StoryTime, my channel, so that you can see more shows like this, the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. And then today we got a friend of mine here, Eric Lewis, which was he was a pass on, Walt. So what happened was my best friend in the world, Eric Etheridge, said, hey, I got a guy you need to have on your show. I'm like, all right, whatever, man. You know, like I told you before, if Eric sends him, I'm talking Eric Etheridge, Triple E. If Triple E send him, I don't have to vet him. I don't have to check him, because that's straight. I know he ain't gonna send me no mess, and whatever he send me, I'm gonna be blessed by it. And so that's how we got to know, because I've never received a haircut from Eric. Never. That was how we met each other. We've never physically met each other. It's only been virtual. But you can tell just when he was on the Gentleman's Journal with us, and just this conversation, that he's a good guy, to be somebody I can sit down and have a conversation with. Even if I'm a younger one, if y'all let me sit at the big people table, you know, don't put me down there with the hot dogs and beans while y'all eating steak. You know, I'll be all right.
Plastic utensils, though. You get plastic utensils.
I know I ain't ready for that.
Hey, Eric, tell me this, man. So the last time I went to the barbershop for a haircut, I go in every now and then, get my beard and everything tightened up. For a haircut, I was wearing the Philly fade, man. You know,
Philly fade,
nice taper. You know, so
I guess I have to believe. I just trust you. I just trust that that's true.
Show pictures, man. I got receipts, man. I have receipts. I can show pictures, but you have seen so many hairstyles. I mean, and we're the same age, so we have had so many hairstyles. So I mean, you know, you go back as a kid like me to the bush, you know, and I couldn't really have a bush, so I had to get the old blowout kit, man. So and so these hairstyles, man. I mean, you seeing them go full circle. You know, you see people mature with their, you know, they're in school, they're young guys, they come out of college. Next thing you know, they're in corporate America. They got, you know, they getting the haircut, getting. So tell me about that, man. You get to experience all of that, man. How does that make you feel to see the maturation process of some of these young men?
Oh man, it's definitely an experience that I appreciate, because even now, I still have clients that are 8 years old all the way to 80, So I'm seeing all the maturity, the different looks, the kind of adapting to all these different styles that were old styles, all these different designs that were everybody. There's nothing new under the sun. So yeah, it's really interesting, and it's challenging at times to actually. What I pride myself on is being able to see a look that fits that individual, not just because of how they look, but the hair texture, the profession they're in, all of those things. So I really enjoy the different looks, and not because it's less regimented when you're able to change up. You know what I'm saying? When you're able to change, do this style over here, this style, that style. It's less regimented. It's not like an assembly line type of thing, which I don't think I would be able to enjoy that, and there wouldn't be any longevity in this business for me if it was more like we talked about earlier, like just come in, get it cut, and go.
Yeah.
No, so yeah, the different looks are really, 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 really inspirational.
Yeah, in the chat, and I know Anthony, my time, but he was a little late joining, so his question was, how long you been a head specialist, sir? So I know you have already mentioned to us that you've been doing this for over 35 years. So 35 years of, and one of the questions he asked, he just dropped, was who was your longest client? So what client have you had the longest? That's been a there's no other way to say it. There it is, right there.
Well, I wish they were on here because they would probably rival. No, you've been cutting me longer than him. No, so you know what I'm saying? There's something that I've been blessed and fortunate to have been cutting for close to 30 years. Some of the guys, you know what I'm saying? It's some, it's a long time, so I couldn't name a specific one, but there's several that's right head to head running.
So.
Now,
Good, yeah.
No,
so
two
things I like to ask when it comes to comedians and barbers. So I always like to ask comedians, have you ever been booed? And the honest ones would tell you, oh man, I bombed, my first 2 shows or whatever.
Yeah.
But I know for a fact, as a new barber, there were times you sat in the shop and nobody would get in your chair. So do you remember the first time somebody trusted you enough where you could actually start getting regular clientele? Was like, oh man, Joe said in Eric's chair, I'll go get in Eric's chair because I don't trust Eric until I see Eric cut somebody's hair.
But you know what? That's, in this game, in this industry, call it a game, in this industry, a lot of times you move from shop to shop, depending on where you are. So even 10 years into the shop, you may have that sitting where nobody's in your chair, you know what I'm saying? Because you in location. So yeah, I've had those times, and I've had those times where, I felt discouraged, felt like maybe I don't know what I'm doing. When the client didn't come back, I thought you did a good job. The client didn't come back for a couple weeks, and
right.
Oh, did I do good? And then they come back. Oh, okay, I'm good. But yeah, definitely. And there's been times where I'm sitting here, I would be telling a lie if I would say there was never a time where I didn't mess somebody up.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and sometimes it was definitely because of certain things that I shouldn't have been doing that made me make the mistake. But but all of those things I've learned from, I've grown from, and I'm a better person and a better barber because of it.
So when you mess me up, do I still have to pay?
No, man. See, that's no, never that.
I already know that's the barbershop rule.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You
get like,
even though there's some people who come in there with game, try to you mess me up. No, I gave you exactly what you asked for. You don't want to pay.
Yeah. So it's funny because I think Lakeside Laura's down there, and she made the comment, "What military haircut do you do those?" And I think what she's saying is, a military haircut do you do? I still go in asking for the high and tight. So that's no different than high and tight for the military. Bald on the side, high and tight. I still go in and try to get. I'm fading away from that because I'm starting to thin a little bit more at the top. So now looking high, and I don't know what is high and something, but so I still love that military haircut. I still love that high and tight cut, and that was just my style. I think I don't know if I'm ever going to be ready for the take it all off, type thing. But once it stopped growing, maybe I'll do that. But I guess you say in a couple of years it'll stop growing, and then we'll have to worry about that.
Man, it's just
you
hair,
look good
man.
that way
It's
too.
hair. Yeah, it's just hair, man.
Yeah, you would look good if you had to take it off too.
Yeah, it's funny because back in my playing days, back in college and high school, I had a real big head. I was feeling myself. I had a big head.
Did you say playing days or player days?
Yeah, playing. I play her. Yeah. So once I got injured and reality set in, my head shrunk, and I got these old wrinkles in the back of my head. So they keep the hair on so nobody see your wrinkles. So yeah, that was my big thing right there. So but we shaved our heads. I remember Eric can tell you that for sure. Eric Etheridge, he could tell you that for sure. We in college. Everybody wearing the ball. We took it all off. I mean, razor blades and everything, getting it all off. So, those
you
days.
Can see Eric now.
Oh yeah, well, I seen pictures of him, and I've actually seen him last during the Thanksgiving holiday time. So yeah, he's so long hair and all that good stuff. So yeah. But so it's cool that you so you I know for sure it's more than a haircut. So person comes to you with a situation, you're giving them, do you feel almost like a doctor or a priest in that sense, where it's that confidentiality, like your message is safe with me, you don't have to worry about me going out and telling the 6 o'clock news that you just did anything? Do you feel that obligation to your clients?
Oh, again, I take those things very seriously, and it's not like the old school barbershops where there's multiple people in it, because guys come in there and talk about anything back in the day. That's where you went to talk. But now these conversations are more, even though they talked about anything back in the day, they didn't talk about some things. Right. You know what I'm saying? So
understood.
You know what I'm saying? So in my shop, it's more intimate. So everything we talk about, if somebody's talking about something that I just know that it's between that individual and myself, sure, they won't even talk to me about it if they think I'm going to be telling and talking to everybody else about their personal struggles. And I feel really, really, really blessed and challenged at times to make a deposit in somebody, to make somebody feel better and to give them some insight. That's why I do read and stuff, Walt. Read things that'll help me, that'll give me a better approach, that I can give somebody some sound advice.
Right.
And one of the biggest things to that'll earn you respect from a client is be like, look, man, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. Let's however I can help you, let's do this together.
Figure it out.
With you, know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let's figure it out. But yeah, to answer the question, that's huge to me, to hold sacred somebody's intimate struggles or their concerns, or they're going through something with their family. Like you said earlier, Big Jack, like there may have been a death in the family or whatever. You know what I'm saying? People come to the shop for more than just a haircut.
So
100%.
you use the word deposit. That's a great segue. Not talking, finances per se, but to the young guy who thinks, he said, it's all glamour and glory, right? To the young guy who wants to be, I don't want to work for anybody, I want to be my own boss. Explain how much is involved to be an entrepreneur. You're responsible for your taxes. You're responsible for your retirement. You're responsible for your health insurance. You are responsible for your upkeep, the upkeep of your home. All of these things, man, that people they count people coming through the door. They multiply that by what you charge them, and they see your gross. But people don't think of your expenses as an entrepreneur and just the time that it takes. Even the wear and tear on your body. And they say you keep yourself in good shape, because, if you didn't, man, you'd have bad feet, bad legs, the whole 9 yards, so hip problems and everything. So explain that, explain what really goes into being a barber behind the scenes that a lot of people don't really see.
Sounds like you're a barber. You said it all.
Yeah, but you got to think with it.
No, you got
to do. I wanted to be a barber, Because if I had a job, so with 3 days off, I either wanted to go to be a barber or bartender. I drove a limo, but I always like service stuff, man, because I like to get good service when I go out, and I like to give service when I when with people. But also, and I'm gonna let you answer this question. But also, what you got to understand, what people don't understand, is like, hey man, there's a downside to everything. And you have to be passionate because money will not sustain you in the long run. Money doesn't do it. It just doesn't do it. And people don't get that. And so explain that to, especially to the young guy that's thinking, oh man, I don't want to do, I'll just be a barber, make the money, man. I see all the cash and I see how much he's getting for a haircut and I can get it done. But that's not always the case. So share that with our listeners, please.
No, Walt, you are exactly right, man. You touched on so many great points and things that guys, girls, whoever comes into this industry need to understand. It's not even about the skill set. Of course, you got to get good at what you're doing. You got to get good with the clippers, but you got to get good with people. You have to be good with people. And I say this all the time to people sitting in my chair. It don't matter what industry you're in. This isn't even just singular to the barber industry. Who are you becoming?
Right.
Who are you becoming? And what type of traits do you need to gain to do the things that you say you do? What type of integrity does it take for you to stand on your feet 12 hours a day? Because a lot of times when you first starting off, you're going to be standing on your feet or you're going to be sitting waiting for people.
Yes.
You said it, well, it's got to be more than just this is glamorous. Do you love it? Do you enjoy what you're doing? Are you depositing in people's lives? What are you doing to invest in yourself to become a better person, a better barber? Are you investing that time into your growth? Continuing education.
And speaking of education, when you go into, say, you mentor kids. So when you're talking to a high school kid and he hasn't connected the dots between education and being a barber, and some of the best barbers you knew coming up couldn't make it out of theory in cosmetology and barber school, right or wrong. They couldn't get the books done. So they could cut hair and do hair and sets and dry sets and all of that, but they could not get through the theory, and which is the book, and that's the mandatory to get your license. So you have to be able to read, write, comprehend, and you need that.
That's one of the main things, because it's not just, like I said, people just see on the outside looking in, they just see the work you're doing. They don't understand that theory, sterilization, sanitation, all those things you need to know. You need to, you need to be ready for when the state board comes in there and say, okay, this isn't right, that isn't right, or you're going to get fined, or we can shut you down, and all those things. You have to know all those things. And what I've defined for myself over the years is what is actually a good barber or a good stylist. It's not somebody that just has skills with their hands. Are they prompt? Are they considerate of other people's time? Are they investing in themselves? Can you come into the salon and it's clean? Are you walking into a barbershop where a whole bunch of riffraff is going on? Are you coming in and they smelling like weed? Because that's a huge thing.
That's a huge thing. Yeah. 100%.
You know what I'm saying? Do they care about their hygiene?
Right.
You know, because those little small things like that they'll garner you more people. Even somebody is more likely to allow a barber to not give them a great haircut, but they got all these other things they'll deal with until that barber grows.
Right.
And even with that, when you're talking, is because that turned me off a couple of times, different barbershops. Because the big thing is I was bringing my kid. I was getting my hair cut and my son was getting his hair cut. And I'm like, I shouldn't have to explain to my son everything that just happened in the barbershop. I do know that there's conversations that happen. I'm not there. But it's like you say, why was he late like he's late? Or why was he, the way he talked and the way he was this and that. And then if you have to explain that to your child when it's all said and done, it's like, it's just easier for me not to put you in that situation. I mean, I wouldn't do that nowhere else. So you're not the only game in town, not to call it a game. We talked about that. You're not the only one, but it's like, if you were my doctor, I would find another doctor. If you was my lawyer, I would find another lawyer. So you're my barber, I will find another barber. Now you
And I'm
might be
glad you
good at
said
your
that.
skill. You're good at your skill, but at the same time, it's a whole package. It's not just the haircut. But go ahead.
I'm
Go
glad
ahead.
you said that too, because that's the level that I would appreciate the barbers in this industry to think of yourself as a doctor or law or a lawyer. And
100%.
you can't expect the clientele or the public to treat you a certain way if you're not treating your own profession that way.
No, that's good stuff. That's good
100%.
stuff.
Yeah.
Now, and one of the things that I know you might have crossed that path in your life, and I have a younger barber, and before him, they were all younger than me, but I know they were trying to buy their home, they were trying to buy a house,
Right.
and what they didn't have was any credit.
Right.
They were making a lot of money doing what they were doing, but they had no way to show it when it was time to buy a house. They couldn't show their income. A lot of it was because they wasn't reporting everything, so that makes it a little tougher. So that makes it a little tougher. So what advice do you have for someone who's in the profession but you still want to do things? You want to buy a house, you want to buy a car. How do I balance all of that where I report what I make to a point, and so I can build my credit and all for homes and cars and all the other things that you need?
Well, it's you just have to have some integrity.
Okay.
You have to have some integrity and character about what do you really want? Because this statement here, a lot of you say, I want a house, right?
Right.
I want some stability. I'm ready to raise a family. I'm ready to get married or whatever. A lot of people give up what they really want for what they want right now.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? So if they would just make sure, because I didn't always do this, I'm not going to sit here and act like I've always did things the right way. Right. Make sure you do your taxes. If all of that stuff is in line, you're right on schedule. You're laying the groundwork. You're laying the foundation to be able to document things and take it to the bank or wherever, the mortgage company, and get it can be done. Because I know you guys, I don't know, but nowadays barbers are making decent money. You know, if you're a good barber, you in the shop working hard, you're making, and you're doing, you got your skills are good, you got a decent clientele, you're making money. I think it's a little exaggerated with the social media barbers that you see. I'm making $10,000 a week. Okay, whatever. I can't dispute that, but I've never seen that. But yeah, barbers are making decent amount of money, and if you do things the right way, work with integrity, and document everything, you can buy a home. You can take the paperwork to the bank, like I said already, and you could be eligible for a home. Now with me, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
You go ahead. I'm good.
No, I'm saying we're from an era where the barber, the cab driver, the barber especially, the cab driver, these guys were pillars in the community.
Right.
They were well respected.
Yep.
They were entrepreneurs. They raised families, sent kids to school, the whole 9 yards, and sometimes, it was more so out of necessity because their opportunities, and I'm, like I said, we're in our 60s, weren't available. And people keep forgetting that. People think this is so long ago. This is in my lifetime. And then maybe that same barber may have a taxi cab, where he might get out and hustle his cab in the evening, and just to make it all work. But the one thing they understood was it was a relationship business, and relationships run the world. And those people, your clients, they come to you, and it's almost like when they don't, they feel guilty. Or when you can't service them, you feel, like, hey, man, I'm on vacation trying to get everybody in. I can't be gone for 2-3 weeks. And all of that plays, man. And people just don't think about that. And when you say integrity and being a man of your word, that's not maybe one of the last professions that still exudes that type of stuff to me.
Right.
But that's certainly in that top 5 of things like, yeah, man, this guy here. Think about it. You know everybody around town.
Right.
You know different people from different walks of life, different factions. You can make peace. You can bring people together. You know all the basketball players, all the football players, all the students, all the teachers. You know it all, man. So, I mean, that's something, man, that's a responsibility that is not everybody's not built for. You know, so I commend you, because I got to tell you, man, that's a cool job to me, man. That is just all the perks that come with that is pretty cool. You get to you get to help people. Yeah.
So, Eric, it's very rare that we get to. I guess I say we have guests on the show, on the Iron Sharpening Iron Show, but they actually have their actual clients come out and support. So we got a couple of comments down there, and I'm gonna see if I can put them up. So Mary Lewis, let's see, there's that Mary Lewis. Say Eric, my barber. So is that one? I don't know if you can see him coming across the screen there.
Oh, I see that. That's okay.
Yeah, and then we got James Jackson say best barber in the ATL. So that's a lot saying for a person.
That guy right there is going for the running of one of my longest.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
What's that? So even Q Barnes, and he's not one of your clients yet, I guess, if we could say. I'm gonna just use that word "yet" in there, because if he's down in the area, he might come by and see you.
Okay.
But he was just talking about the level of commitment has a direct correlation with longevity, and that's just in being committed. And like I say, I'm more invested in you as a client than I am in your haircut and your hairstyle.
Right.
You know, it means a lot to me when I go get my hair cut that I don't have to tell my barber what I want. He asks me, but he already knows me. He knows, you know, we doing the same thing from last time. Yeah. So, you know, just knowing what your people want, knowing what they're, that's this stop. This is this person's style. It's not like I'm the first time I've showed up and this is the first time we ever come together. You know, but I do know they got to go through. You can't just assume, because today might be my day. You know, today I want to go with my, high top fade or whatever. I don't know what I'm putting in there, but so you got to ask me what I want, and I appreciate that too.
Yeah,
now we had another guest on the show, and she did a skit, and it was saying the price is the price. So I just want to ask you on that one, because of the, do you have people come up to you trying to negotiate, or is it like they know whatever your number is, that's the number? I'm not going to keep playing games with Eric. He ain't going to change. He's going to be that man.
Well, every now and then, like I said, most of my clients I've been cutting for a long time. So, you know what I mean? So every now and then, what I try to do is be considerate about if somebody's going through whatever, you know what I mean? So I'm flexible. I'm flexible, but time it's usually, no, I don't get that as much as I used to.
All right. Now that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Now, here's the thing. Technology is changing. We know that. Do you believe there's going to ever be a time that we don't need a barber, that they can actually put a computer or a robot to, they got a car that can drive itself. So to put a robot there and program this person's haircut, do you think we could get to that? Now, you won't get the conversation, but you'll get the haircut.
Oh, they might get conversation too. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They may get the conversation. You know, with this AI stuff, I wouldn't put it past. And people will try just about anything.
Yeah.
They really will. But the only problem with that is they wouldn't have somebody to complain to. They wouldn't be able to get that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna turn around and be like upset with the, you know what I'm saying?
The robot.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a possibility of that.
Yeah.
When we spoke about, because they used to always say, the barber, y'all never have to worry about not having a job. Okay, who was saying that when COVID came?
COVID, man.
So I would say the same thing, but you never know. You never know. Technology is changing.
I seen some people was getting bullied out there in the chat with Nightbot, and I'm not sure where the Nightbot came from. I don't think I have it on. I'm not sure where it's coming from. So I do apologize to anyone that's in the chat today watching this show, that Nightbot might have blocked you in any kind of way. It's not something. We have B behind the scenes, so B is better than Nightbot. So I don't know why we have Nightbot running, but with that, I do apologize to you. Kendall, let me see what Kendall Lewis made a comment. Can I get a cut? So is that I don't know if is that any relation to you?
That's my son.
Oh, okay. So you need a cut.
My man.
That's say you need a cut. All right. Is that the one over? That's the one overseas right now, right?
Well, he's here now. He's he's
okay.
home for the summer.
Okay.
So yeah, he's here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You probably need a cut before you go back, because I know
I'm gonna make it big.
Yeah. I got you. That's all good. That's all good. So, but it's always good to have, your specialty. And one of the things I'm asking, and I would say, what advice would you give somebody that was getting ready to get in this game? What advice would you give somebody that's coming out of high school, coming out of even college, not sure, what advice would you give them before they took on this journey? We mentioned a lot of stuff, so I know some of it's already been shared, but I just want to see what advice.
Right. And one of the biggest pieces of advice is count the cost. You don't even and it's not as simple as you think. To be prepared to give a lot of hours to your skill set, and then, like I said earlier, it's about who am I becoming? What type of person does this sort of thing that I'm trying to do? What type of traits do I have to gain to become the best barber I can be? About integrity. Why am I doing it? Ask yourself, really, do a deep dive. Look, and this is one thing I talk to, and my kids know this too. I would tell anybody this, is like, take a look at yourself in the mirror. The eyes are the soul. You can lie to everybody all the time. You can't never lie to yourself. And ask yourself honestly, why am I doing this? Is this something I can see myself doing for a long time? And do I want to do it just for a hustle? Or do I want to be the best barber that I can be? Ask yourself those questions. Ask yourself those questions, and then understand what it's going to take, what type of person I need to be to do this. Because it's not as easy as you think. There's a lot of sacrifices that come with this.
Yes.
There's a lot of sacrifices that come with barbering, and be the type of person that cares about people. If you really care about people, you're setting yourself up for success. But if you really don't care about people, you're doing it for a hustle, you're setting yourself up for failure. And always be ready to invest in yourself.
Right.
Respect your time, man. You have to respect people's time. I mean, that's something just basic. If I have such and such appointment, I'm setting my day up around the time that you give me to come to get my appointment. So, I don't need, oh man, can you hold up, man? Because Big Jack, man, he's a big tipper. I'm going to tip you, but Big Jack is really going to tip you. And just hold up, man. So that plays too, So and I got out of the barber's game as far as going to the barbershop getting a haircut right around that time.
Yeah.
So it was changing, man. And I used to go in the middle of the day. I mean, that's my time was the middle of the day. I wouldn't be Walmart, the barbershop, Costco. You won't catch me at gunpoint on a Saturday morning unless I had an appointment. Even when I go get a shave, just to shape up. My cousin has a shop. Hey, cuz, I need to see you first thing when you come in the door. I'm waiting for him to come through the door. I got coffee for him, So yeah.
Now, you, Eric, you were saying that the way to get in to be a barber is you go to school, or you could be an apprentice. Do you have anyone studying under you right now, or are you just Lone Ranger?
I don't have anyone right now. I just had a guy maybe just a few months ago. He didn't see this. Here's the thing. Some people just they don't want to get their license. They just want to know how to cut better. And I had a client of mine who really just wanted to be able to cut his key. It's kind of counterproductive because he's taking my clients. You know what I'm saying? Instead of bringing them to me, he's cutting them up. But you can't start. That's similar to like a shade tree mechanic, right? They learn how to cut. They learn how to work on cars. They don't take their car to the mechanic. They do it themselves. A lot of people go to Walmart, buy them some clippers, and they cut their kids on. Just trying to save them some money. So yeah, I just recently had an apprentice, but I developed a program for him, specifically for him. If it was someone that wanted to become a barber, get their license, it would have been a little more intense.
Right.
I developed a program specifically for him. he purchased his clippers and everything. So yeah, that's a good question. I'm glad you asked that, because that is an opportunity, and to give back more to other people, to add value. So yeah.
So let's answer the $1 million question. You have let's say you're not working out of your house.
Mm-hmm.
You have a shop, 10 chairs, no, 5 chairs. That's about average, right?
Yeah.
Do you booth rent or do you work on commission? I'm coming out. How does that go? I mean, that's been like the argument from forever. So how does that go?
Well, there's so many different variables there, man. I don't want to just act like I'm trying to be all deep, but you know what I mean? It's like when you're working with booth rent, you guaranteed to get a certain amount of money.
Guaranteed to get a certain amount of money.
When you're working with, but are those barbers, do they have clientele? When you're working with commission, that's your responsibility. What do I do? Do I do 70-30? Do I do 50-50? Do I do 60-40? And how long do I do that percentage, those percentages? And what am I purchasing for that client? Do I supply their implements? Do I supply their, you know what I'm saying? So there's so many different variables. And the location is key. How much traffic is there? So there's so many different variables to why you would want to do. But I believe this is more beneficial. It's more beneficial to the owner to do commission.
Right.
I think the owner can come out a little more ahead, especially like if you have, say, like you said, like 5 to 10 chairs.
Mm-hmm.
It's more. I think a commission is a better model for the owner.
But you have to. The young person coming out has to understand that, because there's a time when you don't have any clientele.
Exactly.
Right. And then if you're a good owner, you've been in the industry, you understand this guy has to eat too.
Yeah.
So if you're a good owner and and he's a good barber, you're going to work with him, you're going to groom him. And I tell people all the time, if you're not getting that, then just like you say, people in it for the money, you had owners out there that's just like next up too. So that's the place for you to be. That's not the place for you to grow. If this is the industry. And then here's the thing, it's not a zero-sum game. Right. So if I come into business one day, hey man, you got a chance to really pour into me. You want to show me the game, right? There's that word again, but that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah. So if the person's not giving you that as a barber, you may be in the wrong place, because that's not, it's you got. I mean, to be able to help someone get to the next level, that's a great feeling, man. And a lot of people just don't get that. They feel like if you're making money, I can't make money, which is just crazy.
This is crazy. Yeah, it's counterproductive. It's counterproductive. And it goes back to what I said. It's all about integrity, man. And do you care about people? When we were talking about caring about people earlier, we were talking about clients. But it goes even more so when you got the bar. You know what I'm saying? Sure. You have to pour back into them. You can't be a cutthroat type of owner that is trying to hoard everything for themselves while everybody else is being diminished and not allowed to grow. Right. The people see through that right away. They see through that right away.
As a barber, I have a responsibility when I don't have anybody in my chair to sweep the shop, keep things clean. It's my turn to clean the bathroom today. That's what it is.
And it's easier for that barber to do that when they see the owner doing it.
There you go.
When they see the other guys that's been there, the seasoned barber doing it.
Right.
There you go.
It's easier for them to do that.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's part of you become part of the shop, not just you take ownership, you take pride in the shop, you make sure your clientele's right, the conversation is stay right, because that we ain't having that up in the shop. So.
But when you teach kids how to connect the dots, these are life skills that travel to any profession.
And I'm glad you said that, Walt, because I don't think, like I mentioned earlier, I don't think people look at the barber industry that way. They don't look at it. They don't look at it that intricately to see that. Yeah, people want to hustle. They don't want to treat it like it's like they come to barbering a lot of times because they don't want to do the corporate thing, right? They want to be loose and be able to. But no, that's one of the biggest problems with our industry, is that people want to treat it like a hustle, and they don't want to look at it like, this is some serious business here.
That's true.
All right. So with that, because you're saying that, that's why I was going to come in on the area. A lot of times we learn about the barbershop. One, you had to go. So you only get it if you went. The other part of that is you saw it on TV. So you had to see it on some form of TV. So looking at like Coming to America or Barbershop, those type movies. So a lot of people get that experience based off of what they see on TV. So they think that's how it's ran. I think that's how that is the game because they see it. I think a lot of times kids do that even with spring break, and that's why I'm getting this from is they see a lot of what happens on spring break on TV. So when they finally go on spring break, they think that's what they're supposed to do, and it's like, dude, nobody's doing that. You're the only one. So is it like that? Have you been in a barbershop that was similar to what we see on TV, where you had that all those different games going on at the same time, or or movies and things like that, or is it? And did you bring, I guess, your knowledge and understanding and experience to, hey, we need to change the way we see this thing? Well, get Walt back up on stage, great.
Yeah, well, let me say this about the Hollywood and movies and shows. They don't do much original stuff. So they do take some realness from that. So there's some actual things that you see going on in the movies when they're portraying a barbershop. That's actually real. They do actually happen in the barbershop. So to answer your question, yes, some of that is real. Some of it is exaggerated. Like when I think about the barbershop, the Ice Cube, what was that? Whatever movie that was. Unfortunately, the drama that you see, the bickering between the barbers and the personal life and all that stuff, that's real.
Right.
Actually, so I've worked in salons when I worked where there was women's in the salon doing hair and there were barbers in the salon doing hair. I worked in the salon where it was 10 all male barbers. So I've seen the drama. And that's one of the things that being at home, I was glad to eliminate that, not running from it, but I noticed that there was a level of peace that I was able to obtain because I didn't have to deal with the drama of the barbershop. And then certain types of conversations that I have to share this with you because this is so real. One of my clients said to me something that was I took it as so profound, is that he said to me that the barbershop is a place where young men go to learn how to cheat and treat with women and cheat on their wives and cheat on their girlfriends. Because they go to the barbershop and the men will tell them what to do, pat them on the back when they know they have a bunch of different women, know they're cheating on their wives and all that stuff. So that's a place where, sure, there's confidentiality, there's a safe place there, but I wouldn't tolerate that.
Right.
If I know man, you can't, I'm not the person to share that with because I'm gonna be like, no, man, you don't do that. Oh, that's not, I'm not applauding that behavior. You know what I'm saying? So my client said that to me and I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see how dysfunctional at times we can be as men in the shop and not hold other men accountable for their actions. We applaud it.
Yes.
But on the other side to that, just because you just said that, is where we could change the conversation.
Exactly.
Where like you got that, like say that person sitting in your chair, you got the clippers in your hand, and you can feed right into them and tell them that is not how you treat a woman. That's not how you treat your spouse. This is not how if you're gonna be a player or try to be a player and this and that, and like say you thinking the game is new, because see I'm seeing that with my young kids now. I got one, especially my teenager. It's like you're thinking this game just started today. This thing has been going on for a long time, and what you're playing has been played over and over and over. And it's like, be real with yourself. Like you said, you look yourself in the mirror. You can fool everybody else, but you ain't gonna fool yourself.
But understanding if you do take that stance when someone is exposing their behavior to you, just understand that you're not going to be liked. You're not. You gotta stand alone sometimes. Once again, I always go back to that. It's about integrity. It's not integrity in this area and integrity in that area, but no, I don't have no integrity over here. No, you have to lay that foundation. People got to know, no, Eric, he ain't going for that. He's not going for this. I know what he's going to say about this. I know what he's going to say about that. And I get that a lot. I know what you're going to say about this, but
know
you know what I'm saying? I was like, okay, you know what I'm going to say. So, you know.
But the thing, and you know, and I'm being real with that is, I think a lot of times people just want you to say it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what you're going to say, and I know it's wrong. I'm still going to do what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But I still need to know. It's like coming, like I say, talking to a minister, talking to your priest, and talking to a. I already know I got the problem. But I just need that somebody I can talk to, so that look, because you talked me off of. I was on a ledge.
On the ledge, yeah.
And I was going to do some real dumb stuff. I'm just going to do some dumb stuff. It's not going to be real dumb stuff. It's going to be just dumb stuff. But I'm already. You took me from the real dumb.
Right.
And pulled me back a couple of notches, because
as long as I don't push them over the edge, I'm good.
Because what happens is sometimes they're looking for that person, because they saying, if Eric say it's okay, then I'm all out. I'm all into this thing. But because Eric said back away, no, that ain't the way to do it.
But,
like, all right.
But worse than that, and back to that integrity piece, they'll take the fact that he didn't say anything as he's okay with it. And that's why he has to say something. Yeah. Well, and that's the part. But really, that's the part that a lot of people don't get. It's like, I can sit here and let you say today is Sunday. If you sit here and say today is Wednesday 3 or 4 times and it goes unchecked, and then we say, okay, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm looking to see you, you're looking to see me Thursday, but I'm looking to see you Monday. So you have to say right there, once that conversation goes off the rails, you got to be real clear about what you're talking about. And that's why being a barber, especially being a barber, and going in the barber shop, the part I miss most is we all have our perception of life, but going in the barber shop, you get to get different perspectives. And once you start seeing people's perspectives, you really start rethinking your position, at least challenging your position. And once you challenge your position, you can make better decisions. So, and a lot of people don't want that, because, and even with generational thing, man, oh man, I'm not saying that because the young boy is crazy. No, man, you have to say that.
And your perspective has to be challenged. You never know how much you can't even stand convicted unless it's challenged.
You don't even know if your idea is solid until it's challenged. And that's the thing. So here's the thing. If you challenge me, which I always appreciate, if you challenge me, one of two things is going to happen. Even if you don't like me, one of two things is going to happen. One, I'm going to make a stronger point. I'm going to have a stronger position. But two, even if you don't like me, the people who say, man, Walt is crazy. Hey man, yeah, he's crazy, but he has a valid point. Now you become my advocate, because it's been challenged. So people take the fact that you being challenged as disrespect. They take it as being, oh man, you challenged. No, man, because you're using low calorie logic. I needed to make sense. It needed to make sense. And then a guy like you who's cutting people's hair, you are privy to more information, more perspectives than the average person. So most times it's somebody coming in there telling you something that just doesn't make sense. You already got 3 or 4 other guys who are on the other side of this thing, and you know what's about to happen. Because these are maybe some of the decision makers.
So Eric Etheridge just dropped it in the chat, and we know the name of this show, Iron Sharpening Iron. So this is the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. That right there, that challenge that we're saying, each one of us challenging one another, challenging your idea, putting it up there. You need somebody that you can bounce that off of. You need somebody that's going to be that person that's not going to always be your the person and say, you're right. Because of the fact that, sometimes you just don't know. Sometimes you think it sounded like a good idea. In my mind, it was a great idea.
In my mind. That's what the fun starts.
That's what the fun. It was a great idea, and then it's like until someone actually pull you to the side or say something that you sit there and think about it, like, that wasn't really that smart. And he starts saying, counting up the costs. You mentioned that, Eric. Count up the costs. What am I going to lose when I get this, when I finish? I might have got the satisfaction for the moment, but what am I going to lose when it's all said and done? And I don't think a lot of people think about that. And so I'm going to ask you this, Eric, we're going to close the show out. Okay. But what's the average time a person is in your chair? The average haircut for you?
45 minutes to an hour. Well, it just depends. Sometimes it's 2 hours. It all depends on what I'm doing, because like I said, chemical services, color services, that's how the industry has changed, and all these different services that I appreciate. So the longer they're in my chair, the longer the conversations, the longer, the deeper the relationships are built. So yeah, 45 minutes to 2 hours, it just depends.
And I ask that because it's like very similar to how we are with the show. For 45 minutes to an hour, hour and a half,
right?
You got your attention. We're right here. We're having this conversation, and we can be real with each other. I mean, we didn't cut any corners today. I mean, we go off of we're having a conversation, but at the same time, and it was a civil conversation. Yeah. We weren't sitting there fussing at each other and cussing each other out. You're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. Right. I know it gets like that up in the shop too, because I
was gonna say that to Walt one time, but I want to keep it simple.
Hey man,
he said something crazy.
Say respect your elders. Respect your elders. You got your
man, right? Man, look. We got action, man. Let it go. Let it go.
So bring it, huh?
I mean, because here's the thing. I'm liable to repeat it again.
Right.
So the fact that you took the time, you respect me enough to check me, and back to our earlier conversation, our earlier point, hey man, that right there tells me that, okay, I can respect this guy. Because this is what I hate. Man, I was going to say something, but man, and now here I am, man, all sideways in jail, locked up, broke, whatever the case is, based on divorced, based on a dumb decision, because you didn't respect me enough to say, at least say, I don't know, man, you may want to rethink that,
Think that.
So
rethink
look,
and the thing is, I always look at it like this, and I'm coming back from it, and I know Walt, you saying, and because you're talking about with the firehouse, I think a lot of stuff is locker room talk. So a bunch of guys in the dang locker room talking like how life is on the outside to people that just don't know how life is on the outside.
How life is on the outside.
They are not really doing that. Really, they're not. That is stupid. Don't do that. I gotta get my body count. I gotta get. I'm hearing these young guys talk all this dumb stuff. I'm like, nobody's doing that. None of your guys on your team has got no body count. They all lied to you, homie, to get past this thing because you're thinking they're doing something that you're not doing, that you got to go do this. And I'm like, it's not like that. That is not the game. No different than, it's funny because I'm listening to a guy in the barbershop last time I went, but they were talking about naming their kid. And there's nothing wrong with, but the name should have a meaning. It should have something behind it. It should have something to it. Don't just put a whole bunch of stuff together to have a unique name. Because my thing was, what we were saying is, is a kid ever going to try to get a job? I mean, is that something that do you see your kid trying to get a job sometime in their life? Like, yeah. So can you imagine that name coming across the application? I mean, come on, man. He said, yeah, man, think about that. Like, yeah, think about that. Because that's something that's going to come back. And I'm going to say it's going to come back and bite them. But it might, because it's just the name. Your application kit as soon as they come across, like, I can't even say the name. And if I can't say it, I ain't no way I'm going to hire them. So, and that's just little things that we think about. So it should be thought about. But look, I had a wonderful time with you on the stage. I know Walt having some issues going back and forth with his internet. So but it's been a real pleasure having you on the Iron Sharpening Iron Show.
Yes, sir.
You definitely got a deeper understanding and knowledge of what's going on in your barbershop.
Right.
What we didn't get from you, and you said you haven't dropped a card in months. So you might think you said years. I don't even know the last time you dropped a business card.
Been a while, right?
But how can someone who's watching this show that might be in the ATL area, the Atlanta area, become a client? Or is that something? Is it something you are willing for us to share? Or is it something that you just prefer us not to share?
Well, I'm willing to, leave my phone number or email. I'm open to it. I don't do the whole social media. I have those accounts, but I don't really operate anything through those accounts. Mm-hmm. But my phone number is, should I just say it?
No. What we'll do is we'll add it to the bio. So once this is over, I'll get that information. I just want to make sure it's okay, and we'll put it in the link. With the description of this show, and anybody watching, they want to become a client or reach out to you in a client format that they can reach out to you and become a client. I don't want you, don't because all of a sudden you be getting all these calls, but you will get anyway. So, but we'll make them work for it a little bit. So at least they'll read the comment and all of that. If you're still here on the Iron Sharpening Iron Show watching, we had a man, Eric Lewis, here. Definitely had a wonderful time. 35 plus years of barbering and mentoring and ministering to his clients in the chair. We appreciate you being here with us today. If you have not hit that like button, please hit that like button out there. If you have not subscribed to this channel, go ahead and please subscribe. We try to bring new guests every week. Well, twice a week. So every Wednesday and every Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern time, we have a show. The last Wednesday show of the month is the Battle of the Sexes, where we put a panel of men and a panel of women together. We have a good time talking about the differences there. The last Sunday of the month is the Gentleman's Journal. We had Eric Lewis on before with the last month, where we'll bring men on and we'll have real talk. Very similar to this conversation today, but we'll discuss just topics that men are facing and have a real good conversation with that. And then the last Saturday of the month is We Be Jamming Live. And that's where we bring musical artists, comedians, poets on the stage. And that's at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we bring them on the stage and we have a good time listening to some great artists from all over the world. I mean, we have people from the Philippines and Germany and Canada and all. So we've definitely reaching out and getting new performers. I see B is dropping the links down into the chat. So if you ever want to be a part of any one of those shows, you can go ahead and reach out to me. I will give you my email right now. But we'll definitely make sure it's in the comments as well, because we're always looking for new guests to come up on the stage. But Eric, I thank you for being a guest. I'm going to ask you to hold back, please, as we close out. Walt, another beautiful show. I know you was back there, internet freeze tag, but it's all good, bro. It's all good.
Man, I mean, you pay your bill, you do what you're supposed to do, you get the fastest modem, and I freeze up, man. This is crazy.
Hey, he got his modem. He got his modem from Temu.
Hey, man. These personal attacks, man. These personal attacks, but that's a good story. We're not gonna let a good story get in the way of the facts, man. So I'll go with that. Hey, Eric, man, thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate being here, man. Thank you, two solid guys. I hope to do it again soon. Just enjoyed myself, man. Thanks for allowing me to add value and to receive some more value from you guys. Thank you.
Oh no, you did a great job. Go ahead, Walt.
Man's got the cheat code. Let's be clear about this, because he does ladies' hair and he does men's hair.
Oh, yeah.
So trust me, he's got the cheat code, man. He's got all the information, man. He knows a lot. I mean, this guy knows. I mean, he knows a lot, and not just about people, but about life. Because again, man, just think of all the perspectives that he gets to listen to on a daily basis, man. So I respect you, man.
You sound like a great candidate. You sound like a great candidate for the Battle of the Sexes. I can see
100%. I'm here for 100%. 100%. Yeah.
I see Joseph Lewis said new subscriber. So thank you, Joseph, for being a new subscriber here. We might want to get you to be a guest on the show, because I would like to hear about ball in the European side of that. That'd be something that I think we could share. So that'd be something, that'd be a part of a story that I would love to hear. How is it different from what's in the States and overseas, and how much different? So that'd be something that maybe we, Eric, you can help us set him up and get him on the stage, and we can have
Let me know. I'll be glad
to. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So with all of that, so we thank everyone for being here with us. I had a great time. Much better time on this show than I did getting to the show and being on this side. So I thank y'all. But go ahead, Walt. It looked like it's on your mind.
We never got to, and Eric, I know you're going to appreciate this. What did you shoot, man?
Yeah. He don't want to.
I mean, he said he was going to get back to it. I mean, what did you shoot? I mean, I know I bowl with you, so I know your average is like 192, maybe almost 200, because I'm a 185 bowler. Okay. But, I know you walk in there with 3 bowling balls and a 190 average, so help me out, man. People want to know.
So I'm going to give y'all this. That was the worst display of bowling I have done in my life. I would say in my life. I think I was, if they would have put me back in the youth league, And I'm talking the youth league with the bumpers, I probably would have did okay.
Wow.
Because it was rough out there. I was in you bowled 9 games. You bowled 3 games as a team, 3 games in doubles, and 3 games in singles. As soon as I walked in there, I came in with a 190 average, like you said, Walt, and they re-rate you as soon as you walk in the door. They like, with this shot, you're a 162. Based off of your average, that's how they change the shot that's on it. So what they put on the floor, they're saying you're not even gonna get your 190, so don't even think they're gonna put you at 162. So I'm like, all right, 162. All right, what could they throw at me? I never got 162 out of 9 games. So out of the 9 games, I never got to the 162. And 8 of those games in the 8th frame, and there's only 10 frames, in the 8th frame, I was sitting in my seat saying, if you don't do something quick, you're not gonna get 100.
Wow.
And I'm not even exaggerating. Not even exaggerating.
Now, Eric, for perspective, Eric, we bowled on the same team a couple years, and we would get on each other about not having 100 by the 5th frame. By the 5th frame. By the 5th frame, it's like, hey man, you got to have 100 by the 5th frame so we can do what we need to do. And you telling me by the 8th frame, you were still struggling to get 100.
I was looking at that. Look, I'm sitting there.
Man, bro.
I'm sitting there. If it wasn't gonna cause people's shoes to stick to the floor, I'd have just went on the straight cry and let the puddle sit right underneath me because I was hurt. And the sad part is I got my youngest son with me, so he's sitting up in the stands. He's sitting in the stands watching me. The night before, he actually we went and did a practice round. I went and shot just 2 games just to see, because I'm coming off an injury, but not making excuses. I bowled. And he beat me 1 of the 2 games we did in practice. Right. So I'm sitting here like, well, I should just put my name on your name and both of you. I wish he would have, because it would have been better than what I did. He's
sitting over there sad, having to say, "That's my dad." I get it, man.
Man. So
man, appreciate you sharing that, man. I'm sorry to throw you under the bus, but I knew there had to be another story behind it. I've been around you for a long time.
Look, and the travel from Washington, D.C. area all the way to Louisiana to not even show up at all. I'm talking, if I'd have just took that money and donated it to somebody, it would have been much better than what I just did.
I did. Yeah.
So me too. So this is the real confidence boost tester right here. Did you get in any of the pots?
Yes.
Oh man, so you really thought you were going ready to do your thing?
Oh, okay. Hey, shoot.
Okay, so I mean, you were ready. You felt like you were ready. You got in the pot.
Here's the sad part. When it was all over, I was checking to see how I made it in any of the pots. my son, he understood. He like, can't we just leave? You didn't
do
anything.
Just leave me in there, man. Come on, man. Cut it out, man.
If your 100 won anything, something wrong. So my lowest game, though, my lowest game was 107. I actually had a shot at 107.
Now, for the people in the back that don't know Big Jack, how many 300 games do you have under your
I got 6 300 games.
6 300 games. I mean, the guy is good. Yeah, perfect games.
I got 6 perfect games. I carry a 190 average.
Yeah, he was our anchor man. I'm the guy that comes to the bowling alley. I'm the C student. I come to the bowling alley. My ball is in the locker. I roll some practice balls. I roll my 3 games. I put my ball back in the locker. I see it next week. Jack is the guy that's practicing. I carry a 185 average. Jack is the guy that's practicing 2, 3 balls. Man, he's talking about the shot. That's my coach. So yeah, man, it happens, man.
I couldn't figure it out, and I couldn't get out my own way, and that was one of the worst things. I just couldn't get out of my way, and so I went with guys that I knew but I didn't know. Okay. And that's the big see. That's what we was talking about, that barbershop talk or that conversation. And had I had Eric Etheridge, Q Barnes, or Walt there, they'd have probably slapped me upside my head and got me on track. But
as soon as we stopped laughing at you, we probably would have got
the people I was with was just like, well, as long as we just have fun. Like, you're losing it. I'm not having fun. This is not fun.
Hey, it may not be comforting right now, but the best thing about that story is you're gonna be able to use it to help somebody else.
100%.
Oh yeah, like I say, what name one word you got out of that tournament? Humbling.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it because here's the thing. A lot of people, I took 15, 20 years off from bowling. So I bowled when I was younger. So 15, 20 years is a big difference between I'm 54 now. And so now when you was 30 something years old, yeah, you was able to do what you muscled through and this and that. Yeah, I'm not muscling the ball like I used to. So with that, because of that time off, the shot has changed and, you know, the mentality has changed and all of that. And you still think you could do what you was doing when you was a kid. It's like, you can't do those things anymore. You got to come better than what you did. So, but anyway, I'm, there you go.
Man,
there you go,
brutal,
Walt.
man.
There you go.
Hey,
so,
man, I appreciate you sharing, man. Thank you so much,
next
man.
year, next year it's in Reno. So it's in
Okay.
Reno. The 2026 championships in Reno. Never been to Reno. So I want to go out there, and this time I'm gonna take my bowling balls. So I'm gonna ship them like, you know, the right way. But I'm also taking my golf clubs because if nothing else, I'm gonna get a good round of golf in. I'm not gonna just go out there and yeah. So, but and then I had the 19 hours in the airport. So, you know, hey, it's all good. It's all good. But Eric, we're gonna ask you to hang over with us just a little bit. Walt, thank you again. Everybody that's out there, all the new subscribers, thank you for subscribing. Everybody hit that like button. Thank you. Had a really good conversation with my man Eric Lewis and everyone that was in the chat today. We thank you for everything you've done. And Q Barnes, you know that. I see what he said, man. You know, look, my wrist is already bad, and when it's sore, I had to get a cortisone shot just to go bowl in this tournament. So you already know that.
In the words of Big Jack, hey man, once I put my shoes on, strap it up, put my gloves on, whatever, none of that matters. So I understand. That's why Q had to say it and you didn't say it. Because that's what it is.
It's like, hey, look, I'm good. But thank you all, and we'll see you Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern time on the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. Have a good night and have a good week, everyone. Thank you. Thanks.
All right.
All right, welcome to the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. I'm your man, Big Jack. This is where we prove we are stronger together, that if each one would just reach one, we can all grow and glow. And we got another beautiful show. I'm in a remote location again. For those who don't know, I'm in Louisiana. I'm at Baton Rouge, Louisiana this week. Flew in today. So I'm here for the National Bowling Tournament, the USBC National Bowling Tournament, which is being held here in Baton Rouge for 2025. And I'm excited. I don't know what I'm going to do. Excuse me, but I am really, really excited about this opportunity to be here and to put on, I guess you say you put on a show. You come out here to win. So that's the mentality. You come out here to win. So that's what I'm here to do. I'm coming off of, I'm setting myself up. I'm in like, man, I had to fly in. It was I would say it was a long flight, but for me, it was kind of long because my flight started this morning at 6 o'clock. So I had a 6 o'clock start. So to get to the airport when they asked you to be there an hour and a half or 2 hours before, and then I was like, wow. So I got on the aircraft at 5:30, and it took off at 6 o'clock, and that's how my day's been all day. And then the time changed, so that's just throwing me off just a little bit because now I'm in the Central Time Zone. So, but we're here. So I don't want to hold up because we got a super, super nice guest that's going to be on today. And you know how we roll. So I got to get my man up here on the stage. So let me get my man up and we're going to get started with this show. Let's go. Walt Talks. What's up, my brother? How you doing?
My man, what's happening? Big Jack, how you doing, sir?
Man, doing nice here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So it is what it is. Right outside LSU.
Did you take your airport? They said you don't have to take your shoes anymore.
Say again? Oh yeah,
they said you don't have to take your shoes off in the airport. They said
I didn't know. Until today when normally I got the TSA pre-check. So I
Right.
never did take my shoes off for the last couple of years. But because I had my son with me today, we had to go through the regular check. And they were like, well, you don't have to take your shoes off anymore because they came out Monday that we don't have to do the shoes off anymore. So for those who don't know, you might be watching this show, the shoes don't have to come off anymore. So that was huge. So because now I'm looking at what's the difference between the TSA pre-check and regular, there's no difference anymore. There's no reason to make that extra pay.
I'm sure there's a difference. I'm sure, I was about to say, that's just you talking. I'm sure there's a difference, and you probably won't know until you violate it. So just hope you don't find out the hard way.
Look, the last 4 flights I've taken, and we're talking in the last, because I went to Orlando last week, and my son was with me then, and we flew over here to Baton Rouge, and each time we got stopped. We go through the scanner, and it's like there's something in your crotch. And I'm like, well, dang. I mean, I got on sweatpants, nothing else, and I got stopped. Wow. He got stopped. So not just me, him. So it's not like you're like, wow. So it's like, I don't know what's going on with the machine that they're using now, but it definitely got me for the last 2 flights. So we'll see when we're flying back to Dulles Airport, because we flew out of Dulles. We'll see how it works. But anyway, so how you been? What's going on?
No complaints, man. I've been pretty good. No complaints. Just taking it easy, trying to stay out the way. Right. Riding in the slow lane, 10 and 2 with my flashes on, So I'm out the way. Yes, sir. I'm out of the way.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we got a super guest on today. We got if you can't tell, we see I got the background, you got the background going on. We're trying to give honor to him from his days of being with the NFL. Definitely, he's a Virginia Tech Hokie, so he was there. He left the year I came in, so he was more of that year of '88, and I came in '89. So, but the pictures on the wall, the legendary, to be able to know him, and he's a golfer. He knows how to hit that ball from So I've been in a couple of tournaments with him, so it's super exciting to even say he's going to be here with us as a guest. So I want to get him up on the show so we can get started. You want to get him up on the show? Let's get him up here. Here we go. Let's get it. Oh, there he is, Victor Jones. How you doing, sir?
I'm good, fellas. I'm good, man. That is one hell of an introduction, man. That is fantastic. That was fantastic, man. That was fantastic, man. I enjoyed the introduction. That was beautiful.
Oh man, look, you worthy. You deserve it. You do a lot of good stuff, man. So you're on the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. This is my man Walt Talks up here. We got you, Mr. Victor Jones, here with us, and I'm super excited that you're here on the show with us. I mean, it's like I say, when you're going into college and you have a person that's coming out, that's going to the league, it only lets you know that it was possible. It's not like it was never heard of and things like that. And especially when you were going through, and a lot of people don't know that, you were coming through during it was a probation time. So it was like we were coming out of probation, so you had to be in it when. So a lot of that you went through. Not to get all the way into the backstory, but to stay with a school and still push through and make it to the next level, even when your school is having, I don't say difficult times, but they just had some times where the NCAA gets involved. And I don't know, did you get caught up in that?
And the transition was so smooth back then, because when Dooley left, Beamer came in, the year before we won the Peach Bowl. I think that's the first bowl I think Tech has ever won. So we was in a whole different level. We was just trying to come back and do it again. Our mindset was like, we got Chapman, the Mather boy, quarterback, and we just thought we could do it again. And it just didn't work out. So we was just so excited to get back in and start doing it the way we just did it. That first couple of years, as y'all know, and the Beamer years were tough. Those were tough years to get going, man. So and then I had a horrible senior year, man. I hurt my ankle in third game against Syracuse, and the long and short of it, you know, I didn't get redshirted. So 17, I'm playing. Now I'm 20, and I'm my fourth year, and I'm ready. At this point, I'm like, I'm done. I had no idea that I had a chance to play in the league because we didn't have no one telling us anything. All we had was us. You know what I mean? It was just a new system, so nobody was really helping us. You know, and it was just us trying to figure it out. You know what was going on. So I had no idea where I stood, what position I was in. You know, I just transitioned from outside to inside, and I was killing it. And then I got hurt. You know, so then I'm sitting in the locker room at halftime. True story, playing Syracuse, and I take my pads off. I'm like, I'm done, man. I'm done. Because in my mind, I'm like, okay, you can't, you want a red shirt, but I don't want to do that. You know, I'm at this point now where I just want to do my fifth year without football, be a regular student, and figure this thing out. And I told him I would do that. I told Beamer and who was the defense coach, linebacker coach? Foster. So Bud was my coach, right? And me and Bud had a wonderful relationship, man. You know, we were talking, because think about this, I'm 20, Bud might be 28.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you know, we had the same conversation pretty much. We just talking. I remember one day walking on the field, Bud said, "Hey, just don't let me mess you up." I said, "I got you." You know. So I was just trying to get, you know, my mind was, okay, I've been working through these 4 years, I'm gonna get this fifth year, be a student, get my grades up, figure out what's going on. And they told me, no, if you can give me what you got, I take it. I said, okay, I'll give you what I got. And I played a half a game or a quarter. I wasn't the same, you know.
Right.
Then we go to West Virginia, like game 9 and 10, I dislocate my shoulder. Now I'm hopping in the sling. Wow. And fellas, I'm telling you, when I dislocated my shoulder in West Virginia, I had no idea I would ever play football again.
Right. Wow.
No idea, man. I'm sitting at home at Christmas, ain't worked out, ain't done a thing. My dad comes in the house, brings mail in, because I wasn't picking up the mail because I ain't had no bills. You know, what I'm getting mail for? You know, and he comes in the house, hey, dog, he called me Head. He said, Head, you got a letter from the NFL. I said, what? Wow. He opened it up and said, dog, you're invited to the combine. I said, you got to be kidding me, man. I got up off the couch that day, walked across the street, and started working out again.
Right. Wow. Hey,
that's
a heck of a story. That's a heck of a story, because I'm sitting there, I'm listening to you, and now you're definitely at the college level and talking about going into the NFL. But I remember, and Walt Talks definitely, I talk about when I was in high school, you know, because you don't think you're doing your job. You're just on the field, you're doing your thing. You don't realize that you don't think that you're like, I'm just doing what they tell me to do. Then to end up getting injured, you know, and I broke 2 vertebrae. You know, I'm in the 4th game of my senior year. And again, just like you said, my pads are off. And I'm thinking I'm never going to put these back on. You know, when they took those pads off of me and they put me in the ambulance and all of that. And then they say, okay, well, this is what it is. You got 2 broken vertebrae. Been broke for 6 months, but they're broke. So here we go. And you're gonna have surgery. And so now I'm like, I better get my grades together because the football is not going to do it anymore. Those days are done. And I started looking at different schools, because I mean, I'm coming out of PG County. I started looking at Bowie State and Towson, and Montgomery Community College had a team at that time. I'm looking at all of these teams, and my coach is like, what are you doing? My high school coach. And I'm like, I got to get something. I got to go to school. I can't, you know, I messed around way too much. And I was still being recruited. And I was like, this is crazy, because, I mean, schools are still sending me cards and sending me invites and this and that. And I wasn't at that, you know, like I said, I didn't get to the level where you ended up being. But even to get a full ride to a Division I school after having the injury, I mean, that was a career-ending type injury that required a lot of surgery. And then to get picked by a school that only had 12 scholarships. And that was the thing, you know, like they want you and they only got 12 because that's coming out of probation. So Virginia Tech is coming out of the probation. And I was like, I know they're not wasting it. So like, what? It must be something. And you know, to hear you tell that story, you know, because in my mind for years, I'm thinking, you know, nobody will believe it if you tell it. nobody goes through what you're going through, but at the same time, it's like, it's not your senior year. And that's the big thing I tell a lot of guys, especially in high school. They think they're going to get to their senior and they're going to blow up. And that's when it's going to be, I said, it's your junior year. That sophomore, junior year, that's a lot of times with the especially at college. And I'm not sure, maybe it is something in the pro level that they're looking at saying there's something about them that I want that. So congratulations for sure.
Oh no, it's truly a blessing, man. I don't know how it happened, to be honest with you, man. I have no idea what happened. Hear what I do know, Walt and Jack. I do know when I got to the combine, I called my dad from Indianapolis. I said, "Dog, I'm gonna make this thing, man.
My man, there it is.
I'm gonna make this thing, man." Because what I realized is all the hype they were giving all these dudes, man, they were normal. These jokers were normal. You know what I mean? And I was like, "Oh, dog, I'm gonna make this thing, man, because I know I got this." Because I tell you right now, I had this. Mentally, I was more this than anything. Right. I knew the game. I had that thing down to a science, man. The game slowed up for me, fellas. My sophomore year in high school. I was looking at people's faces. So my freshman year in Virginia Tech, the reason why I didn't get rich, only me and Tyrone Branson didn't get redshirt that whole year. We had like 45 guys.
Gotcha.
The reason I didn't get redshirt, I was on the scout team over there killing them. They won. And my high school fellas, we won 3 games every year. I thought Virginia Tech, when I got there, I was like, dog, we must suck.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Coach Beamer kept saying, hey, get number 34. What you gonna do? I said, the only way I'm gonna stop if you move me down there. You know? Yeah. So the game changed right away, man.
That's wild. So what high school was you you were in Maryland in high school?
Montgomery County. I went to Perry High School. It closed my senior year. So you think about it, all the kids were moving other places, right? I stayed because I visited Good Counsel. They allowed me to come to Rockville. I could have gone anywhere in my junior in high school. Right. I stayed because I like playing with the dudes, man. We wasn't good, but I like playing with them.
Gotcha.
And those are my boys. So they all worked hard. They wasn't really good, but we had fun, man. And even though we won 3 games, we still had a good time. So I stayed, man. I played basketball. I played baseball. I was the only black dude on the baseball team, man.
Wow.
So so I just enjoyed being there, and it was a good place to be. Finished high school. The teachers were fantastic because they all knew they were leaving, so they took good care of me.
Right. Well, that's good. No, that really is good. And you were saying that the mental side of the game, so you had that down. So with the injury, did that change anything as far as say, like for me? And that's why I asked you this is when I got injured and they did the surgery, they had to do a lot of surgery. I said I lost a piece of me. The things that used to give me the edge, I lost that edge because fear came in. And that's why I think that a lot of times the mental part of it, because if you're afraid to do whatever you was doing, like you say, there was a time if you was in that hole and I was in that hole, I'm trying my best to knock you out of that hole. I didn't care who it was. I went after them. I mean, you think you was there with them, Al Chambly and all of them when they, those ends were big professional ends sitting out on those corners. But they didn't mean anything. But at the same time, I was afraid of getting injured again. That was the biggest thing. The pain was real. The pain was real, and I was afraid. So it slowed me down where it used to be run through that ball. Now I'm trying to run around it, and it's like that's not you. So did you face any of that type situation when you was going through?
Jack, I never had anything that was like you got vertebrae, man. That's a whole different conversation. Maxine Jones, my mama wouldn't have let me play.
Gotcha. Mine didn't either.
Man. Maxine Jones would have cut me off on the little fun she was sending me. So I'd have struggled down there. You know what I mean? Maxine Jones was not going. So you're at a whole different level. I believe you though. Once the middle game get in place, that game is scary, man.
Oh yeah. So it's funny because you saying that because I remember when I'm in high school, and we wasn't sure what it was, so they're still trying to figure it out. And my mom sent a letter to the principal of the school, to the head coach of the school, do not put him on the field. Because in my mind, I'm getting out on the field. So if they still letting me dress, there's nothing wrong with me getting out on the field.
On the field.
So it's like, do not let him get on the field. And she meant it, and they didn't. And I'm like, dude, I could get out there at least just one. I could just be a decoy. And it was crazy. But, you know, I wasn't smart enough to stay away from getting out there and you know, because you think you're invisible. Yeah, invincible. Nothing can get in your way. Nothing can stop you. But anyway, so yeah, but it was that was
it
one.
Worked out for you. It worked out for you. You know, here in '91, man, we playing. I think it's the Jets or the Rams, and we playing in the Silverdome in Detroit.
Mm.
And in the middle of the game, man, this dude, Mike Utley, about 6'6", man, 315, is a beast. That dude is a beast. Our offensive line was good. We had a dude named Eric Andelsek, Utley, Glover, Lomas Brown, and Luke's. Luke's had the biggest feet I've ever seen in my entire life. This is the biggest white boy I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
Yeah, he looked like a damn giant.
Mm.
You know, our offensive line was killing it. Man, we had Barry's running back. So the line was fantastic.
Yes.
And Utley, in the middle of that game, no hit, nothing out the ordinary, collapses and is paralyzed on the feet. And 30 minutes later, we blowing the whistle. I'm like, what we gonna do? We gonna play? We gonna play? Come on, dog. We can what? I mean, I got to get my head around what just happened. And they get blow the whistle. Man, you talking about somebody running around that day trying to figure out what am I doing this for?
Right.
Yeah. So I've never experienced anything till I saw that. And it changed me, man. It made me really appreciate every snap. Every day I walked on that field, it felt different. You know, as I was working out and doing it, because everything now could be my last day.
Right.
It felt different, man. You know, I'll never forget it. Never forget it, man.
Yeah. I think it's great that you guys, both of you, with your situations being different, to have that conversation. Because to the spectator, oh man, these guys are invincible. Oh man, just put some dirt on it and keep it moving, right? But now what, 25, 30 years later, 35 years later for you guys, I guess? How many years has it been?
It's been a long time, man. I'm 58.
But my man, but I mean, you still moving and grooving and doing your thing. So that's a good thing, man. And then there's life after football. So, but when you're going through it, you don't think about life after football. You just think about that moment. But hey, man, you guys are functioning adults doing your thing. And I mean, that didn't necessarily have to be the case. Like you said with Utley, it was totally different.
Oh, yeah.
So that's good that you admit that, man. A lot of guys, need to hear that, especially young high school, college kids making decisions for today that will adversely affect them for the rest of their lives. And the coaches, they need you on the field, right?
Yeah, and that's a big thing right there was, even as we're talking about it, was, that injury. I mean, it's the fourth game of my senior year. I'm running the ball. I had a great first half. I get hit, I spin off, I take 2 more steps, and I just fall. Boom. Wow. And I'm like, I can't even feel my right leg. My right leg I can't feel it. It's like I cannot feel it. Something that I jumped up because I'm upset because I got, such a weak tackle and I fell right back down to the ground. And like, oh, wait a minute. I don't have a right leg. It's not there. It's not doing what it's supposed to do. And so I just laid there and I waited. But by that time, and Walt, we talked about it before, I'll tell you, Vic, I was up to 6 pills a half.
Yeah.
I was taking 6 pain pills or some type of muscle relaxer, whatever, a half.
In high school.
In high school. There you go. That's what I was about to say, Victor. In high school. Yeah.
What?
So, but we in the same thing, what you're saying, winning 3 games. We're struggling to win 3 games. You're playing both ways. Every special teams only came out for timeouts and halftime. And you had to be there. You was on everything. You did everything. And you don't realize it until, you're not that, that you're, that's the big thing I push now with my kids and definitely my youngest. You are a student athlete, not an athlete who's a student. And they got to get that drilled into his head because I wasn't in position. I wasn't in the right spot for if the game stopped that day. I wasn't, my mom said you were going to college. And I appreciate that, but my mind as a student was not in the position to go to college. So that's one of the biggest things that people mess up on when they don't get their head straight on and that part of it. That you are a student athlete. Student is first, and then the sports and all of that. And a lot of times it's twisted around because of the fact that those schools, and I'm sure it's the same thing we use out there, Vic, they're making a lot of money off of you being out on that field doing your thing. Taking Virginia Tech to the Peach Bowl, that's a lot of dough that comes into the school, into the program. Having a Peach Bowl, put up a banner that you can put up on the scoreboard or around the stadium and all of that. That's a lot of cash. That's a lot of revenue, TV time, recruiting. All of that stuff comes from winning. And if you're a part of that winning program, which we know is different now, so I'm gonna ask you that real quick, Vic. What do you think about the NIL now? Because it wasn't there when you were playing, but how those players are being rewarded for. So I'm asking you as a person who definitely hustled on the field, but didn't reap that reward. And I didn't either. I didn't get a piece of anything. But at the same time, what do you feel? How do you feel about the NIL?
I'm just mad I missed it, man.
Great.
But look, I was broke in college, man. I mean, broke. It wasn't like I was kind of broke. We were broke. It wasn't you couldn't do anything if you don't have cash, right? And then it wasn't like we could get a job. Wasn't like we can go create no funds anywhere. So we really had a full-time job, and I remember putting coins together to make 169 to get a 2-piece of famous recipe. Wow. I get on the counter and drop coins on that daggone thing. I have to give me that 2-piece. And got hungry enough that if somebody left something, I thought about it for a second, like, ooh, that's a piece of chicken over there. We were broke, man. And then some guys didn't even have I had both my parents. My mom was a hairstylist. My dad had worked for a pharmaceutical company down in Bethesda, so they doing okay. We rich enough to be broke in a different category.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
My man. How about
right?
Dave Chappelle has a joke about that. That's a great point.
Yeah.
We're rich enough to be broke.
Right. That if I didn't, like you said earlier, if I didn't have an option but try to figure out how I was getting to school. I had to create this thing myself. I'm a basketball player. I thought I was 6'2", small forward. Ain't nobody offering 6'2", small forward, nothing. I went and started knocking people out. I created this football thing. It wasn't my first choice. It was just the one I knew I could get in it.
Gotcha.
Right?
Gotcha.
So now we're talking about kids being broke in the program and the coaches. Beamer out there got a restaurant. Bud Beamer got restaurants and doing all these other things, and we sitting around broke.
Right.
Well, you got kids coming from families that don't have anything. I don't know how they made it. At least my dad and mom was sending me a little change every once in a while.
Gotcha.
We got guys over there. I don't think they left the dorm.
Wow. Yeah. You're right. See, a lot of people don't understand this. And Walt, I'm not sure. I'll break it down. But when you go on scholarship, so if you're on a full scholarship by NCAA rule, you cannot work. You can't have any type of other job. And a lot of people they make this big thing is you're on full scholarship. They paying you to go to school and they giving you room and board and they giving you a food. I say, okay, so I get a dining plan. I got a dorm room to stay in. The classes, yes, are covered, but it's more to it than that. I mean, there's no deodorant, there's no soap powder, there's no money to wash your clothes. You're in there working out. I mean, I wasn't, I went in and when Mike Gentry finished with me, I was much bigger, stronger, but my clothes changed. But there's nobody giving you, so everything you're wearing is what they give you on the team. So you're wearing sweatpants and sweatshirts all the time. That ain't how you want to roll and go out with your number written on the sleeve so we don't mix them up when they wash them for you. So, and then when the game is over, and like I said, a lot of people don't realize on a Saturday, for a 1 o'clock game, or say a 1 o'clock game on a Saturday, you eat breakfast, but lunch and dinner you pretty much missed because you was on the field. You missed all of that, and at the end of the game, they give you I think it was $20 and 2 sticks of gum in the program, and here you go, you good. And I'm like, And you ain't gonna use that $20 to go eat. You're gonna use that $20 to have a good time because you won on things on the weekend. So it's like, here we go.
But to gentlemen, guys your age, as you walk around campus, you're big men on campus. But nobody knows what you. That's what my man. There it is. Big broke men on campus, but nobody really knows what you're really going through. And of course, again, once you start not complaining, but talking about your situation, man, you just need to be. You just ought to be happy that you're here and getting a free education.
Right.
I get it, man.
Well,
that's where the NIL makes sense. 100. I mean, that's where the NIL makes sense to me, and there has to still be a balance. But I get it 100%. Because everybody's eating off of you guys except for you guys, right?
No, Dave Everett's still down there. Dave played with us when I was there. So Dave is still in financial gifting part of it, the tech. And I was down there, not this past spring game, but the one before. And him and I went out to dinner. We used to talk because he's never left. He's been there the whole time, And him and I was talking. He said, Vic, in your position, the amount of games you played, I think you really got you about 200. What? 200,000, man. Wow. I'd have taken that extra year for 200,000.
100%. 100%.
I'd have put them pads back on in that locker room that day and said, I got you. We go and give me that next year too. I might take this fifth year.
Yeah, because
you got to think, man,
we had all kinds of years then.
Yeah, because that next level is not guaranteed, man. When I got out, we had 140 guys fighting for 47.
How many parents are making $200,000 right now today?
Right.
Think about it. Yeah.
Even combined. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So yeah, man. I mean, just and I'm talking about across the nation.
Right.
So yeah, that's a big deal. And then if you do something with it, that's a heck of a head start. But I mean, if you just go buy cars and party and clothes, then it's not.
But this is what I tell people all the time, Walt. That's what the public wants to hear.
Right.
We got to realize the majority of these kids are going to Georgetown Prep and Loudoun County and all these private schools. They educated. You know why? Because they got parents like me now that ain't going to let that happen.
There you go.
Now, usually when we were going through it, our parents had no idea what was going on.
Right. First time through. Right.
First time through. We just trying to figure it out. People say, did you have anybody to call home to? What I'm going to ask them?
Right. They haven't experienced
what we going to talk about? Well, they have no idea what I'm doing over here. This is the first time. I'm figuring this thing out on my own every day.
Yeah.
But this generation that's in here now, they got me.
Right.
I ain't going to let him buy a car, spend that money, and do all this other thing. You know why? Because I raised that joker not to be afraid of me, but there's still some fear in there.
Oh, 100%. But he can still have a conversation. 100%.
Right. You hear me? So this new generation, these guys out here making this money, give it to them because it's going to change their lives because 95% of them aren't going to make the league. Here's a surprise, fellas.
Right.
It ain't going to happen.
Right.
And then again, it's like when you go into any class in college and they say, look to the left, look to the right. One of you won't be here, right? And the football or sports is the same thing, but just no one thinks it's going to happen to them. Everybody thinks it's going to be someone else. So you were 100% right, man. I mean, and that's a good thing, like I said, and hopefully that's a great way for people to get a leg up, get a head start, man, and hopefully people maximize that. And guys like you're having those conversations, and you're not afraid to have those conversations. That's the thing. You're not afraid to have those conversations. Whereas our generation, our parents had not experienced anything like that. So they're almost embarrassed to have the conversations because they don't know as much as you know and don't want you to know that. So it's different, man. So kudos to both you guys.
No, good. And that's definitely good talk. So I want to make sure we're going to take a quick break and we're going to come back and discuss your life after the NFL. And or maybe if you want to talk some more on the NFL, but we're going to talk. So let's take a quick break. I want to recognize, I see Niecy Jackson out there. Phil Duh, hello. Yoli Motivates is out there. Hello, and how you doing? B and Sharon Jackson's out there, I know for sure. And if I'm missing anybody, I don't want to say I miss you. I just want to make sure we acknowledge you from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And we thank you. We got Victor Jones on today Walt Talks. So let me drop this quick commercial break, and we'll be right back on the Iron Sharpening Iron Show.
Get ready for the ultimate live experience. Join us on stage where music, poetry, and comedy collide in a night to remember. Top musicians, spoken word artists, and comedians come together for a unique and unforgettable show. From soulful melodies to side-splitting jokes, this jam-packed event has it all. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride as we bring you the best of the best in this one-of-a-kind performance. Are you ready for the next We Be Jammin' Live?
All right, welcome back to the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. Your man, Big Jack. And yes, you just saw it. So we know the last Saturday of every month, we do the We Be Jammin' live show where we get musical artists up on the stage and we try to give them an opportunity to show their stuff. We pull their videos. We got comedians, poets, and all. We really, really do have a good time out there, and we have fun. We definitely have fun. Walt, if you didn't know, I've been talking to some new artists, so we're gonna have some different musical artists that's gonna be on the stage, and I think we're gonna have a good one. We're gonna knock this one out the park. So tune in. I'm not even sure the date, and I just seen I don't have the link up there, so I would have to definitely make sure to drop the link so that we can get the We Be Jammin' live highlighted and get it promoted some more. So Vic, you didn't know, so I'm just sharing that with you. But the last Saturday of the month we do that, and that's the We Be Jammin'. So that's just something else to have some fun and promote those who got that musical talent. So I'm not sure in all your experiences, do you got that musical?
No talent.
I sound like I can sing, but I promise you that it ain't coming. It ain't coming.
Yeah. No, that's cool. That's cool. But so you're in the league, and with everything, that time runs out. And you're stepping out of the NFL. So what was next? How did that go for you?
Well, I knew it was coming, right? Because I was in that transition from free agency. So Dean Upshaw used to come around and we talked about free agency. I knew it had to happen. I knew we had to go into that system. The problem is I was in my 6th year of my contract, going to my 7th year of my contract, and it just didn't add up. So Gene would come in there and I said, Gene, I understand why we're doing it. We have meetings in the locker room. I understand why, and I don't want to stop the process. I understand what's going on, right? But I'm out. It's not enough money for me to stay in the game, right? Because I only can make under $600,000 or $5 something at the time. And we got 4 or 5 Gabari, Lomas, Benny Blaze, Jerry Ball. We got 5 or 6 guys making $26 million. Then we got to fit the other 36 guys into $24 million or $22 million, and it just didn't add up. So I understood it was coming. So I kind of got ready for it on my 7th year, and I knew I was out. It still didn't help. Because the hardest part about leaving the game, and people don't realize this, it's the mental part of it. Because everybody says no iron team, but when the team keeps moving on, you feel awful alone, right? It's not like college when you leave in your senior year, your whole senior class is sitting there with you. You have somebody to go hang out with. You pretty much the only one they left behind.
Wow.
Right. And you see the guys still together and you by yourself. And you trying to figure out this world without this connection that you've been used to for 10, 15 years. It's gone. Right. And the mental thing gets you, man. The mental thing is a battle. So then I find myself trying to find it in the world and it's not out there. Wow. I'm married with 3 kids now. I got the dude that I played with, Toby Caston, he died in a car accident. I took his son at 14 to live with me, right? So I got my 3 daughters and him, and I'm out here chasing mess, just trying to find it. And, I snapped out of it one. Well, my wife helped me snap out of it. So, she helped me snap out of it, snap me back into where I need to be. And I realized when she snapped me out of it, it's the release. Right.
Yeah, that was. There's a question in the chat. Victor said, "Did you have withdrawal after the league?" And I know you was mentioning it, but it just using the term of withdrawal. And then Kamaria Jackson, that's my wife. She's down there, and she was saying that's deep. Never thought about that, you know, in that way. I'm sure is what she's saying. So, was there any form of? I know I'm constantly sitting on the couch. Even imagine myself at 50. I don't even know what I am. 50, whatever. 54. Sitting there, like I could get out there and do that. Like I can still do it. Like no, you can't. You can't get out there and do nothing. But you're still thinking in your mind. The mind plays terrible tricks on you, thinking you still run out there with them kids. But so was there any form of withdrawal with the stepping away?
And here's the crazy thing, though. I'm not a gun-ho football dude, right? I'm not that guy, man. I ain't the guy that lived and breathed it. I did it for a reason. High school was easy. College, I got an education, was free, right? Mm-hmm. In the pros, I was going to try to get as much as I could out of those dudes. So it was never the love of the game for me. I just liked playing it. It wasn't love for it. I was able to program my mind to do it well enough at that level in the situation I was in for that reason, right? Wow. And I still had problems.
Right.
Wow. The connection. The hardest thing is your guys keep moving. They still there. You spent 6 years with these guys, man, in the locker room every day. Now, when I go up there to see them, I can't get in the locker room no more. I can't get, you know,
right.
Oh,
You outside
I've lost it. I've lost that, right? And then here's the hardest part. This right here, because, you know, we was knocking people out in the old days. You know, we were going at it, right? Where are you going to get that?
Right.
Yeah. No, I got you.
Oh, man.
Right? Where in the world can you get that without getting locked up?
Right.
No, you're right. Yeah,
right?
You're right.
Absolutely.
Right. And I ain't going out there playing in no semi-pro league or nothing like that. Where I'm in the ambulance every day. You know what I mean?
Right. So, like you said, your wife wasn't going to have that anyway. She wasn't. She got a responsibility here. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I didn't even recognize who I was.
Right.
Anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I tried it. I tried that way, you know, once I left. So I can say what you're saying makes definitely a lot of sense. Again, I was never at that level, being in D1, but when I transferred, because I left BT because of lack of patience, like you said, not knowing who to talk to, no one to talk to say, hey, don't go, don't be smarter than that. But I left BT and I ended up going to a much smaller school. I wanted more playing time. I wanted this and that. But when they sent me my picture off the wall, you know, Gentry pulled my picture off the wall. And, you know, I'm 2-time super iron hokey and all of that stuff that just wasn't even, I'm not going to say it wasn't heard of, but it wasn't. You 2 or 3 times super, you know, that was like, but when my picture
your big tail do look strong. You still look like
yeah, but when Gentry sent me my picture, what you just said, it's now resonating in my mind of how you felt at that moment, because it's like you're no longer part of the team. You know,
that's a huge part of your identity. That's a huge part of your identity. Yeah,
I was on the wall.
Yeah.
I was on the wall. I mean, you couldn't walk in that weight room and not see my name up there because I was holding this record or that record and whatever. And then all that came down because you left. You know, it's like you left us. And I'm like, okay, you know, you know, when you're young, you're like, I don't need y'all.
I don't need, how about that?
But you know, it's in your blood. It's in, you know, that friendship, that partnership, that, you know, you have a team, you know, and, you know, and they will always be my brothers, you know, we talk to this day, but at the same time, it's a whole different conversation. Like you made the comment, Vic, you went back for the spring game. You sat down and had dinner with part of the program. I don't have that invite like that. You know what I'm saying? And it was moves that I made to get me or put me in that position. But at the same time, it's real. And you deal with, you know, the mental side of that you're not part of the team. You're not part of the group anymore, you know, and it's like, as much as you say you are, you know, and like I say, I'm sure you can run to any one of them on the street right now and they'll remember you and y'all can talk. But like you say, they got memories that you don't have because they moved on a little bit further than you did. So that's cool. So what happened after the league? So now your wife, you know, snap out of it, put you on track, and where did we go?
Oh no, I mean, I was still doing. I mean, I moved my family to North Carolina, outside of Charlotte. You know, we tried to find a space because I knew we weren't going to stay in Michigan. The weather was just crazy, you know. And I didn't want to come back to DC, you know. So we chose Charlotte just because it was new and pretty much we could do anything. So the first gig I took, fellas, I took a pharmaceutical sales job.
Okay.
You know, and I took the job with Ventus because I never had a job before. I mean, really, I've never had a job before. My dad made me do landscaping before my junior year. Maybe work for the county. Had to be there at 5:30 in the morning. He knew what he was doing. That joker made sure that I was going to college. After doing that, I said, "The hell with that. I ain't doing
I'm
this."
on my way.
Yes, Lord. What I need to do to get in college? What I need to do to figure this out? You know what I mean? So he did it on purpose. I knew why. But I hadn't had a job in my whole life that wasn't football. You know? So the first job I took was pharmaceutical sales. It gave me a chance to figure out how this whole business thing worked. I learned the pharmacokinetics of it was amazing. But just to be in that surrounded with people, you know, you got intelligent, smart people, it just took me to a whole different level, man. You know? And then I just tried to figure out what I wanted to do in the Charlotte area that made sense, right? And the first business I opened up was mental health facilities for at-risk kids. I thought I would have loved working with the kids. And I did that for about 13 years, right? Until the recession came in. And I sprinkled in some other little stuff in there, like we had a bridal salon, you know, we had a manufacturing tie business. We did some stuff like that. And then when the whole recession hit in 2008-9, you know, we had a day spa, and we pretty much suffered. You know, we struggled. I let you know that football thing. If you don't learn anything, but I take Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech gave me one thing: we ain't gonna give up.
Right.
We're gonna fight to the end.
Right.
You know what I mean? That mentality that I took with me out of Blacksburg was phenomenal. You know, we gonna work to the end, right? So it ain't no chance to give up. Ain't no chance to complain. My wife and I just put the bootstraps on. We got kids, man. We got college. We got all these other things. We got to figure out how to make this thing work. You know, yeah, I got kids in college now. You know, we trying to figure out what we're gonna do. And I got a call from a friend of ours that said they had a job at a State Farm, and I ain't had a job since the pharmaceutical gig, right? I did that for about 4 years. Now I'm doing my own thing for years. And they hired me. I don't know how these people hired me. It was the most amazing thing. So every once in a while, you need a gift, man.
Yeah. But your work ethic and all that stuff is there, man. It's solid, you know, and people see that. And people see that. So I mean, that skill set travels wherever you go. So that's a good thing, and people see that. Yeah.
Right. And they hired me, and I did that for a couple of years. I was a recruiter and recruiting agents. And the craziest thing about this, in 28, when I moved to Charlotte, a guy named Will Brooks, I moved in the neighborhood. The neighborhood I moved in was only 2 other Black families in there. One was the vice president of Wachovia Bank, and Will Brooks was a State Farm agent, and me, right? And they walked me up the street one day. These old men walked me up the street one day and gave me the lay of the land. I never forget it. And Will Brooks tried to get me at 29 years old to be a State Farm agent. I looked this man in the face and said, "I ain't selling no damn insurance. Come on, man."
How'd that work out for you?
Yeah, exactly. I should have listened, right? That's what I get, right?
Oh man.
And hindsight 2020, when I saw the whole package, it just made too much sense because everybody got to have it.
All right. Yeah.
There you go.
And the way I look at it, right now, it's like an annuity.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it's an annuity, man. So I was just blessed, man, to have options, man. And like you said, well, I worked for them. I ain't never give up. I reinvented myself.
Oh man.
Multiple times, man. Multiple times. And everybody don't get that, you know.
So once you get out of your own way and don't worry about what people think in the middle, you know, man, it's easy, I would imagine, right? You don't get caught up in the, oh man, what do people think? Oh, he's doing this, he's doing that. But so what? I mean, like, hey man, I always appreciate a story like that. One, you're sharing it with people because a lot of people don't see that, right? Even as a State Farm agent, they just see the successful guy.
Right.
But nobody sees what you had to go through to be there. Just like being an athlete, especially a student athlete or a pro athlete. No one sees the practices at 6 o'clock in the morning, the no dinner after the game, you know, you're the big man on campus, don't have $1 in your pocket. No one sees that, man. So that's one of the harsh realities of life, man. So to share that for people to understand it. And I'm sure you seem like a guy that you had the youth facility, so I'm sure you still mentor kids, and then you got 3 or 4 of your own. So I mean, people see that. I mean, that pays dividends, and down the road, it's really going to pay off for you because you'll have successful adults under your tutelage, and they'll be like, wow, they were listening. So that's a good thing. That's a great thing.
I'll tell you, if the league taught me anything, it taught me that life isn't fair.
Once you know that, it's a wrap. Once you know
It's
that,
a wrap, man.
Yeah.
Life is not fair, right?
Yeah.
When I got to Tampa, man, now I'm a last round draft pick. When I get to Tampa, every morning at 5:30, you can hear them knocking on doors in the dorm. You can hear them 5:30 in the morning. You can hear them. So like clockwork, fellas, I'm waking up at 5:25 every morning. I only need an alarm. I'm waking up at 5:25 every morning, sitting up in my bed, waiting for the knock. And every day that thing would go, skip me.
Wow. Man.
And when you got to the locker room at 6:37, because we had to be there early, right, rookies, right? Got there at 6:36. Them dudes are gone.
So
lock it cleared out and everything is
gone.
Playbooks in the coach's office, and it's a wrap.
Gone. You're like, oh my God. I got to figure this out, man. And every day I'm hustling, working. And, you know, I made it through the first year. I get out of there because Ray Perkins and I didn't get along. That's a whole nother podcast. Right? Who's the head coach back there. Him and I, he told me I wouldn't make the team. He drafted me. I called him SOB, and you know we was in trouble, right?
Absolutely.
So, he ain't want me. So I was like, let me get out. I got out. When I got to Detroit, luckily I started my second year because the coach that I had in Tampa went with Wayne Fonts. Him and Wayne Fonts were boys. He brought me with him.
Okay.
Right? So Herb coming the next year, hey, dog, it's yours, man. You ready? I thought, I'm ready. Let's go make it happen, right? But then you're at a different level now. Now you see the game from a whole different perspective now because you ain't stressed about the job no more.
Right.
You watching all the other stuff that's going on. So here's a prime example. Let me tell you what this thing does. The last day it cuts, we make the cuts, right? And Wayne Fonts brings all the guys in. Now we got 50 because the practice squad guys, we got like 52, 53, maybe a few more in the room. Wayne says, congratulations. Everybody here is officially on the team. Now listen, fellas. Call your family. Tell everybody you're good. We got everything in place. Now, all the veterans sitting around like, he lied. We go out and practice, man. We go out and practice. They go pick 2 or 3 guys, 4 guys off the waivers, cut 4 that day.
Wow. Just like that.
Yeah, because you still got people, other teams didn't cut. They're like, that's a good running back over there, a good wide receiver, yeah.
But
you see him walk those guys off the field, never see him again.
And that's why, especially in the world of free agency, hey man, you got to protect yourself at all times, right?
All times.
So like we're old enough to remember. Guy comes up, I'm DC guy. At the time, it was the Redskins. You played with them forever, and Darryl Green, I guess, was probably one of the last guys who did that, right? But hey man, you only as loyal as your last situation, and that goes from the owner or the player. Because every man for himself, God bless us all. You got to protect yourself at all times because you'll go in thinking, I'm set, I'm done. And next thing you know, you're on the road again.
Oh,
so,
yeah,
man. But the public doesn't see that. The fan, and I want to say the public, the fan, the uneducated fan is just like, oh, man, this guy's selfish. He's this, that, and the other. But like you said, you're the one waking up at 5:25 every night, every morning, knowing that somebody's door is getting ready to get knocked on. You understand that, what's happening, the business of it. A lot of people don't see that. Yeah.
The business side is precious, man.
I mean, they call it show business, but it ought to be business show, Yeah. 100%.
Because we only hear about that top tier people, right? They different, right? I wasn't one of those.
Barry
I wasn't that.
Got a whole other conversation.
Yeah. Right, I'm in that middle tier where we in the groove, but we know our time is limited. That NFL not for long is real, right? You hear me? So I'm fighting it, trying to get 10. Whatever I can get out of it, because I know my time is limited. And then that bottom half is a struggle, right? But we only talk about this part of it. Yeah.
But even as a premier running back, 10 is a struggle, right? I mean, even if you were here, 10 years is a long time for a running back in the
Fantastic.
NFL. Am I right or wrong?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All of us want 10. 10 is 10 is that goal that all of us talk about in the locker room, man.
Okay.
10 is like the magic number, like you made it.
That's the magic number. Okay.
Magic number.
Oh, man. So Vic, with that, what is I mean, I know we're saying 10 is the number. What is that number for, say, retirement for the NFL?
Well, the collective bargaining agreement, the last one, they reduced it to 2 years, right? So you can get 2 years. It used to be 3.5. So you got to have 2 years active, and then you get your retirement, right? Okay. So the retirement, we got a 401k. They contribute to it, match dollar for dollar. Right now we got a life benefit policy, but once you go take your retirement, you can start getting your retirement at 55. And the way it works is each year has a dollar amount. You know, each year is like $600. So, you know, and it starts off at 55 and you take that accumulative amount on a monthly basis, which ain't bad, you know, for 6-7 years, you know, and then I hadn't taken mine yet, right? So the longer you keep it in, the higher the premium gets. Yeah. Right. So I'm gonna take mine like 62. And you can add that up. It'll be enough that if something happens to me, you know, my wife be okay. Social Security wise, she'd be fine. Get a nice little check every month. And you know, I just want to make sure she's good if something happens to me, you know.
Right. Yeah, you gotta look out. Yeah. So now I'm curious because I'm looking you with State Farm, you're a State Farm agent. And right now, State Farm is working heavy with the NFL. You know, we're looking at Jake from State Farm, how that came about, because it didn't start with that Jake. It started with a different Jake in the khakis. And now he's there with shooting every Mahomes and Belichick. Not Belichick. What's the Kansas City coach?
I know you're talking about, I can't read.
Yeah, but Reed. Reed. Yeah, so he's out there. So now State Farm is like right with the NFL. So was this something like, man, I missed my opportunity, I missed my chance, I could have been doing this, or
what do you mean?
I mean, as far as that, you was in the NFL, so you could have took State Farm right to the NFL.
Oh yeah. Now you know, you see those guys in commercials. The guys that's in commercials, they like at the top. I think they top 1% or top 2% in producing. Okay. I'm not gonna be that. You know what I mean? I ain't not that, right? So those are the guys they put in commercials, right? In the State Farm thing. It seemed like it would be an NFL connection kind of thing, but that's never been attached to what I do every day. I don't even know if the majority of people even know I was State Farm. I mean, I played in the NFL because in here, man, we just all doing our business, man. We trying to make this thing happen every day. You know, we just trying to connect people.
You're a humble guy, man, but I tell you what, I think, you know, that's a heck of a story, man. And then even as an agent, you know, when you're having conversations with clients or potential clients, I mean, you are a walking, talking example of why you need to make sure you have your business straight in the future.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, so that carries a lot of weight. And then, you know, the average person, the average working person thinks this money is going to come forever, right? And I guess over the last 3-4 years, we found out that that's not even the case for everyone. You know, the good government job and all that is out the door. So, hey man, I'm sure there's a niche in there for you where you can kind of like coach some people along the way about how to get their business right. Because the way you share this thing, man, a lot of people are not that open. And, you know, and it's just life. I mean, it's just like a story. You just demystified life as an ex-football player in the last 45 minutes. You know, I mean, you just touched on some things that I hear from people that I know, people that played in the league, that I've had these private conversations, but never publicly. And I commend you for that, man. I know you're just doing what you do. Clearly, that's who you are as a person.
Oh yeah, no shade.
But it's just, man, it's amazing to me because you keep it simple. Even like I like football, I enjoyed football, but you know I wasn't that guy for football. But you still played it well. You still showed up and did your job. And a lot of people won't even say that publicly. And I just think, man, that's pretty cool because you still did your job, you produced, but you had a firm grasp on your position where you were, your status, and what could and cannot happen for you, and where you may or may not be, after your tenure was up. So I commend you for that, 100%.
Appreciate that, Walt. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that is good stuff. Now, and I don't want to take away because I know Vic, you are an agent and you have now. How does it work? Do you have your own? How does it work? You're an agent. You walk in. It's like a room full of agents that State Farm owns the business, and you just work for State Farm, or you have your own franchise in a sense.
I got you. Yeah. So right now I'm in my office now, right? So answer your question, Walt. You see, I'm the only office in the United States. I am the sports.
I was about to say, man.
Yeah, I got it all down the hallway. I got all jerseys. I got everything down. Michael Vick, everybody down there. You know what I mean? So when you come to my office, you know who I am. The reason why, fellas, I moved back from North Carolina to DC because I realized as an agent I can use this game.
Oh man, there you go.
Gotcha.
Right? Because around here is weight, right? I'm the kid from the county that I know all these people.
Right.
You know, I know these guys. I know
Native
I know. Yeah, I'm that guy, right? I'm the one that made it. That everybody, so all I gotta do is have some common sense and run a business like I'm supposed to run it. And it can't be half. I gotta be 100 all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
100 all the time. So my baby, the people that work for me, we 100. Or work with me. I like that a little better. People that work with me are 100. We don't play. We don't miss nothing. We don't play around. We're on top of our game, right? So the whole State Farm industry, the way it works, is the best scenario I can give you, Jack, is we are Chick-fil-A of fast food.
Okay.
Because everybody understands Chick-fil-A, the method. You have to find a way to get into the program. Same way you got to find a way to get in the State Farm program. They put you through these tests, altitude tests, all these other things. And if you go through the system, you still have a chance to get an agency, right? And then you got to find, once you get a chance to get an agency, then you got to bid for that agency, and then you got to interview your way to the doors, because they're going to give you a book of business, but they're not going to give it there. You got to have some kind of criteria that they want to fit with the person that's giving you the business, because everybody's different, right? So for a prime example, the lady, Sandy, who was my sales leader that brought me up from North Carolina to interview for the location in Rockville, she's like my aunt. We connect like this to this day. That's my girl. You know what I mean? So you got to have somebody that understands you and know that you're going to do the right thing all the time. Because her career is on the line to make sure she makes good.
Absolutely.
Good choices. So now I don't work for State Farm. The way they do it is I'm an independent contract that had State Farm agency. So I run my own business. I'm 1099 out the whole thing. And I can hold on to this thing as long as I want it. And then, like you said earlier, well, then I could give it to my daughter, but she ain't gonna get the whole thing. My daughter works for me too, right?
Right.
And then she's gonna have to figure out, to grow it back again to where it is now. But she's good enough to do that.
But I'm assuming you are paying it forward along the way. I'm sure, like Sandy, I believe he says, grabbed you. I'm sure you're grabbing people, and like the gentleman that walked you down the street and gave you the game. When you start off with that, it's like, okay, let me tell you what happened to me. And you get that resistance from the next young guy that you speak to. So man, that's big, man. That's big. That's man. Hey, look, I respect that. I respect that, because and use this term, you gotta you eat what you kill around here, so to speak, for lack of a better word. I mean, that's what it is, man. You gotta build the business, you gotta eat, and it's a relationship. Everybody is not built for that, especially for the relationships. And when you talk about people, man, I want to do my own thing, everybody's not willing to work as hard as you work to build your business.
And Walt, here's the thing too, and you know this, for our people, and I hate to say that, I gotta be above the core.
Good. Yes, sir. You gotta be above.
You know what I mean? Because they assuming I'm gonna be like what they thought I was gonna be.
Or what they've been conditioned to think you're gonna be.
Yeah, from the history of where we've been. So I gotta be here all the time. Right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And I'm there all the time because I'm on my game, man. I don't play. You know what I mean? I'm on it all day.
But with your history, you've been the guy probably since Pop Warner football, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you've always been, you know, in the upper echelon of your cohort.
Right.
So, you know, like I said, man, to go into the and grind every day and with your team and figure it out, that's a heck of a thing, man. And a lot of people, like you said, when they don't when football or that status has become their identity, a lot of people can't get past that, man. So kudos to you and your wife for getting past that and you making it happen, because a lot of people can't make it happen. Because it's like what I used to be. I used to be this yada 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 yada. And you know, so yeah, man. I mean, I respect that. I've always respected entrepreneurs because I've been the guy that had a government job. I mean, you know, I was work for a city, but I just always respected entrepreneurs. My wife is self-employed, so I just always respected entrepreneurs and 1099. Yeah, so good for you, man.
Well, with that, a lot of people think I want to work for myself. I don't want to work for somebody, but all of that there's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
It ain't no, you know, you waking up, you got to grind. You grinding, do everything. You know, it's not like you going in, there's an HR department to talk to, a finance department. You are the HR department. You are the finance department. You are the, you know, when you're by yourself. Now, once you build a team up and everybody has a piece to that, but when you're just by yourself, you're doing all of those pieces, you know, making sure that 1099 is filled out completely and correctly and all of those other things, because it can come back and bite you. And
you know, but Jack, you know, and I'm gonna give you this. Everybody works hard. You know what you gotta be ready for? You're gonna struggle.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's gonna rain. It's going
to struggle. There's gonna be some times in there when you can't do what you want to do. There's gonna be some times you can't sleep at night because you're trying to figure out how to make some things happen.
Right.
That's the separation, right? You got to be willing to struggle for a little period of time, because it goes by fast when you look at it. It's a year, 2 years. It seems like a long time when you're in it, but once you get past it, you look back. I remember them days.
But most of the times you go through it, at least for me, you realize the obstacle that was that was there is the way. Getting through that obstacle is the only way to go.
The only way, one way to get it.
One way to get it, man. And once you figure that out, it's like cool. And let me say this too, man. You got to think in your line of work, you don't get to hit anybody, so to speak, but you still get the accolades, you still get the relationships, you still get to talk to people, you still get to help folks. So all those things that you got, like coming up, the adulation and all that. I mean, hey man, and even with the State Farm insurance companies, I mean, with the commercials from State Farm, Jake has made it even cool to be an insurance guy. You know what I mean? Because the insurance guy used to be the guy with the plaid suit and the striped pants back in the day, you know? So that's cool, man. So I think you could parlay that into a few commercials, man. I think I'm a State Farm guy myself. I think you could parlay that into a few commercials, man. Hey, look, I'd vote for you. All right,
I'm gonna send this tape into the executive office tomorrow.
I'd vote for you, man, for sure. 100%.
We'll cut some of them clips for you. But even with that, even having that game or having the game background, you know, like I say, you talked about the mental side of the game and now taking it into the office. There's a play. We have to put a plan together. We have to have a plan to execute to win. You know, it's not just like we're not just going out there. We practice this thing. We put it all together. We got a plan together. And if everything moves the right way, we're going to win. We're going to be successful. You know, like I'll tell anybody that every play that's ever drawn on especially on the offensive side, every play on the board is designed to score. It's like if everybody do their part, the coach just draws a line straight to the end zone, and like everybody do their part, boom. But now the defense is putting the same plan together to stop that thing. So it's like, okay, we know there's going to be, like you said, there's going to be a time where it doesn't work, but that don't mean give up. That doesn't mean we got to call another play. I might got to call an audible, but because we got a plan together and we have those other things in place, I can put this. So having a game and now putting it in someone's life and saying, you want to make sure that you got things in place for if something happened. You want to make sure this is in place for that, because like you said, everyone needs the insurance, but you know, do I really need that insurance, or do I need this or that one? It's like you're gambling and hoping that something never happens, or something doesn't happen, or something doesn't go wrong. But history has shown, and it's going to happen. It's going to rain. So what are you going to do when it rains?
So
Yeah,
what
I agree with that.
do you tell your clients? Like, I mean, so hey man, just break it down for us. We need life insurance. We need, give us the whole life, the whole 9
Yeah.
yards. If you could break it down for the novice, because demystify the insurance game if you can.
Right. And Jack, go back to where you said the plan. I don't know. I don't have peace if I don't have a plan.
Okay.
I don't have peace if I don't have. I tell my girls that, man. We got to figure out a plan, man. Plan.
Right.
I'm gonna go with my plan until God stops me.
Right.
You hear me? And then he stops me. Then I'm gonna find the other plan. We're gonna go plan B. Right.
Plan B,
But I'm gonna go with the plan until he stops me. So the insurance game is simple, fellas. It's complicated, but it's simple. Right.
Mm-hmm.
You got auto insurance, which is natural. All of us know that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why we have different liabilities, because if you cause an accident, they can take money out your pocket. So I tell people you got low liabilities. If they really want the money, they're gonna have to get it out your pocket, right? If you got 100, 300, or 250, 500, that's less chance they're gonna take money out your pocket.
Right.
So the insurance industry is about, if I do make a loss, how much money will this insurance company front me before they try to get that money out of my pocket?
Okay.
Right? So home insurance is very simple. You can't have a mortgage without home insurance, because if something happens to the home, they want to make sure you can rebuild it.
Right.
And then when you don't have a mortgage, they let you pay it out of your pocket because they don't care.
They don't care.
They don't care. Right?
That's true.
So those are two parts of it, right? Then we go to life insurance, which is my pet peeve for everybody.
Okay.
Because one guarantee that we all have.
We're all out of
You
here.
gonna die. The old way, my people used to say, I'm gonna take mine with me. Right?
Good luck.
But when I'm going, I'm taking it all with me. Right? That makes no damn sense to me. Right? You're gonna leave your family out here with nothing. Or they got them over here going GoFundMe. They do a burial site and all this other stuff. When we could have put this plan in place and they could make a difference. Because the only way you can generate wealth if you don't have it is die.
How about that? That's why when people say they're worth more dead than alive, 100%.
Yeah. And then so you're saying the whole term, universal, whatever it is, you got to fit what you got in your pockets, because we don't want to put nothing burden on you that you got more than you can spend. That's ludicrous. Right. But if I can get you a term policy for 30 years, and Lord, I hope you make it and live past it, whatever number that is. We don't want you to die, but in case you do,
here we go.
And I can give you, and I can go drive, and I do it all the time. I can drive to your house, knock on the door, and say, Miss So-and-so, here's a check that your husband put in place for $100,000. Or here's a check your husband put in place for $200,000. It doesn't sound like a big deal when you lose someone, but it changes.
It changes things, man. It definitely changes the situation, 100%.
Right. So the life insurance thing is a no-brainer. We just have a hard time doing it because we don't think we want to leave nothing behind. I don't understand that part of it. I talk to people all the time. So
people say they're betting against their life, which is pretty much.
Here's the argument too. People say they got to do their job, right? I get it all the time. But you ain't gonna work all your life.
How about that? It's not the plan anyway, right?
Yeah. So when you leave your job, I want you to go check it. 90% of the companies drop that coverage.
Well, even in my situation, it's reduced drastically.
Reduced to a point.
Yes, sir.
So you got to figure out what the plan is. You just can't assume that it's going to carry over. We got to have a plan and talk about it, and then whatever the gap is and the difference is, we can fix that gap. Maybe that is a term policy.
Right.
So every scenario is a little different, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we handle some health stuff too. We do like hospital income stuff. We do a lot of subsidizing health insurance and things like that. In Virginia, we do health insurance. So we cover all the gamuts. We financial services. We cover everything. Yeah. So it's just a matter of getting in the office, and we just get people. The majority of people come to us.
Yeah.
Now, are all the agents that you work with, like you say, you have a team, are they all qualified to hit all areas, or do each one specialty? Okay.
You can get licensed in any state you want nowadays. Yeah. You can get licensed. I just do the DMV because I don't want to stress myself out too much. So I do DC, Maryland, Virginia.
Right.
I can go to Pennsylvania, but that's just if I got to drive up to Pennsylvania every once in a while. That's just I'm not there yet. You know.
Yes.
Right.
So I just try to make my life a little easier, and I do the DMV, and it works. We got enough people in this circle.
Yeah.
I tell people I like competition. Competition keeps our prices down too, right?
My man.
Yeah, I don't want to be the only. I don't want to be the only insurance agency in the DMV. Then our price is gonna be high as I don't know what. I don't like paying my own insurance. So I know I don't. I know you don't like that.
But it goes back to when you walked in the combine and called your father and said, you know, I'm good. I'm going to make this, because you realize that everybody's trying to figure it out. No one has all the answers. And the person like yourself who accepts that, the fact that, hey man, competition is good. You know, competition is good. And then you don't have to cut people's throat because it's not a zero-sum game. You don't have to cut people's throat to get clients because there's enough people out here for everyone. So that's a great mentality, man.
I just tell my boys, I said, man, let me run it, see if I can save you money. If I can't save you any money, please don't come over here and spend more money. That makes no sense to me either.
That makes no sense to you either, right? Man.
That's it. So, Vic, there was a question in the, and I know that's a little bit off the topic, but it's a question. It said there's a 57 on the picture on the back of behind you on the wall. It said, "Who's the 57?"
Now, that's me. You know, that's the play we played. So everybody probably remembers when we played the Skins in '92 in RFK for the NFC Championship game. That's the only time we won a playoff game, was that game right there. So we played the Cowboys the week before at the Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan. We with Troy Aikman and all them and Novacek and all that. We beat them. Now, don't get me wrong. They went to a whole different level after we beat them. Right? I think they won like 4 or 5 Super Bowls. But it was a big deal for us because that's the first time Detroit has ever won a Super Bowl. I mean, ever won a playoff game, I think, ever.
Wow.
So that was the play. You know, I started that game too. So, you know, I recovered the fumbles running off the field. And I think we was up by 20 at that point. So somebody took a picture of it and I framed it.
No, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah. I remember the game. I remember the bets that was going on because it was if the Washington win, I think the mayor of Detroit got I forgot what they got for Washington. Oh, I want to say it was crabs. But then if Detroit win, I remember they were selling lion meat in the grocery stores and everything.
In Detroit, Jack, in Detroit, they must have given them some alligator shoes, because back then everybody was wearing them hard alligator shoes with Detroit back then.
Oh man, hey, Detroit, baby. And look, Detroit players have a pair of gators that match every outfit they have.
They had me for about 6 years. They had me over there wearing purple suits.
My man. Who did you root for as a kid? I'm sorry, Bill. Who did you root for as a kid? Were you a Redskins fan coming up?
Look, here's a good story. So that NFC Championship game, right? In NFC Championship at RFK, you know, my dad comes to the game. We walk through the tunnel, and he has on his Detroit Lion hat, right? And you know, he's sitting right behind the stand, so I can see him when they come off the field and everything. And by the second half, they were throttling us so much. Walt, that joker had on the skin hat.
Oh man!
I looked at him out there. He said,
"Hey man, gotta do what I gotta do, son. You understand how this thing goes?"
Yeah, we were Redskin fans forever, you know. And then we were Redskin fans. Him and I. My dad was a warrior, man. He was fantastic, right? So we couldn't, you know, back in the day, you couldn't get the skin game because they're sold out forever. But him and I used to go to Memorial Stadium probably every other Sunday and watch the Colts play, because you could go up there last minute, damn, they get on the field.
Stand in line, get a ticket, get on the field, sit right on the bench.
People don't remember that the Colts in Baltimore and how they were struggling. Then they made their move. So Julius Adams, if you remember that name, or if you played. So in the chat, Yoli motivates, saying that was her father-in-law. So her father-in-law, Julius Adams, and he was saying you might have played in his era. So I'm just saying that it's in the chat. So that's what's up. So it's cool to and Walt, I've told you that before. They say you know, even though Vic was off the field when I got there, but there's a lot of players that's now that were in the league and this and that, and you can say I was at that level. I played on the field with this person or that person, so I know. And I'm not sure because I've never been at your level again, and we say that, but you got Sanders on the other side, and your defense, and Barry's on the other side. I'm sure in some type of practice there was I don't know. Do y'all ever ones versus ones?
Yeah,
I know.
Huh? We never tackled that joker.
Right. Okay.
It wasn't worth it.
Right.
Man, you realize that this dude was, I can't explain to you guys, that we would get on the sideline after our defensive front and go through all that stuff. Our whole team got off the bench to watch him.
Wow. It was that good, huh? I mean,
my goodness.
I
can't even explain it. The only thing about this, I want to put this in perspective for you so you understand what I'm talking about. Emmitt Smith was okay. You know why? He had Aikman, the biggest offensive line in the history of football. Absolutely. He had a tight end, Novacek. He had Michael Irvin and Harper over there. So when we go to game plan, we like, they can't put 400 in the air on us. He's going to have to run the ball.
You have to run the ball, right.
In Detroit, we only had one threat.
Y'all had Barry.
Jack, you understand that, right? Yeah, they know he's going to run the ball.
Right.
Without a doubt.
And he still can't stop.
So if he was on that team, it would have been unfair.
So was he, God bless the day, was he as good a person as he, he seemed like he was just a good person, man.
Look, I had a guy call me, here's the story. A guy I went to high school with in Perry High School. His family's in Michigan. So every time I go to Michigan, Johnny and all those guys go to the game. It's a big family up there. So Johnny and my boy Steve called me, and they had this autograph signing event. I think that was last year. And they in the line, but they going to see Barry Sanders because he's signing jerseys and stuff, and he's sitting there, and the line's out the building, right? Wow. So they in line, and they called me, and they say, Vic, can I tell him something that maybe he can give us a conversation or take a picture with us, something different? I said, when you get up there, tell him, hey, say, Vic said, B, what's up? They called me when they got line. They said, Vic, he spent 20 minutes talking to us.
Oh, wow.
Man, this dude is genuine to the core.
So he was as genuine as Walter Payton, and that's what I was going at earlier. I didn't mention Walter Payton, but it seemed like those are just two good guys, man.
Oh, man, fantastic.
Yeah.
Barry Sanders is fantastic.
That's incredible, man.
All right.
Fantastic, dude. He was off the charts, man. His athletic ability. So we had one day in practice, this guy, I won't call his name out, tackled him. We damn near beat his ass. Dog, this is our franchise. Or look, Jack, you asked your question. He'd come to the hole, he'd do something, and I would tap him, and I said, got you, B. He said, really? I said, hell no, I ain't had that. It was different, man. He had the jump cut before jump cut.
You messing with the golden cow, man.
Oh yeah, I mean the thing is, and looking at him run and looking at the film, it was like there was no bone in those ankles. So the way he could move and make that cut and still stay up and run. So now I'm gonna tell you this. So, and I don't know if you ever had the chance to go against him, but I was a Bo Jackson fan, so I love Bo.
I played against Bo. Yeah.
So, and I know that Bo had one where he could just run through you, over you, outrun you. He wasn't too many cuts, but if he did do one or two, and he was gone. So Barry had a whole different world, in his way. But I was a Bo fan. So, and to have all of those legends as we're talking at the same time, the Walter Paytons, the Barrys and the Bo Jacksons and all, and it's like, wow, the 1-2 punch, because don't want to take away from Marcus Allen being out there at that time. Eric Dickerson was out there. Christian McCoy, Barry Ward. Yeah. I mean, it was just, and you being on the defensive side, I'm just naming weapon.
I played against both those guys. The only person I didn't get was Walt. Walt left the year before I got in the league. I think he left like 87 or something.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but I didn't get Walt. We had Anderson. And then all the other guys you named, Dickerson, I played against him, started that game against him when he was with the Colts in Indianapolis. And he ran all over us in Tampa, man. It was
in everything, huh? Wow.
Oh, my goodness. That joker ran on us. I thought, honestly, when I got back, I thought that was my last day. I called my dad. I said, that might have been my last game, dog.
Oh man.
I didn't answer my phone on Monday morning. I was scared to answer the phone. I was like, oh hell, this might be my last day.
That's
that joke ran on us for.
That's crazy.
Wow.
So, what advice? I'm gonna ask you this because I want to make sure that we hit those who, like you said, we know that it's simple. We know car, home, life, and all insurance. But what advice would you give someone who don't have all of that? They don't have it, or even saying I can't afford all of that. It's tight out there. What advice would you give them if you could give any advice?
Yeah, in the world we live in, it's half of the things we talk about is finance, right? So I understand people can't afford it, and so you got to do what you can. I don't want you to overextend yourself. We don't want that. We want to. I think we try to get like 5% of your income in some respects of it. But if you can't get that, you just got to get the bare minimum. You got to get a renter's policy, or you got to get a home policy, because if you lose something, that's harder, right?
Right.
We're trying to protect you from that. We don't want you to lose anything. We don't want you to file a claim, but we don't want you to lose anything either. We want to get you. Indemnity is a great word in insurance. We want to get you back to where you were. Right. That's the whole game, right? So renter's insurance, you rent a place and you don't have renter's insurance, that's ludicrous. Yeah. It's like $95 a year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But then what we're gonna do if something happens to your place, we're gonna put you up at another place while they fix your place. And we're gonna replenish all your stuff in your unit, your personal property, because you got $30,000 or $40,000. We're gonna get you all your clothes back. We're gonna put you up, and then when they get you some meals, we're gonna help you with all the things that you need. So renter's policy is a no-brainer. If you don't have that, that's the bare minimum. And then you got to do what you got to do to get your car insurance, right? Everybody got to have it. Can't get tags without it. So, like I always say, the price is not, we're not going to beat everybody in price. We do service, we do some other things, So it ain't us. You got to find what's best for you. I don't think I can serve everybody.
Right. And there's a difference between cost and value.
100%.
Right. Yes.
Right.
There's a difference between cost and value, and you need to understand that.
Because we're going to answer the phone everywhere. We don't have no push to. We don't have no talk to this person. You're going to get people that know what's going on, know your family, your situation. So we've been working on service here, State Farm, for over 100 years. That's all we got. So once we lose that, we in trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
100%. When you talk about the renter's insurance as a landlord, I've always encouraged people to get, in the lease, to get renter's insurance, because a lot of people, if you're a renter and you haven't gotten to the point in your life where you're buying a home, people don't understand that you're not really covered. I'm not covering your stuff, your belongings, right? So, and like you said, $95 a year. I mean, you'll blow that at the Starbucks in a month, maybe a month and a half, So, yeah, man, I guess a lot of it, man, is just for most people, and I know it was for me back in the day. Once the insurance game was demystified, and I realized it wasn't as complicated as I thought it was, because it's like we don't know old man insurance. You won't even talk about it. But I've had some good agents along the way who kind of like educated me along the way, which is pretty cool. And that's what I see in you, man. So hey, man, congratulations on that. That's a great thing.
Okay. And the only thing I can say about life insurance, we got a $15,000 policy. We got a $10,000 policy. You just need to make sure everything's taken care of. And that's minimum. I got a whole life policy for kids, $25 a month. I mean, $25,000 that we have you can add on to it as they grow up. So we got so many programs out here. We can start you where you want to start.
Right.
And then, as you get yourself together and get your family or kids get out of college, we can even go from here to downsize that too, right? Because when you don't have a lot of things that you need to worry about, kids taken care of, home payments getting a little better, mortgage paid for, then we can downsize those policies. So when you get to retirement age, you're not spending this kind of money. We got so much stuff around here that, this world changed around in this whole life insurance game that we can pretty much fit everybody's needs and where you are.
Without a doubt. I mean, listening to you talk now, and as an agent, as a person. And I know you. I mean, like I said, we've been on the golf course together. We talk and all of that. So, but you know, because you're just real and because you're talking real, you know, it'd be easy to come to you and say, hey, you know, help me, tell me what I need or whatever. Because that you didn't in no time in this whole show, and I appreciate that you didn't come across as a salesman. No. You didn't come across selling, you know, you sold us you. You told us the stories, you told us the locker room, how the threat of being on the field, and you sold yourself. Now the rest of it is like you say, I need that. I can't drive around without car insurance. I can't have my mortgage without home insurance, you know. So all of these things is I need, and you just providing that. So like, who can I go to? So, you know, so I definitely thank you, Big, for being on the show today and helping us out and walking us through the steps. I mean, I had a list of questions that I was going to come, and you know I sent them to you, but we're still in the locker room. We didn't get to the first one.
Did we cover one of them?
I think we got one. I think we got
one of
them. Maybe two. And I'm
maybe two.
It's all good. So in the chat is Keith Adams. Keith Adams came up. So the name Keith Adams.
Keith Adams, yeah.
You remember that? Okay.
Yeah.
So I believe that's Yoli Motivates. I want to say that's her husband. I want to say if I'm not mistaken, I think she shared that with me before. So I think they used the name Bullet was his name. I think with the Cowboys. I want to say the Cowboys.
Bullet.
So yeah. So that was good. So in the chat we had people, and we're gonna again share a lot because you put out a lot of knowledge. So when I cut this up and repost it and send it out, and you know we're gonna definitely. But I thank you 100% for taking your time and coming on the Iron Sharpening Iron Show as a guest and dropping the knowledge that you did for us. I appreciate that. I really do.
Man, you know, I love supporting y'all fellas, man. This so, I mean, and I enjoy it, man. I mean, you know, my world, I don't get to talk about a lot of this stuff half the time, man. Because my family know the stories already. Hey, Dad, you gonna tell me another story, Lord Jesus. You know, but I appreciate you, man.
I know mine feel the same way. Like we go again.
Yeah, I heard that story 9 times already, Daddy. Good Lord.
But it never changes, so you know I ain't lying. It's just
mine changed a little bit, I think.
make sure you tell them about the what's that, the Ed Block Courage Award. I'm sure they haven't heard that story before, right?
Oh yeah. I think they have. I think I have told about the Ed Block Courage Award. That's a big deal, man. That's a big deal for me.
Yeah. So what we'll do, we're gonna end the show. Hey Vic, if you can hang on and hang over as I close the show out. I appreciate you again coming in and hanging out with us. Walt, as usual, thank you.
Hey man.
Thank you for being you. And everyone that was there in the chat and the comments and all, we thank you for hanging out with us today. I'm here in Baton Rouge, so wish me luck for tomorrow and the next day as I roll the ball down the lane. B behind the scenes. We definitely thank you, B, for being you. We're gonna close this one out because this is still a birthday week. So I had a Pharaoh Keys' birthday was on the 6th. My wife's birthday was on the 8th. My anniversary was on the 7th. So we like boom, 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 and we're gonna roll this out. So I want to drop the heavy hitters as we close out this show. We'll drop their video, and that'll be more of a shout out to Pharaoh Keys because you'll see that one part where he's playing the keyboard in this song that they got. But he's with a band called the Heavy Hitters, and then we'll close the show with that. So it's a small part of it. But thank you everyone who tuned in today for the Iron Sharpening Iron Show, and we'll catch you on Sunday as we continue to move forward and keep it moving on. So let me drop this one video, and we'll talk to y'all later. Thank you.
Nah.
I'm a little drunk right now, but you would never do it. I'm a little drunk right now, but you would never know it. I'm a little messed up or whatever you call it. I had your number saved and I thought, well, shoot, I might as well call it. You probably still with what you name, yeah, sure, of course you are. I don't care. I'm in a fine girl at the bar. top motives. Let me tell you something that not many people have ever noticed. But I'm scared of being vulnerable. And I'm scared of commitment, but obviously, yeah, whatever. Who is it? I better not call you. You'll be right at my spot in about 5 minutes. And you're going to delete this word, well, God forbid your man think I'm in it. I'll say the truth, you might get offended, but I'm a little drunk right now. You will never know it. I'm a little drunk right now. But you would never know it. I'm a little drunk right now. I know you're doing your best to, but I won't let you forget me. I know you're doing your best to, but I won't let you forget me. I want you to know I can love myself on my own, but I'm a little drunk right now. I'm a little drunk right now.
Anyone, so you're kind of running like blind because you don't know until the stagger's breaking on you like how fast everyone's going. So there's kind of like a different mindset depending on like which lane you are, kind of like how hard you have to push out and like really push yourself in the race.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, wow. I mean, it is. I'm telling you, it's a break that. See, that's why I was more when I was talking earlier. Sanaya, we were talking about the strategy. So it's like, okay, I need to be in lane 5. I need to be in lane 6. You want to get in those spots because it's a strategy. You just broke it down to us because it is a stagger start. We can see that, but then the first set of hurdles, they're even. So you have to. So is there any advantage in that if you was in, like, say, in 7 or 8? It's less running before you get to the hurdles, or it's still 400, but it just seems like it's not right. It's like whoever's in 7 and 8 is not running as much as 1 and 2, or maybe I'm missing something.
I would say, I mean, the hurdles are set up like everyone has the same distance away, but from the stagger, like if you're on lane 9, you're hitting your first hurdle like much farther into the track than I am. So, I mean, it's kind of like you kind of have to not pay attention to that too much because that can like mess up your own race. I would say hurdles kind of keep you like focused on yourself. But definitely like it's a different race depending on where you are. I know some people don't like being in like lane 2 because how tight the curve feels and trying to stay like inside the lane. But I would say it definitely like varies from like person to person. And sometimes like on different tracks, it just seems like the hurdles are farther out, to be honest.
So I don't want you to give away your secrets on this worldwide podcast. So don't give away your secrets. But I know you have a favorite lane. We don't need to know what it is because we don't want anybody using that against you. But you're running one race a day or 2. How does that work? And my question is, if you're in different lanes, how much focus does that require? How much does it require you to refocus on what you're doing? Because like you said, if you go from 2 to 9, well, in your case, 5 to 9, let's say, that's a big difference in how you're approaching these hurdles, how you're attacking these hurdles. So explain that too.
I would say it varies. Like at ACCs, in the final day, I had to do the 4x1, the 400 hurdles, and the 4x4. So that day I was in 3 races. But usually I would be in like depending on if it's not like a conference meet or trying to make the nationals, I'll usually have like 1 to 2 races a day. But lane wise, I would say our coach kind of like prepares us to be able to run in any lane. I practice in a bunch of different lanes throughout practice. So it's not like if I'm put in lane 2, because the faster you get, you might not be number 1 in your heat. And so you have to be able to run out of every single lane. So our coach kind of like makes us be able to do that. So you're not like shocked at any point, like depending on the meet. Because also sometimes like at ACCs, the lanes are randomized. So you could be number 1. My freshman year, I was the number 1 seed, and they put me in lane 2 for the prelims. I PR'd, so it's like lanes
It is.
Sometimes it's only like in the mind that the lane is really messing you up. So I would say like just being able to attack it and like know that either way you're going around.
So
PR.
did you
Give me the term. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second, Jack. PR. Explain that term, please.
Oh, PR is like personal record. So it's like your personal best.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah. From lifting weights, you PR'd in the bench or you PR'd in your squats or whatever. Yeah.
That's for the jack. That's for the jack leg section of the
you,
spectators. You know, just guys, just the jack legs spectator section. Thank you very much.
So for us that don't know, how high are the hurdles? And do you have to be a tall person, or is that an advantage of being a taller athlete?
The hurdles for the 400 hurdles is 30 inches. So it's not too tall for like majority of women. I think it's like near your hip or maybe like a little below. So it's not too tall, but I would say like when you get lactic acid and it's like towards the end of the race, it feels a lot taller than what they are, to be honest.
Oh yeah. And I've seen, as a matter of fact, we're gonna have to show one. So I'll show one. I know from your freshman year to your sophomore year, and I'm only going by videos and pictures that I've seen. And if you don't want to share, it's okay. But it looked like you had an injury. Did you have an injury? So
yes. Yeah. Last year I broke my foot. I was supposed to be out for like 3 months, but it turned into being a whole year thing because like getting back with rehab, and I didn't get cleared when I was supposed to. So I did have to redshirt my original sophomore year. And then this year I finally got cleared to play and I was back to running track.
Okay. All right. That's cool. I'm glad that you're back out there running. And I guess the injury was taken care of because you're running just as fast or faster than you were before. So that's pretty cool. So glad for you on that. Go ahead, Walt.
So I know you're a superstar in track, but what are your sports that you like to enjoy, that you enjoy for recreation? Basketball, volleyball, bowling, golf, any other sports you like?
Like playing or like watching?
No, playing. I mean, like to play, like, and you're good at it. You're just not, that's not what you're doing in college. But you can say, you know, you're an athlete. I'm sure you're an athlete and you come from an athletic family. So what other sports do you play?
Field hockey in high school, and I was pretty good at field hockey. I would say that was something I did to kind of get like a break from doing track like all year round. So that one. I do like doing top golf. Other than that, I don't really do like other sports just because, you know, I don't want to get hurt doing something I'm not supposed to do, or like something that is not my level and it's not what I'm here to do. But I definitely enjoy like watching football, watching basketball. Soccer is really cool to watch too. I used to play that. I played it for about like 12 years, but I just don't have love for it, so I don't really do it as much.
Okay. Okay. Oh, no, that's good. So we're going to take another quick break. It's going to be a short one because I got another video because we're going to pump up. We're going to pump up. So for everyone that's out there in the chat right now, before we take this break, we're going to ask you to, if you haven't hit the like button, go ahead and hit the like button. B is out there. B is out there hitting the dropping the links and all of that. So, and she's also dropping her link. I think she's 3 away from 5,000 subscribers.
Yes.
So if you have not subscribed to B, go ahead and hit that subscribe button and pick up B for her 5,000. Let's make sure she get that before this show is over. And I know Sanaya's link is out there. And if you haven't subscribed there, because you want to watch and follow, because she's doing great things. And I do see Von Hebron's out there. He said, what does and we got you. We'll get that. We'll get some of these questions when we come back. So let's drop the We Be Jamming commercial, and then we'll hit one more race from so give me 1 second, and we got it.
Get ready for the ultimate live experience. Join us on stage where music, poetry, and comedy collide in a night to remember. Top musicians, spoken word artists, and comedians come together for a unique and unforgettable show. From soulful melodies to side-splitting jokes, this jam-packed event has it all. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride as we bring you the best of the best in this one-of-a-kind performance. Are you ready for the next We Be Jammin' Live?
All right, all right. Welcome back to the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. Got my guest tonight, Hebron, on. And what race was that? And where were you at? Do you remember that?
That was regionals. I believe it was the final round of it. So that was like me punching my ticket to nationals.
Oh wow. Okay. All right. So that's it seems like maybe I'm wrong, and you can explain it to me. Is that like the last 40 meters of the race, so that straightaway, is that when you kick it into a different gear? Because to me it seems like that's when you just like, the rest of y'all is out of here. I'm out. I'm done.
I would say that's one of my specialties is like the last 3 hurdles. We definitely practice that a lot. So I would say like that's one of my big focus points is like really sealing the deal at the end.
Okay, sealing the deal at the end. I like that. I like that. I like that. So one of the questions that came up in the chat, and it was, what does the rest of the season look like for you? So what does the rest of the season look like?
So I have a meet next week. It's a pro meet that I'll be competing at, kind of to like break up my training cycle for USATF trials, which is like trying out for the USA team at the end of July, like beginning of August.
Okay, all right. Excuse me. And so that you said that's a pro trial. So there's a professional level of track and field?
Yes, there are professionals for track and field. It's basically like a meet because pros, they can't, like college, we run like year round because obviously like we're competing for our college. So pros, like they have pro meets where they're running to like be prepared for like a bunch of different meets and like to make teams. So I'll be competing in like one of the pro sections for the 400 hurdles next week.
Okay. And what are your goals? What's the end goals that you're trying to accomplish with track?
I would love to go pro in track and field, and honestly, like keep making USA teams and keep pushing myself would be one of my end goals for sure.
Okay, all right, that's pretty cool. So now you're a student, and we know that you're studying. So are you a good student, or is that one of those things that you're a scholar athlete where you're making really good grades and you're really good on the field, on the track? How's that going for you?
I would say I'm doing pretty well. Obviously, like with age and being deeper into school, like really understanding the importance of time management and staying on top of things, the importance of office hours. I would say I'm a good student. I definitely try to stay ahead and to plan my schedule like smart, depending on like if I'm in season and I'm out of season, like really pushing myself out of season rather than like not stressing myself out when I'm in season.
And running is the only thing, you don't do any other field events?
No, I don't do any field events. I just run.
Okay, all right. Have you ever thought about it? Ever wanted to do anything?
No. Field, honestly, it does seem very interesting. I see like a lot of my teammates when they do like long jump and triple jump. It definitely looks really cool, but I just wouldn't want to do it.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes excuse me, I'm sorry. That makes sense. So I got one for you. So if I was inspiring to be a track star, so I'm in high school or maybe AAU, and I want to go to the college level, what advice would you give me?
Okay, I have a few little things I would say. One, I would say not to compare like your progress to anyone else's because everyone has different journeys and like what someone is doing at a certain time might not be like what you're able to do at that time, but that doesn't make what you're doing like any less than. Two, I would say to bet on yourself, especially when you start like looking at colleges and talking to college coaches. Some of them won't see your potential and no one knows like your potential more than yourself. So definitely like to bet on yourself and push yourself. And then also just working hard. A lot of times, especially when you get to this level, everyone's talented. So what really sets you apart is like your work ethic and like how much you're willing to put into the sport.
Okay. And what's too early to get started in your opinion?
Too early to get started. Honestly, I feel like with track and field, a lot of people do experience like burnout. And I think that depends on like how deep your coaches or like your parents are like pushing you in the sport, like maybe a little too early. I would say probably around like a lot of time when I talk to people that did it like 7 and like 6 and 7, they kind of fell out of love for it when they got to like high school. So I would say kind of around then, if you are doing like maybe keeping it like fun and lighthearted. Because when you get to this level, like it's obviously serious. Like people do this for a career. So I would say like around 6 to 7.
Okay. Now I seen a video not that long ago. Young lady won a track meet, and after she won, she was celebrating, and they pulled the fire extinguishers out and sprayed her shoes off and all that, and she ended up getting disqualified. So
Wow.
what do you think about or does that happen? Is there any I guess celebration that happens after you win a race, or do you just go back to your seat and say, hey, oh well?
Me personally, I'm not like a big celebrator after I win a race. I did hear about that, and it's really sad that she did get like DQ'd after winning a state title. But I would say it really depends. Like I know in my conference, like the ACC, they don't play about like sportsmanship, so they're really big on like not showboating or doing like any extravagant like celebrations. So I think, I mean, at the end of the day, like you work hard. If you want to celebrate, you want to celebrate. But at a certain point, like some officials and like meets are just really strict with that.
Okay. And they was with this one because she ended up. So I remember this is, decades ago. I'm in an indoor track meet running a 4x4 relay. So that's for those who don't know, if I'm not at 4x4, so there's 4 people on the team. That's the relay team, and they're all running a 400, 4x4. So everybody got to run the 400. But an indoor track, the 400 is like probably 10 laps or 11 or 12 laps around this indoor track. So you're running a lot. So even though you're only running 400 meters, it's like, anyway, I wasn't the fastest, but the fastest, we was in the heat that had the fastest guy. And I'm running the anchor leg. So why they put me at the anchor? I was in a bad school anyway. Don't worry about it. It's high school. But anyway, but my goal was I'm not gonna let this guy beat me, even though he was way faster than me and he was gonna dust me anyway. Almost like how you be beating these people we saw so far. But indoor, it was a lot of bumping. So every time we kind of get in that curve, we locking elbows. And I'm big Jack. I'm a big guy. So I'm keeping my elbow on this guy and wouldn't let him pass me. But he finally passed me. We come in probably like 4th. And I get upset. So I got the baton in my hand and I spiked the baton like a football. Because I'm more upset because not so much upset, it was just like it was a tight race and, bam, disqualified. So it's like, you can't do that kind of stuff. So have you ever been in a situation, Asanaya, that you had that person that pushed you to the point of, I don't say frustration, or how did you handle that if you was ever in that situation?
I've never been in a point like that, but I will say, my freshman year at ACCs, a girl that I was racing in the final cut into my lane. And so we were in the same lane the whole last 100 meters and we were hurdling the same exact hurdles. And like, she got in front of me and she ended up winning. But since she obviously she got DQ'd because she wasn't in her lane at the end of it. I had to go through a whole process of my coach had a protest and then their team protest and whatever. So I would say that I was definitely really upset and confused about what happened in my race. But yeah, I would say that would be my experience with it.
Yeah.
Are you so locked in, or was she so locked in that she just didn't realize she was in the wrong lane, or how does that look?
I don't even know. It was one of those things where everyone was just so confused because we were neck and neck, and then all of a sudden she was beating me by a big margin. I was so confused. Even her teammate was confused, and she yelled at her mid race. But the girl didn't know that she was in my lane. I guess she got confused, and she just ran in my lane. It was crazy.
And at that point, you weren't close enough for her to for you guys to be colliding or anything. So
she got in front of me, went in front of my hurdle before me, and then it was crazy.
And you're like, what in the world is going on?
I guess in the staggered race, that's a good way to take the advantage. Let me start at 9 and jump over there to 7 or 6.
Yeah, he beat by a crazy amount, and I remember I was like, what? And then it's because she cut off a lot of meters.
Gotcha. Yeah, she just took half the lane out.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So what's the most memorable moment or achievement you had in your track career?
Most memorable moment. That's a good question. I would say one of my favorites was winning ACCs this year, just because coming back from an injury, it can like do a lot mentally and physically. So kind of just like proving to myself that not only like am I back, but like I'm better than what I was as a freshman. That's definitely something that was like weighing a lot on my mind, like coming back from injury. So just being able to like really like take my title back and kind of like show that like just because you have an injury, that doesn't mean you can't come back and be better.
Wow, that's really good. It's a mindset thing too, because you're wondering, did everything set? Did everything take? I being in high school, I broke 2 vertebrae, so I'm a football player with a broken back, and they had to do a lot of surgery for me to go and play college, and to be able to even say I went to college and had a scholarship in college, knowing I had a broken back. But it was in my mind, as you just said, is it going to work? Is it going to take? You know, and that's something that. Unfortunately for me, that was one of my disadvantages, because then I always thought about the injury, I always thought about the pain I was in, and I never wanted to go back through that. And it took away for me, I was a football player, but it took away my heart. I didn't feel that before I would run through a wall. Like you said, run through a hurdle, I would have ran through the hurdle. It'd be a whole bunch of broken hurdles out there. But at the same time, after I got injured, it wasn't the same. And so for you to bounce back off of an injury and put yourself back into the championship circle and back on the top of the podium is definitely hats off to you, because that's just amazing in itself. That's truly amazing in itself. I got one more race I want to show. You. And I want you to talk to us about it, because this is really cool. So let's take a quick break, watch this race, and then we'll be back on the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. So let me see if I can get this one. This one I like. I like them all, but I really like this race.
Set. And they're off. Women's 400 hurdle finals. Wilson, Canty, Catshot, Dixon, Wilson, Hebron, Garazo, and Alexandru as they come around. That as advertised, Tyra Wilson for the Seminoles, the senior, runner-up in these outdoor championships last year. Now has the lead. Garazo trying to come up from Duke as well. So it is Wilson. Actually, that's Dixon from Clemson also in the mix too. But that is Wilson. Wilson come off the turn, now down the home straightaway. Wilson. Hebron trying to close that gap from Miami. Wilson. Hebron. Hebron making a late surge. Look on the line. Hebron right there. It's going to be
Oh wow!
Hey man, like wow! Man. And the young lady fell, and oh man, everything in that race. Son, that was yeah.
So wow. what race was that, and what was going through your mind, and all of that? Yeah.
That was the ACC finals for the title. I would say that race was like it was really fun to run, and honestly, like I was gonna do whatever I needed to do to win the title. I wanted it really bad, so that was like a huge PB for me too. So all in all, it was just a great race. My whole family came out to watch. My grandma saw me run, and she saw me run the 400 hurdles for the first time in person. So it just meant a lot.
Wow. Well, go ahead, Walt. Go ahead.
So when you aren't training, when you aren't in school, is it I'm in the house, Netflix or book, or is it like I like to go long walks in the park? What do you like to do? What relaxes you? What do you do to just have a day off? You know, how do you have give me your day off? What does your day off look like?
I would say my day off varies. I love being inside. I really do like watching shows. So either watching shows or watching some movies. And I like food. So it's either going to stay inside or I'm finding like a really nice like food spot in Miami because there's a lot of different food here. So that would be like two of my go-tos.
So what's your favorite food? I guess it's something that you can't eat when you're training. So what is it? Your guilty pleasure when it comes to food?
It depends. It really does depend. I love sushi. I would say I do like a good milkshake from time to time. So I would say that would be like my guilty pleasure for sure.
Okay.
So with your skill set now, when I look back when we came up, it was Flo Jo and Jackie Joyner Kersey and all the other ladies in track and field. I mean, I know the technology has improved as far as the running shoe and training and everything, but the times, what kind of times were they posting compared to the times that you ladies are posting now?
I would say in college it was probably like pretty easy, like 56. Like you might have won like 55. You could have won the whole like national meet. So it's definitely gotten a lot faster. I would say now like 54s, 53s, 52s, like 400 hurdles has gotten a lot faster for sure, especially at the pro level. I feel like every year, every event is getting faster and faster.
Okay.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Now, what's your what they say, your signature on the meet? So everyone comes out with something different. People wear leggings, one leg, no leg, sleeves on their arm. So what is your signature? When I know you from everyone on the track because you do what? What's your signature that you do?
I would say clothing wise, I don't really have one. I used to wear like shin sleeves in high school, but I kind of went away with that when I got into college. I would say for me, it's my hairstyles. I do like 2 buns, especially like when it's the final day. So I would say that like for me, that's kind of like my trademark for sure.
I got you. So if I know it's final days and you in it because you got the 2 buns going up, and all right. So if I didn't see anybody else out there, I know that you're out there because the 2 buns. That's what's up. So you like Tiger Woods to put on red and it on Sunday. So yours 2 buns. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So I'm super excited for all that you're doing and all that you're going to do. We're wishing you a lot of success in track and field and going to the pro trials and something. So we got Olympics coming up. Got some time to get there. Is that something that you desire to have a chance at making a team?
Yes, for sure. That is something that I'm really looking forward to work towards and pushing myself to get to that point.
Okay, all right. Now, how does it work for college? And as far as with like football, I know they have NIL. Basketball has NIL. So, is that something that's in the track and field world, or?
Track definitely has NIL. I have an NIL partnership with Adidas. So I'm partnered with them for NIL. I know you can have different brand deals. Like it's definitely less than football and like basketball, but a lot of people do like different things for NIL throughout track and field.
Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna throw this out there because I know your dad. I know your dad, I know your mom, I know both. Do you think that you had any form of advantage because of who your dad was and opened up any doors being at that professional level, or you think that was a disadvantage?
I would say it was definitely an advantage. My dad knows like a lot, obviously like what it takes to be a professional athlete because he was there. But then also too, like just with like recruiting and stuff like that, since my dad's like been through the process, I would say like getting insight about like what it's like before actually going through it. I would say it's an advantage to have like a dad that was at that level of, obviously it's not track and field, but football, like just as hard, argue harder. So being able to have someone that's like been in that position much earlier than me and like can offer like insight and honestly like give me advice about just sports in general and like what it takes to be great.
No, that's cool. It's good to know. A lot of times, a lot of people don't have anyone to turn to, and they just don't know the ins and outs about that. And I know you said you have other siblings, and you were not the first one to go to school for track. So even with that, this is having that your siblings that's out there performing, and then you're performing. That's pretty cool. And I hear, I'm watching the videos and I'm listening to the shouting in the stands, and it's like you have a lot of support while you're there. So do your family travel well with you, or do you look up in the stands to see where they are, or how does that work for you?
My dad comes to like almost every single meet. He records, edits videos, has little outfits with my face on it. My mom comes when she can do like work. At the track meet at ACC, she had a cute little shirt with me on it. So honestly, like just having my parents there, they're like my two biggest fans. So it's just really nice to have like that big of a support system that I know is like really there for me. So.
Oh, that's cool. No, that really is cool. It's just you always want that support. And I know when you're running and you got the last 30 meters to go, like we just watched the race and hearing them shouting and saying move and move, and I mean, it's just amazing how you finished that last race. I'm just like, that was crazy, because I know you mentioned earlier how the muscles be tightening up on you, but I was more, did you notice the person that fell when you was in that last turn? Did you notice that, or?
It's kind of like, especially with hurdles, like it happens. I would say it's kind of like in your peripheral, but you're not like really focused because there's nothing you can do. So it's kind of in like your peripheral, like dang, and then you kind of just lock back in. I would say it's more like what it is.
Yeah, because it was a pretty bad looking fall when we look at it on video. I was more impressed by the announcer, because I'd have been like, ooh, but he just kept going with the race, and
he called it. He kept going.
Yeah, he kept going. Have you ever had a time like that where you just didn't clear the hurdle, or?
I have in college, no, but when I did in high school, I tried short hurdles my senior year, and I ended up not making states because I fell at like not in the long hurdles, but it was in the short hurdles. I fell at like hurdle 8, and then I was like in the top 2, and I fell at hurdle 8, and then I tried getting back up real quick, and I fell again, and that was just like, dang, it was very unfortunate. My bib was on the ground. I was crying. I would say like when I fell, all the hurdlers on like social media, like all my friends were like, now you're officially a true hurdler. So I would say like every hurdler, you got to fall at least once. And it kind of like just teaches you like it happens.
That right there is what separates a hurdler from everybody else out on the track, because a lot of people don't want that. They don't want nothing to do with it. I don't think there's another, except for like the steeplechase or whatever, the decathlons and all, that you have an obstacle that you have to get over, and it could wipe you out if you don't. So that's crazy. And it was funny because I didn't realize. I mean, I knew you was coming out the blocks, but just you got to worry about the blocks, then you got to worry about the hurdle, then you got to, so it's a lot that you got in your mind. So that's good. So hats off to you, and definitely. So you're in your junior season. Is this your junior year?
I'll be starting my junior season because I redshirted. So I'm a senior in the books, but a junior on the track.
Got you. Okay, so go ahead, Walt.
When you back to the hurdle with the young lady that fell. So actually when you fell, what's the penalty for knocking over a hurdle? Is it a DQ? If you still win the race, like do they take time off of your race? How does that work?
It depends. So it depends. For that girl, I believe she still got up and finished, so she didn't get DQ'd or anything. Only time you get DQ'd in 400 hurdles is if like you fell in someone's lane and it like impeded the person next to you and like maybe messed them up. You can get DQ'd. In short hurdles, a lot of times like if a girl like trips and get backs up, they'll like push the hurdle down and you can get DQ'd because like now you touched the hurdle. So it really just depends. Like if you ruin someone else's race because you fell, or like if you push the hurdle, that's going to be a DQ because now you used your hands.
So if you win the race, if you knocked over a hurdle, did not clear a hurdle, and actually won the race, you can still be the winner even though you knocked down a hurdle. That's fair game. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as you jumped it, you tried to jump it, you just hit
got over it. Like there's couple rules with 400 hurdles, like hooking. If you don't like go around, like if you go around the hurdle instead of over the hurdle, you can get DQ'd for that. But as long as you like went over but you hit it, like, and you got back there, like, stay in your lane, you can still win. Yeah,
you can still win. Okay, cool.
No, that's now is all of Miami under Adidas, or is it just you?
So our school is sponsored by Adidas. Like that's like who's our our sponsor. Like we all have like Adidas like merchandise, and that's what our uniforms are. But at my school, I think I'm the only athlete that I know of that is partnered with Adidas. I signed like about a year and some change ago. So
okay.
No,
I know.
Best life.
Three-stripe life. Yes, that three-stripe life. Yes.
That's good. Man, that's good. That's good. So what we're coming to the end of the show, and we definitely thank you for being on here. And I want to give you the stage as you've done. If there's anything that you want to share and want to put out, that this is your turn to whatever it is that's on your mind to share with us. Is there anything that you would like to share before we close out the show?
I just wanted to say thank you for having me, and thank you for anybody that tuned in to watch and just like listen to what we had to say. I really appreciate it, and I really enjoyed being able to converse with y'all.
Oh, well, we appreciate it. It's a pleasure. I mean, sometimes we have so many different guests on the show from all different angles, but we always trying to learn something, and we're trying to learn something new, something different. And your experiences on the track and off the track, and I know it's a lot more that we didn't even get into, because you've been able to travel not just around the country, but you've been able to travel out the country to run and at the world stage and actually win at the world stage. So that's just amazing in itself. I don't know if where all your medals and trophies are, maybe at your parents' home, or do you have your own trophy case in your apartment or whatever. But it's cool to be able to look back and say, hey, I'm pretty good at this, without tooting my own horn. I'm pretty good at this. But you put in a lot of work and a lot of effort. So super excited for you. But with that being said, we're going to, Walt, you got anything before we close out the show?
I'd just like to say congratulations, and I hope you achieve your immediate goals, especially with school and the Olympics. And I know, track and field is not, it has a shelf life, so to speak. So whatever you decide to do with your education, because I know you're a student athlete, say 10, 15 years from now, much success to you. The mindset that you have is going to take you a long way. You have a great support system, and I'm sure you will pay it forward for some young ladies coming up behind you. So I'm sure that's the way it goes. So congratulations, and keep up the good work. We'll be following your career, and I'm pulling for you. And I get to say I had the pleasure of having a conversation with you. We knew you win.
So one thing that happens for anyone that's on the Iron Sharpening Iron Show, the moment that you have completed the show, you become a Hall of Famer. So we don't have to send you any. So if you have anything that you need to share with us, because we're invested in you now. So if you're like, hey, I want to share that I just won all world or whatever, I made the Olympic team, we want you to come back and share that so we can put it out to all those who watch this and those who are going to watch after this, so that we can continue to follow you and see how things are going. So, and I'm gonna ask you just to hang on once we close out the show, and we'll be chatting just a little bit. So just hang on, don't go anywhere. So thank you everyone who tuned in to the Iron Sharpening Iron Show today. With my man Big Walt, we had Sanaya Hebron with us. We thank you all for being with us and hanging with us. And until next time, we ask you all to stay blessed and peace, and we'll talk to you later. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Be safe, everybody. Room and tell you what they would have done or how they feel, and like, why didn't you say anything then? So yeah, I always admire people who do that, because it seems like I've been the crazy guy in the room a lot, and then you get outside, yeah, man, man, I'm right with you, man, I agree, but you didn't say anything.
Right, the whole time you just sitting there quiet. No.
Sit there quiet, scared to death. So yeah, I got no respect for people like that.
Yeah, exactly.
My professional pet peeve is the meeting after the meeting.
Oh man, yeah.
So
you come back 2 weeks later, have the same daggone discussion because you didn't solve anything.
Yeah, no, nobody got time for that.
Yeah. So I want to pop up one of your skits, and for those who've never seen you, so I don't know where they was at, but we're gonna pop one of your skits up, and maybe you can help us break it down or tell us the inspiration that came from it. So let me set the stage real quick.
Let's do it.
And that's not what I want. So let's see. Yeah, there we go. And let's pop it in. Let's go.
Hi, how can I help you?
Hi, yes. So I went and got my degree, and then you told me I had to get my license. So I went and got that, and now I'm here to apply for a job.
Okay, I'm assuming you have experience. What kind of experience do you have?
No, I don't have any experience because I got the degree and then you said I couldn't get a job because I didn't have the license. So I went and got the license. And so I'm here to apply for the job so I can get experience.
Oh, well, I can't hire you without experience. We require a minimum of 3 years experience.
I'm sorry, what?
You're a recent graduate, and I can't hire you if you have no experience in the field.
Okay, but when I came to apply for the job, you said I couldn't because I didn't have a license. So if I can't work in this field without the license, how would I have experience?
You'd have to find a job in this field so that you can obtain the experience necessary.
Okay, so again, the 6 years of schooling, all the tests, and then the test for the licensing, none of that qualifies.
Exactly. I just can't help you. You have no experience.
Okay, so just out of curiosity, if I can't work without experience, but I can't get experience without the licensing, but I can't get the licensing until I finish the school, how do I get the experience to apply for the job without the licensing? And then now that I have the licensing, I can't get a job because of the experience. I feel like I'm talking in a big old circle, but what can I do?
Well, you'd need to go get experience.
Mm-hmm. I have to go get experience. In order to go get experience, someone has to give me a job.
Well, you could always look outside of this field if you can't find a job in this field.
Okay, thank you.
Oh boy.
That is so true.
That was a good one, 100%. So how real was that skit that you did there?
So not for me, because I have been blessed throughout my life to get jobs. Like I was in banking, I was a assistant community manager in a leasing office. I've worked in the airline and all that. So it has not necessarily happened to me because a lot of my skits are other people like, oh my God, I'm so frustrated. So I've heard this a lot where it's like, oh, you need experience in order for us to hire you. But it's like, okay, but if I just got the degree, how do I get the experience if nobody's hiring me without it? Like, how do you pay entry level when you require 6 years of experience? Like, it's a mess. That's what it is. I'm speechless at it because it's a mess. I don't know how it's supposed to make sense.
I'm waiting for the video of you going to get to replace your ID with DMV and them telling you need ID. It's the same thing. I mean, like if I had an ID, I wouldn't be here right now. So how do you fix that? And to have that conversation, what I love about your videos is you break it down. You make people think about how ridiculous they sound. You know,
exactly.
I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, I know this is what the book says, and maybe you can't make this decision. Maybe this is not your call. But does that make sense to you? And it's like, well, the book says, the policy is, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense.
The most frustrating thing for me is the whole, oh, this is just the way it's always been done. It doesn't mean it makes sense. And maybe someday it made sense. But today, in this moment where I'm speaking with you, it doesn't make sense. Like, and you have to sit there and be like, you know what? You're absolutely right. How do you expect someone to have experience if nobody will hire them without experience? But that's why, you sometimes find that one person that is willing to take a chance on somebody, give them the experience, but you got 50,000 people looking for the same job and you got 2 people giving those chances. So it's just, I don't know. It's so unfair. You got to train me in your system anyway. You got to train me how you want me to do the stuff in your business anyway. So you're going to have to train me regardless. So just hire me and we'll
figure it out.
Work it out. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. It did a pause on it.
Yeah.
But yeah. And I think it froze.
Like, the common sense piece is missing a lot, so I love your videos because that common sense piece is just right there. It's like, okay, she makes it make sense.
So I know right now it looks, and she took it's paused on her end. So once the real Veronica get her thing. So while she's doing that, we're gonna stop and take a quick commercial break, and we'll get her back on. So let me. I
think we're good.
Yeah, you good? We're gonna take a quick commercial.
Okay.
Commercial break. It's only 30 seconds, but we'll be right back. And for the Iron Sharpening Iron Show with the real Veronica. Thank you.
Get ready for the ultimate live experience. Join us on stage where music, poetry, and comedy collide in a night to remember. Top musicians, spoken word artists, and comedians come together for a unique and unforgettable show. From soulful melodies to side-splitting jokes, This jam-packed event has it all. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride as we bring you the best of the best in this one-of-a-kind performance. Are you ready for the next We Be Jammin' Live?
All right, we're back to the Iron Sharpening Iron Show, and we got the guest today, the real Veronica. But for those who just watched that commercial, that is the last Saturday of every month. We do the We Be Jammin' Live show where we put musical artists, comedians, poets on the stage, and we get to share their talents, and we have a really good time. So if you haven't tuned in, definitely tune in. And the way that you can get there is to go over to Big Jack StoryTime's channel and subscribe, hit that notification button, and know when we drop in the next We Be Jammin' Live and even the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. So, but we're back and here with the real Veronica, and she's explaining to us some of her motivation and all of that. Veronica, I know you do some traveling. I guess now with your newfound, is this your full-time job, or do you have a 9-to-5 and you just do this on the side? How does that work?
I will never have a 9-to-5 ever again. I left corporate last year in February, and I can't see myself going back, especially because I think that I've grown more wings since I started this journey. And so if someone comes to me with like the crap that I post about, I'm gonna be like, come on, like, you know better than this. So no, this is my full time. I'm also a coach. I do coaching with my business, which is called the Customer Service Academy, which ironically is a customer service coaching business. So I do have that on the side. And then my ultimate goal is to actually coach call centers, like just the entire call center instead of just one-on-one or small groups. So I do that. And then content creation and influencer, I guess, is a term that I hate, but it is what it is. This is what I do. This is my life.
Wow. Okay. Wow. That's cool. So now, is that something you started, the company with the coaching? That's your company?
It is, yeah, because when I first started posting my customer service videos, people were always, and this again came from the comments, just like my tag, The Real Veronica, people were always like, oh my God, I wish I could sit with you and you could teach me how to, handle these customers. And I'm like, when there's a problem, the best way to start a business is to fix the problem. So I'm like, there's a problem. Let me find a solution. And I said, well, what's stopping me from just coaching people? So I started doing that. I started offering my services, and I have my little website. They can just sign up right on there. And that's it. I just, every so often I do one-on-one coachings or a small group of up to 10 people with my Customer Service Academy. And I'm not teaching people how to be nasty or sassy or rude. I actually go through like an intensive course of Customer Service 101. This is how you handle, a customer who's irate. This is how you de-escalate. You also have to take responsibility, because a lot of customer service reps, they've gotten to the point where they're too comfortable. They don't know their job. They're just guessing and winging it. So I'm all about accountability. So it covers all of it. I love it. It's about an 1.5 to 2 hour training, and it's been very successful so far.
Right. Well, that's good. That's excellent. I'm glad. Oh, I'm not saying glad, but I was imagining when you were saying it about you coaching. I say a whole bunch of little Veronicas running around. Oh man, office is gonna be funny, boy. So. Yeah. So
that's exactly what it is, though.
Yeah. So you coaching them up, right? Yeah, like corporate America changing one company.
It is what it is.
Hey, I think there's a market for coaching customers too.
There is.
Oh yeah.
Because you call these customer service lines, and it's like, I'm just like, sometimes just being respectful, being nice gets me everything I need, because
absolutely.
It's like they just appreciate the fact that you're not calling them out of their name or something. And I can never understand why you would piss off the customer service person or the person that serves you food or drinks anyway, because that just makes no sense to me. But I guess
I've actually gotten comments from like the customer, like, oh my God, I didn't realize this was me. I'm more mindful now when I call customer service to make sure that I'm being more respectful. I'm like, okay, so I'm not just helping this side, I'm helping them too. I don't know if you saw my most recent video. where somebody's like, oh, if you were in front of me, I'd kick your butt. And I like looked up the address and I showed up like, what's up?
I saw that.
And look, and we heard that so many times and so many levels. Like if because especially online, you got those keyboard warriors who talk a lot of stuff when they know that they. But if he was in front of me, like, really? Come on, really?
I could find your address. It's available on truepeoplesearch.com. Don't play with me. I fly for free. I could get to your house.
Oh, man. Wow. Don't call him out. Don't call him out. Look, so that attitude has to be from the north. So you got to be around that New York, New Jersey, Virginia area. Is that where you from?
I'm from the Bronx. I'm from New York.
Hey, that's a New York attitude right there. I'll come to your house. I'll find you. So I got a question, and I'm gonna drop this right here. This is from your chat here, and you can see it come across. And it was Carmen Hollinsted. Okay, said your videos gave me the final push to leave my toxic job this year. So that's good to hear it, and I'm sharing that because my question was, what's the most powerful or emotional reaction you received from someone impacted by your message?
So I will always remember, I did a video where because I'm bilingual. So I did a video where I was speaking English and they asked me, oh, I see on your resume here that you speak Spanish as well. Can we use you every now and then? I'm like, yeah, it's going to cost you. That's like an extra skill. That's something that if I'm not there, you either got to pay a translation, interpreter line, or you're just going to lose that customer. So you're going to have to pay for that. So it's either a salary increase or it's a pay as you go. And I had a man who reached out to me. He sent me an Instagram DM before I was getting thousands. So I was actually able to read and respond to a lot more of them. And he's like, Veronica, you don't understand that I've been translating documents, or I know one is translation if it's written and one is interpreting. I don't even know which is which, but he's like, I've been translating documents for my boss for 5 years because I'm the only one in his office that speaks Spanish. And I never thought to ask for more money. So he's like, after I saw your video, I went and I was, just respectfully like, hey man, I want to bring this up. And he said that his boss was like so apologetic. He was like, bro, I didn't even think about it. He gave him a raise and he gave him retro pay for all the work that he had done for those 5 years. So that to me, I was like, what? Like that. Yeah. I was so happy. Like, I don't have to benefit from your success for me to be happy. I'm happy that you that you spoke up and look at what happened. He got, like he said, he got a couple dollar raise. I think he got like a $2 raise, and then he got a retro pay. So, he got a little fat check for 5 years. So it just, that impacted me so much. Like I was so excited to hear that. I was like, thank you, God, because I know that I've always said it. If I can impact one person with my stuff, I'm happy. I don't need to impact the entire world. So hearing stories like that, it really, really like makes me feel good. See, and it pushes me to keep doing what I'm doing.
That right there is the motto of our show, because we say it all the time. If each one could reach one, we can all grow and glow. And that's the whole purpose of the Iron Sharpening Iron Show.
There you go.
Each one reaching one. We don't have to get everybody. If I can just get one, and we can all grow and glow, and because we're going to pay it forward and things like that. So that's awesome.
Exactly.
So a question came up from go ahead, Walt. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
I said Lisa, it's Lisa Wright. She's in there and she made a comment. Do you have an agency who represents you? So are you represented by an agency or anything like that?
So for collaborations with social media, I'm under Viral Nation. They get me like, the collaborations with like the toothbrushes that I've done and a couple other things. As far as, because I'm also an actress. I did forget to mention that earlier. I don't know why, but I'm in acting right now. Like I've done a couple commercials and stuff like that. So I don't have an acting agent, but I do have like a social media agent.
Okay. All right. That's cool. Now that's pretty cool. So we're going to be looking for you in, I guess, in the commercials and maybe some soap operas or anything like that?
Yeah, ultimate goal is TV and film. My most recent commercial was for Universal, and it actually came out on the Today Show and CNBC. So that was really exciting. I'm like, me on the Today Show? Okay, let's do it. But the ultimate goal is TV and film. Florida's not good for any of that. So I'm going to have to eventually make my way up back to New York or over to LA to try and get in there. But, just with everything going on in my life, I've been kind of laying low for a little bit, but eventually I'm going to make it to one of those two places just to kind of get deeper into it. I can travel back and forth right now, but you really got to be there. If if they call you for an audition tomorrow, you got to be there. You can't be like, oh, I can fly up, but it's going to take a while. So look out. You never know where I'm going to be next. I don't even know where I'm going to be next.
That's cool. That really is cool. So was that a goal and a motivation in the beginning before the real Veronica, or is that because of the real Veronica?
No, so I've actually always wanted to be in acting. When I was younger, in like high school, middle school, I was in acting programs and all that. But then when I turned 18 and my parents split up, it's been like me and my mom living together. My dad moved to Puerto Rico. We were very, very close, but he moved to Puerto Rico. So it was me and my mom, and I always worked 2 jobs, and it was just not financially feasible for me to pursue acting at that moment. I couldn't leave her. I couldn't afford to move somewhere like LA or back to New York. So acting has always been the end goal. I thank God that I'm in a position right now in my life where content creation, and TikTok and Facebook and all those platforms are providing me the life that I can afford to not necessarily work my 9 to 5 and really focus on, growing as an actor. Everything happens when it's supposed to. That's how I feel.
Yeah, that's cool. That really is good. That's cool. A question came up in the chat, and it was saying, and I'm with this. It says, "How do you travel for free? What is that? What's your?"
Oh, so I used to work for the airline, like I mentioned earlier, and when I left last year, they were actually offering an opt-out package, and because I was in a place with my content creation that I felt like I could walk away from corporate America, I took the opt-out package, and part of that package was a couple years of flight benefits. So I had been at the company for 7 years, so I got a significant amount of time left with my free flights.
Oh, I was with the airline. They didn't give me no package. They ain't knocked me out. They didn't knock me out. Yeah, bye. Yeah, it's almost like Tombstone. One of my favorite movies is Bye. There you go. So yeah, that's
bye.
Yeah. So I see that you here that you have a fur baby. You have a fur baby. So can you tell us a little bit about your fur baby?
Yeah. So ever since I was a little girl, I had wanted a Rottweiler, and I found them so beautiful and just like so cuddly, and but they get such a bad rap. I was afraid of big dogs because I got chased by a pit bull when I was younger, so I kind of stood away from them. I always had little dogs. And then in 2021, my mom's best friend's daughter posted a litter, and I was like, "Are those Rotties?" And she's like, "Yeah." I said, "I want one." She's like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "Yeah, I want one." Because I was living in an apartment. I'm living in Florida. She's in Pennsylvania. I'm like, "I'll be there whenever you tell me. 8 weeks from now, I'm on my way." And we picked him up, and he's my baby. His name's Luca. He's 104 pounds. He thinks he's a lap dog. But he is the best, most empathetic. He's just so loving and very protective. Like he's very protective of his mama, his grandma, his uncle. My aunt lives with me. And, but he's just such an amazing dog, especially with everything that's going on right now. He's been like at my hip, by my side. He will not leave me. And I don't know what I'm doing. He's not here now, but I'm going to take advantage of every moment that I have with that dog, because he really, truly is like the love of my life right now.
Right. Yeah, I seen one of the videos. I think it was a blooper that you threw in there where he was behind you sleeping, and you said, "Listen, just snoring." He's
he's always snoring, breathing mad loud in my videos. That's why he's not in here with me right now, because he'd be on my lap and like pushing the camera down.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, he is hardcore. Okay. But 104 pounds. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah. So now, do Luca? You said, right? Do we travel with you, or is it?
I wish. You don't understand. If I could put that boy in my backpack and carry him like a book bag, I would. But no, unfortunately, he's not my service animal, and they don't do emotional support animals anymore. So he does not travel with me. Plus, he's so big, and people get really uncomfortable, like with big dogs like that. So I leave him home. My mom is here, and his uncle's here, and my aunt. They take really good care of him. But he knows when I'm leaving. He knows. I just got back from a trip yesterday. He was biting my luggage. He was crying, like he was jumping on me. I feel so bad when I have to leave him, but no, he does not travel with me. If he could, trust me, I promise you, I'll be taking that dog everywhere I go.
Now, in the chat, they were saying, can you create some content with your dog? So with Luca, can you actually create a video with you know, have you thought about that? I guess we can go that way.
Yeah, I've posted a couple. I have to post some more because he's just so animated. Like last night I was looking for him and he's black. My bed sheets are black. Everything is black. So it's dark in my room. I'm looking for him. And all I see is his two little brown feet like poked out of the under my bed. And I look and he's knocked out snoring under my bed. He got his big old body somehow under my bed, and that's where he would sleep. That's where he slept last night. And I'm like, so yeah, I've posted some content with him. One of the most popular ones is that every time I watch the Yankees and they're playing at home, they sing God Bless America during the 7th inning stretch. And my dad used to be like, he used to call me on video and I would sing to him. So Luca started getting in on it. So he would start singing. So every time you hear the trumpets right before the song starts, he looks at me and it's like, are you ready, buddy? And he's like, let's do it, Mom. And he just starts howling the entire song. It's insane. So I got a recent video that I have to post, but yeah, so I'll post more Luca content. A lot of people been asking for it.
No, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So yeah. So do the real Veronica have, you have kids, or how does that work?
No, and I'm not gonna say that I don't want them. I'm leaving it in God's hands. Whatever happens, happens. You know what I mean? Like if it's meant for me to do it, what I will tell you is that I'm not interested in any type of like alternative ways. If it happens naturally, it happens. I'm not pushing it. If I get married and I have a child naturally, I'm good with it. I might adopt if that doesn't happen. But I really don't want to put my body through anything like that, like IVF and all those things. I've seen what other women go through with that stuff. And sometimes it doesn't work. And then you're like devastated. I don't want to go through that. If it's meant for me to have a baby, it's gonna happen. You know, when it happens. He's my baby. I cook for him every single day. I cook for him more than I cook for myself. So no, Veronica does not have kids. I call my mom my daughter because, you know, once you hit a certain age, your parents hit a certain age, they stop listening. They do what they want. And I'm not okay with that. I'd be like, yo, where you going? She's like, you don't got to ask me questions. So my mom is my daughter right now. And then my brother lives here and he's older than me, but he acts like a child too. So he's my son. So I got plenty. I don't need a baby right now.
No, I'm saying, and I've seen in your bio, you were saying that you travel with your family and things. So that's why, we asked the question, but, and I could only imagine your videos as a parent, the customer service, because a lot of kids don't get respect at all. So, and I can only imagine, and not even that, like you say, you're having a sibling or even a parent, because a lot of different videos where people disrespect and they just need somebody to speak up for the elderly, to speak up for the young, and I think you would be the perfect person to do all of that. So that's pretty cool right there. So do you have any advice for anyone that's going through maybe a toxic work environment? Is there anything that you would say to them?
I don't know, because I be having people quit their jobs real quick. This day and age, there are a lot of jobs out there. There's a lot of younger generations who have changed sort of that work environment. So look for something else, look for something out of your comfort zone. If you cannot leave your job, which I fully understand, then you have to find a way to work with what you got. Everything we do is a choice. Every single thing we do, we're making a choice. If you're choosing to stay at a toxic job because they pay well, that's okay, but you're making the choice to stay at that job. So if you're going to make the choice to stay at that job, then you have to try and figure out how to work it out. If you have a boss that's, too hard on you, or they disrespect you, email, get HR involved. A lot of people don't do it because they're scared. They don't want to ruffle feathers and stuff, but then you live your life miserable. You know what I mean? You go home after work and you're stressed and you're mad. You go to sleep upset. Your kids are suffering because you're mad. Your spouse is suffering. So you really got to take a little bit of accountability. That's my word for the year, is accountability of, okay, I can't leave my job, but I can, decide how I'm going to work at my job. And again, get HR involved if it gets to that point. CYA with your emails. If somebody comes at you a certain way, send them an email. Hi, this was the interaction we had today. I was not okay with it. Please don't let it happen again. CC their manager, CC your manager. Get people involved. When people see that you're willing to speak up, they're a little less likely to mess with you. I promise you, from experience, people will leave you alone when they realize that you're just not with it. When they realize that you're actually going to fight back, They're like, they want the path of least resistance. So they're like, let me mess with somebody else. So you have to, sometimes you gotta be a little crazy. It's worked for me my whole life.
Documentation beats conversation all day.
Very
long.
important.
Yeah, 100%. And that's a crazy thing for me, because I come from an era where pick the phone up, have a conversation. So people are like, oh, just send me an email. And in my world, if I got to send you an email, this thing is going off the rails. I'd rather have a conversation, you know, because when you reduce it to paper, that's to writing,
right?
That's an issue. But I have a question for you. 2 parts. One, you talked about acting, so we're looking for that to see some of your work. But do you do voiceovers as well?
So I actually did a partial audiobook last year. Someone reached out to me via Instagram again before I blew up a little bit, and she's like, "Your voice is so popular all over the internet. Would you like this opportunity?" I said, "Absolutely." So I did a partial voiceover on a book. I haven't dabbled much more into it, but yeah, I'm willing to do it all. I love entertainment. I think the only thing that I'm not willing to do is theater. But if I got to do it, I got to do it. If I need to use it as a stepping stone, to get somewhere else, I will. But voiceover is not off the table. I've auditioned for a couple voiceover roles.
And how often do you go into an establishment or have an interaction with a person and they recognize your voice? Like,
oh man, all the time. Yeah, and sometimes they'll recognize my voice before they'll recognize my face. Like a lot of people recognize my face. The curls are like out there, and my makeup is pretty much the same. Actually, yesterday I got on the airplane and a girl was like, "Do you work with us?" And I'm like, "Not anymore." And it took her a while to be like, "Oh my God, I know who you are." And she's like, "But you look the same as in your videos." She's like, "Usually you see people looking one way and in person they look another." I'm like, "Nah, this is like, I just get up, do my makeup, do my hair, and this is who I am." She's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe it." So it happens all the time. If they don't recognize me by face, they'll look at my face and be like, "You look so familiar." But if I start talking or if I speak, they're like, "Oh, I know who you are." And I'm like, okay, which is insane because I've always hated my voice my entire life.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Is that
right?
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would not have figured that one out, never.
Yeah, I've never liked my voice, and now it's all over the world, and I'm like, great.
Yeah, because your diction and your pronunciation is just incredible. I mean, it's like every word. So, do you have any other talents? Do you sing?
I wish I could sing in the shower. I could hit some Whitney Houston in the shower, but I cannot sing. And I always said, if I could ask God for one talent, just give me one talent, it would have been singing, because I love to sing. But no, I cannot sing to save my life. I'll karaoke you all day, but I'm not a singer. I do love to dance.
That's pretty bold.
Yeah. In my acting group back in the day, it was a dancing and acting group. So I used to love dancing, hip hop and all types of dancing. So I do enjoy dancing, but my talents are acting, entertainment, and I love to write. I'm a writer. I used to write some scripts. I'm in the current process of writing a script. I write short stories, and I'm in the process of writing a book as well.
So tell me about the love for the Yankees. Give me that. Tell me about your love for baseball and love for the Yankees.
Yeah, I mean, besides just being a Bronx girl, my dad used to be an umpire when I was younger, way back when he first met my mom. So baseball was always one of those things that was always on the TV, the Yankees specifically. He never missed a game. And so just growing up, it just became part of who I am. And then more recently, right before he passed, we had been, because we live in Puerto Rico, I'm here, we have been watching every game. Like I got him the MLB package, and I would watch it here, he would watch it there. He'd call me 15 times. "Did you see that? Oh my God, I can't believe this." So, it just became our thing. Like that was me and my dad's thing. And after he passed, it was really difficult for me to watch a baseball game. But I said, you know what? This is the one thing that really, really connects us. So I've still been watching almost every single Yankees game that I can watch with my subscription. I watch it every single day if I can.
Wow, yeah. That's sorry to hear about your dad passing, but that's pretty cool that you got that experience and that you can still remember the game. So with that, we know the Yankees are your team. Is there a favorite player? Is it just the Yankees?
No, I love the Yankees as a whole. Aaron Judge, obviously, but I feel like that's just the obvious answer. He's our captain. He's a great player. He's humble. But I really do like a couple of the players. And then I did love Jose Trevino, but he's gone now. He left to I think the Cubs. So I did like him as a catcher. Volpe, I feel like I like him because the last game that I took my dad to, which was 2 years ago, it was Volpe's last game in spring training as a rookie, and then he started the next day in the regular season. So I feel like I've kind of followed his career from the beginning, and I'm really rooting for him. He's such a young kid, and he always loved the Yankees, modeling his career after Derek Jeter. So I like Volpe, but I really like a lot of them. Like it's such a great team. I'm not just saying that because I'm a Yankee. I really love my team. I was an Alex Rodriguez fan way back when, but he's gone.
So I guess we can expect the real Veronica doing Yankees commercials.
I sure hope so.
Working with the publicist soon. I mean, that would be so cool. That would be
I sure hope so.
Cool.
I've reached out to them a couple times, and I've applied for a couple of their gigs. They actually had a social media gig open recently, and they didn't hire me. Rude. They're lost. But I'll actually be there. My dad's birthday would have been July 12th, next Saturday. And I'm actually going to a game. I said I would have gone to Puerto Rico to celebrate his birthday anyway. So instead of doing that, I'm going to go and celebrate it at Yankee Stadium.
All right. So New York Yankees front office, if you're listening, the real Veronica needs a gig with the Yankees.
Hello.
Even if it's pitching or throwing out the first pitch in a game or something, get the real Veronica on your field, pitching, throwing, not singing the national anthem, but anything else she's willing and open to do.
I could do God Bless America. I have mastered that. I have mastered God Bless America.
Yeah, and you can take Luca with you.
I can take Luca with me, exactly. Let him sing it.
That's pretty cool. That's 100%. Cool. Yeah. So is there any other teams, or is it just baseball? No football, no basketball?
No football, no basketball. I'm just a Yankee. I'm just a baseball girl. I enjoy it. I love it. My dad would sit there and explain to me what's going on, why this, what's going on here. And it's so many rules. It's so crazy. I get a little bored watching other teams, so I only watch the Yankees play.
Right. You mentioned in that brought back a memory to me, and I just wanted to share it because Big Jack StoryTime, so get to share the little story. But I remember going to an Oriole game with my dad. So I took my dad to an Oriole game, and he's blind. So he was blind. So I had to explain everything that was happening. And so I'm like, they're pitching the ball. So he's just sitting there, and he's blind, no glasses, anything. And he's watching, he's looking like he's watching the game. And then the couple next to us was like, "Excuse me, sir, can you take our picture?" Talking to my dad. so he's like, I'm sorry, I'm blind. He said, "I'm sorry, I'm blind." Like,
I can't help you.
I didn't know. I was like, you should have got the camera because I'd have loved to see that picture.
Hey, man, because I knew, so his father and I were good friends. He was like my OG. So the guy I remember would probably take the camera, turn it around backwards, just for fun. Just for fun. Yeah, just for fun.
That's awesome. I love that you did that for him. I love that so much.
You're saying you're saying your dad was sharing with you what was going on. So I'm talking every pitch. He pitched the ball, strike, hit it over there. And
I love that.
But it was like he didn't miss the game because I'm telling him play by play. But when that lady said, "Can you take our picture?" and I was like, "Wow, yeah, she should have got that camera." Oh man,
that's right. As a joke.
Yeah, I had an uncle. He was a Yankees fan, but he was a baseball fan, but he loved the Yankees. But I mean, this was probably 15 years ago. He's been gone now. But I would go over his house, and he'd have TVs all in the house, but he'd sit at the kitchen table with the AM radio and listen to baseball games. That was his thing, So when I turned him on to XM radio and everything, he was like, not XM, it was I guess it was the internet was able to get their station online. And he'd sit there and he'd listen, and it was just like it was a different game when you hear it being announced. And you can hear the crack of the bat, and it's just like, wow, it's theater of the mind, it's really theater of the mind. So some of those baseball announcers are pretty good. Those play-by-play guys are pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Elena Cohen, I want to make sure we get this name right and see if we can get it up there. Said, it would be cool to see the real Veronica on a TV show. You're an amazing woman. Good luck. Hopefully Netflix will pick you up. So there you go.
That would be cool.
Yeah. Say, hey,
you never know.
Look, I was on Netflix, and I wish I knew you because they ain't paying me. So they accidentally, I accidentally got on there. So I'm a WWE fan, and at that time was WWF, and we was at one of the matches in Washington D.C. area, and they were interviewing little people in the line. So me and my cousin was in line, and they asked my cousin what was his favorite wrestler, and he so he made a comment, I made a comment, so made a comment. They did a special on McMahon on Netflix. That's on there now, Mr. McMahon. That's a special. In the first episode, that video from what we say was it 24, 34 years ago came back. It came back. So this is when I was 14 years old. So this thing is almost 40 years old. It came back, and it's on the first episode. And
look at that.
So, yeah, but they didn't pay me. They give you
call them, be like, yo, where's my money at?
That's right. So now that I know I could probably do that, since you already talked to somebody, you're like, hey, you using me, you on my, but anyway,
right. Where's my royalties? Yeah, I mean, you never know. Like I said, I'm working on some stuff. I can't say too much, but I am working on some stuff, and you never know what doors are opening next. My life for the past year has taken so many insane turns. Things have happened that I never thought. I've spoken to people. I actually just did an interview with a reporter from the Associated Press last Thursday. Like there's been a lot. And I'm like, okay. And I'm in my era right now. I'm 36. I'm free. I have no kids. I don't have a job. You know what I mean? I mean, a job. You know what I mean? To where I don't have to say no to anything. I'm at the place where I'm like, if it's not unethical or immoral, I'm going to go for it, because you never know what's going to come from anything. So I'm saying it's my yes time, and I'm saying yes to almost anything, again, as long as I don't want to devalue myself either. But you never know what opportunities can come from different opportunities. So I'm in my yes phase.
All right. That's awesome. I mean, you're in a good spot. You got a lot going for you. Definitely the voice of like you say, of HR, and those who we say that's going through, pointing them in the right direction and helping them all over the world. I mean, all over the world, to the point that when I was sharing the fact that you were going to be on, a lot of people didn't know your real self. They didn't know you were real. We only know you as the cartoon. And lately I seen you as a baby. I was like, what is going on with that?
I saw that.
Yeah.
I'm like, she actually looks like she could be my kid, though. It was so cute. It was AI, of course, but I'm like, she totally looks like she could be my child.
Yeah, so I'm like, they're capturing your. But the thing is, and you did make a comment that copying, or it's the flattery. And so people are actually using it because the material is legit. So it's like, this is real good stuff, and it needs to be shared. And I'm hoping that we can keep pushing you and promoting you and moving you all over the world, because it'd be a shame for someone to just give you a script and say this is the only thing you got to say, because like, we want the real Veronica. Come on, that's not but that's pretty cool. So what's your you talked about some of what's coming up and things like that, but what outside of that, and your company, what's the goal of your company, the mission of your company is there, and how can people get in touch with your company if they need to go through your class?
Yeah, so the goal of the company right now, like I said, is more one-on-one than anything, because I want people to have that opportunity to freshen up their own skills. They can add it to their resume. Like, I paid for my own customer service class, and I feel like any company that sees that someone took that initiative to do something themselves to, sharpen their skills is probably a valuable asset to that company. At least if I was a company owner, I'd be like, wow, this person actually took that initiative. And I'd keep an eye on them for like growth opportunities and stuff. So, but the ultimate goal, because I'm one for the people, I'd rather a big old company pay me than have individuals pay me. So my ultimate goal is to reach out to companies. For example, the Philippines has a gigantic population of call centers, because it's very, very popular for them to be outsourced, for call centers to be outsourced to the Philippines, is to get in contact with call centers out there and just teach an entire class, because You have these people who are dealing with American customers and they're like, I can't deal with this because American customers are crazy. And then you have somebody who's like, don't worry, I got you. I'm going to teach you how to handle American customers in a respectful, professional way. And that's the ultimate goal of the Customer Service Academy. And to reach me, the website is kind of long because everything was taken for some reason, but it's Customer Service Academy by the.com. And that they can sign up right on the website, pick their date, make their payment, and it'll send it to my calendar, and we'll do a Google Meet for an hour and a half to 2 hours. And they will be on their way to being the best professional customer service representative they can imagine.
Now, it's funny you mentioned the Philippines because I've spoken to a few Philippine customer service reps, and super kind, super nice, but it's almost like a weird feeling because it's almost like sometimes my experience has been almost like two-staged. It's like I'm expecting a little more resistance, you know, and that just goes to show you how we've been conditioned, culturally conditioned, to just basically, you know, you go to DMV, you go to the bank, you call customer service, like you go in ready to fight. You know, I mean, that's just like you go in expecting the worst. And you're like, oh, hey, Walt, how are you? Man, I've been on hold for 3 minutes. Oh, I'm so sorry that happened. You know, I'm like, man, cut it out, man. Just can I get a refund on this Amazon package or not? You know what I mean? So, or you send me the wrong thing, and they're like, we're so sorry that happened. And then they have, it's just pretty cool, but it's kind of weird because it's like no attitude. It's like you understand, like they know the reason I'm here is because, well, we're here to support these customers. So that is just it's kind of cool. Yeah.
So are you a believer of the customer is always right?
No, because that's not even the full saying. The customer's always right was coined years and years and years ago. And the full phrase is the customer is always right in matters of taste, meaning if a customer is wearing a yellow shirt, they try on a yellow shirt, they're like, I like this. You as the salesperson, it's not your job to tell them, no, you shouldn't like that. Take it off. No, that looks beautiful. Let's ring you up. So, you know, people shortened it as a convenience to themselves to where the customer's always right. The customer's not always right. If you were always right, you wouldn't be calling me, asking me the question. Why are you calling me if you know the answer and you're right? Why are you bothering to reach out to me? That's an entitlement mentality where the customer's always right. No, I think that the customer needs to understand that you're not always right and you need my help. That's the reason you're calling. So give me a chance to be able to help you. But that's, again, why I teach accountability, because sometimes reps do give the wrong information and they provide the wrong address, the wrong phone number, this and that. So my training is very much about accountability, about like, how do you sharpen your skills? This isn't about teaching the customer. You can't, you really can't teach customers. They're going to be who they are, and your company needs them because you need a job. That's job security. As long as people are calling in, that's job security. So we need them, but we don't have to let them walk all over us. So I teach you how to sharpen your skills, how to bring it down a notch, how to get in the mindset of, okay, this person is not mad at me. They don't hate me. They hate what's happening with the company. They hate the decision. They hate the policy, but they don't hate me. They may be yelling at me, but it's because I represent the company right now. So I'm really big on accountability of, okay, figure your work out, know your stuff, because there's a lot of people who, I think. No customer wants to hear the word I think. I need you to tell me what the answer is so that when I show up to your store, they're not like, oh no, that you were given the wrong information. What? This is why we get irate customers. But no, the customer is absolutely not always right. They're very rarely right.
I appreciate you telling us that, because I did not know that. And of course, I'm sure it was a customer who shortened it. But
of course.
Of course. But that's pretty cool, because it's one of those things that people always say, you hear, you say it, and now you just gave us the whole quote.
Right.
I got it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, as long as it wasn't just made up. So no, I just made it up. Yeah, I just made this one up too. Because we create a lot of our own stuff, but at the same time. But no, I'm too, Walt. I didn't know that there was more to it, because it's almost like people reading scripture, and they always I only take the parts I like. Customers, right?
The convenient parts.
Yeah, the convenient part. Yeah. So it's a matter of taste. So that's pretty cool. So thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, when you think of Leviticus, where people, they always talk about what you can't do, but it's like, okay, then there's 10 other things that we do on a daily basis.
Exactly.
Like mixing fabrics, yada, 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 but we kind of pick and choose the ones
which
that fit
ones you
out,
want.
which ones you like. Yeah, so that's true.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, but that's really, really cool. I mean, you got a lot going on for you. That's just amazing, and I know you threw out your age and all, and it's just amazing to be able to talk with you and see at this level that and I can't imagine I can imagine it, but it's just like you wake up one day and you look at a video you posted and it's it got 100,000 views, 200,000 views, or whatever. I mean, what was that? I mean, that feeling. What was that? Did it motivate you to do 2 videos now? Or what was
Yeah, because then I got invited to the Creator Fund and I started getting paid. And I'm like, hold up, how many videos you need? Because I got content. The first video that I posted that actually went, I don't even know how many views that video has today. But I think I was at Universal Studios Halloween Horror Nights and I had posted a video and I didn't even think about it. And when I checked, it was at 25,000. And I'm like, that's crazy. And throughout the night, it just kept growing and growing and growing. And I'm like, oh my God. So my most viewed video today has 11 million views. And I'm like, do you know the capacity? Like, can you wrap your mind around what 11 million is? Like, it's so much. I'm like, 11 million people have seen this beautiful face. Oh my God.
What video was that? What
it's one that I made after J-Lo went viral for talking about her bodega order with like the orange drink and all that. I kind of made a parody to that. And that one went viral. And then the other one has 10.9 million. And it's the one where I say, you could take a minute, walk around the block, come back, and we could talk. That was like one of my first videos. And that one has 10.9 or 11.1 million views.
Wow.
Yeah. So I have 2 that are past 11 million. And I'm like, wow, that to me, it's still, even when I see one of my videos go viral to 1 million, I'm still like, oh my God, that is insane. That's so many people.
Yeah. And that's not even including, that's just your videos.
Right.
Not including the people that stitch your videos.
Exactly.
And your voice is probably at 30, 40 million people. Yeah, that's crazy.
For sure.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. I mean, my hat's off to you.
Thank you.
I applaud you. And I really, really thank you for spending your time with us because, I mean, when you're talking those kind of numbers and it's like, us, we're getting started. I'm a new content creator. I've been doing it since October, I think is when we started. So October of 2024. So we're actually in that motion of growing.
That's amazing.
I had a video on TikTok that had 1 million views. I think it was 1 million. Yeah. It was a golf video, guy missing a putt and it going down and I was like, wow. And I wasn't trying to do anything, but it stopped. And I didn't post another one behind it. I didn't chase, after it. But at the same time, now I see like, okay, I should be doing this thing. This is
yeah, absolutely. That's one thing that I can tell anybody that's trying to get into it. Social media influencing content creation is very oversaturated right now, but you have to bring something different. Just keep doing it. Like you have to keep posting. The least one that you expect is going to go viral and you're going to get a little leg up and you're just going to keep at it. Like I said earlier, not everybody has it in them to push themselves. So the ones that do, if you are consistent, you keep at it, you're going to be successful. Again, success looks different to everyone. But if you keep at what you want, it's not a mistake that you are doing this show. It's not a mistake that in October you were like, I'm going to start this. Those things are like implanted into us and we just got to follow that. Me just being who I am happened to be this viral person. You know what I mean? Like I literally I just am who I am and it worked out. That wasn't by mistake. I have this loud mouth and this sassy attitude for a reason. And clearly it's working because I've influenced people to speak up for themselves, to stand up for themselves, to not back down at a challenge. And that's why that is my advice to everybody. Keep going, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be content creation. But in your situation, you're at 51. This is 51, I think. Is your 51st? 52. Okay, because you have one more before. Yeah. So 52. Look at that. Like you started with one, now you're at 52. Before you know it, you're gonna be at 100, and just keep at it. Like keep bringing people on. You put yourself out there, and it's gonna keep happening, and it's gonna happen for those who want it to happen. You just gotta want it bad enough.
Yeah. No, that's the whole thing. You know, the mission was to help. The mission was to help somebody. You know, so that's what the whole show, that concept. And I'm not in competition with anyone. So it's not like I'm out trying to get your views and your likes and this and that. So and that's where a lot of times the separation is, where some people are, you know, we're out there competing for, it's like it's only one person out there and let's see who can get them. It's like, no, the whole world is out there, and all of them can be your.
The only person you should be in competition with is yourself, like your previous self. Like every single day, you're like, what did I do yesterday that I could do better today? That's the only person you should be in competition with. I've never in my life been in competition with anybody. I love to see people win. I love it so much. Even if you bought a house before me, you bought a newer car than I did, I am applauding you. I'm so happy because mine is going to come. I'm going to work at mine, and mine is going to come eventually. It's going to come differently. It's going to come bigger, smaller, whatever. But I'm going to get what I've been working for. I want you to get what you've been working for. I want that for everybody.
Yeah, that's
100%.
It's great message. Great message. So look, I do got another video I wanted to show, and if it's okay with you. So I'm gonna pull us back on the side because a lot of people just still don't know who you are, and I don't know why. I don't know how. It's like, you know, so I'm pulling us on the side, and I just want to show this because I like the attitude that you have. Let's see.
Hi, welcome to Veronica's Bakery. How can I help you? Yeah, so I'm planning my 40th and I'm looking for an over-the-top, beautiful, extravagant birthday cake. Okay, and when is it going to be for? It'll be a week from Saturday. You have an inspo pic? Yeah, here you go. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, I've made quite a few of those, so okay. Same colors? Yeah, just with some glitter. Okay, not a problem. All right, so yeah, we do require a 10% deposit and then you pay the rest on pickup. Okay, that's fine. I just need to know how much. Yep, so your deposit will be $6.50 and then you pay the remaining amount. Wait. You said $6.50? That means the cake is $65? Yeah, $65. Everything included. No, that's insane. That's too much. Is it too much? I'm sorry. That's I have other options that I can show you. No, I don't want other options. Walmart sells it for less than half the price. Mm-hmm. What's your address? Why? Where do you live? I don't know why you're asking. I just want to see something really quick. I live by Eastwatch. I still don't understand why you need to know my address. So you passed 2 Walmarts to get here, and yet you still came here, even though you're saying Walmart was cheaper. So why didn't you stop at one of those 2 Walmarts? Well, it's my birthday, so I wanted something special. Oh, because you wanted high quality and you wanted something that was made with love. I'm sure they make them with love. Walmart bakers are legit. Walmart cakes are actually pretty good. But if you want just like a little bit of a next level, then you go to a specialized bakery, which is what you did today, but you were still expecting to pay Walmart prices? Listen, Walmart will be more than happy to take my business if you don't want it. Yeah, no, I'm sure Walmart will be more than happy to help you. If you would like to purchase from me, then the price is the price. Walmart's price is their price. You don't go over there negotiating. I just don't like your demeanor. I don't like your attitude. I don't like how you're talking to me. So what I'm going to do at this time, because what I'm not going to do is go back and forth with you on my pricing, because I know the product that I bring to the table. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and deny you service, because there's just no way that I can make this cake with love after this interaction. No, I still want the cake. I'm just so upset. No, I get that. I get that you still want it because, as you can see, my cakes are gorgeous. But it's just not something that I'm willing to do for you at this moment. Okay? So I do wish you the best. Happy birthday. And I hope that you get what you want. Enjoy your great value cake.
How many punishments did you get as a kid for being too smart out your mouth? Because it's like,
I was so scared of my mom growing up. I wasn't sassy when I was growing up too much because I was very scared of my mom. And so I held a lot in. I was always smart. So I always had something to say, but I knew when I could and couldn't. Like when the grown-ups were talking, I was in another room and my mom said no, it was no. I didn't ask questions. It's none, whatever. So it wasn't too much. But as an adult, yeah, my smart mouth got me. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So how real was that that script right there? Is it something that you experienced or?
Yeah, so I've always been sort of a businesswoman. Like I used to sell, there was a time where some pacifiers came out with some lights on them and I would buy them in New York for $1 and sell them in school for $5. I used to sell cake pops. I made lollipops. I used to sell, and people were always trying to like, oh, but can I pay you what? The price is why are you asking to pay less? You don't go anywhere else. You don't go to Target. You don't go to Walmart. You don't go to Amazon talking about, hey, can I get a lesser price? Why? I'm a small business owner. I'm just like you. I'm just somebody trying to make a living. So no, the price is the price. And then I've had a lot of people also who they tell me the same thing. They're like, I sell, crafts, or I do this, Etsy and everything. And people always trying to haggle. And I'm like, stop doing that's tacky. It's so tacky when people try to haggle on somebody's hard work, especially something that's like custom made. But specifically that video, there was I believe it was around February, right around like Valentine's Day, where these vintage hearts started coming out at Walmart. Walmart started selling these vintage heart cakes that were like $25, where a baker was selling them for like $70. And people were complaining that the baker was selling them for $70 while Walmart had them for $25. And I'm like, then go buy them at Walmart. Like, you don't have to complain about somebody's price. You don't have to do business with them if you don't want to, but they're a private baker. Like, they can set the price that they want. It's going to be different quality. They're going to sit there and decorate it by hand, and they're just going to put a little bit of extra love into it because that's literally their job. Walmart is just like, hey, we see an opportunity, we're going to take it. We're a multi-billion-dollar corporation. We're just going to make more money. But it's one of those things where it's like, all right, if you saw it cheaper over there, get it over there. Who's stopping you? Like, I don't understand.
No, and that what you're saying is so true. In a lot of places, I mean, especially those like the barbershops, the beauty shops and all, where people are trying to get a deal instead of just paying the price.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's like, and I love the way you just threw it out there. You passed 2 Walmarts to get here.
Yeah, that was.
And you still talk about how cheap they are. So like,
yeah,
and the fact that you turn them down at the end. Like, I don't even want to make your cake. So
right now, like at this point, I don't want your business. It's not that serious.
Right. Yeah.
But then she played the victim. Well, I just don't like the way you're talking to me. I'm like, you didn't say, you weren't rude. I mean, that's the typical. It's like when you're wrong and you know you're wrong and somebody calls you on your stuff.
Yeah.
That's when the problems happen. And
there's no accountability.
Human beings, and we've all been through that. We've all been on both sides of that. And the sooner you admit that, hey, you know what, you're right, the sooner you can get on with your life. But when people dig in and double down on foolishness, that's when it always gets worse. So
it's their pride. They won't let them. They won't let them just be like, you know what, I made a mistake. This was a bad judgment call. The pride won't let them. So then we got to have an exchange like this where I got to deny you service.
And it's a lot of energy and a lot of work, So once you realize, you know what, nah, I'm good. So I guess, if I'm arguing, if I'm debating with the real Veronica, I'm like, you know what, you got it. What we doing? I don't want no smoke.
It ain't even worth it, man.
It's not. It's just so much easier to let me have what I want.
Yeah. So who's this stereotype? No, we're not doing it that way.
Yeah.
So that's funny.
Nah, that's good. I see Frederick Jackson is out there. And he made a comment, and I just want to put it up there. It says individual skills, specialized skills are skills that make you an asset to a business. So those individual skills, those specialized skills that you have, and you, like I say, even with the cake episode we just did, you have a special skill. You can bake a cake. Now, you said you can't sing, but can you bake? Can you bake? I
can. I love cooking and I love baking. Like those are, I'm always in the kitchen. I really do like to create any type of art. I see cooking as art, and acting and dancing and all that. That to me is all art. So I really do enjoy that. And I love cooking for my friends and my family. Like I love making a dish and having people come over and be like, oh my God, your food is so good. Words of affirmation is my love language. So when I hear people saying that my food is good, it makes me feel good.
All right. So I don't think we're going to ever ever get invited to the cookout or the dinner or whatever?
Let me know when you're in Orlando next time. We'll talk.
Okay, all right, no problem. Well, you traveling around the world, so if you come up to the DC area, you let us know, so that way we can catch up with the real Veronica.
Absolutely.
And have, maybe the Yankees will come play Baltimore. You come check us out.
They'll be on my list next year for sure.
Yeah. So do you actually go to the games? I know you say you watch them on TV, but you actually go to the game?
Yeah, I actually try to go a couple times a year because, they play Tampa all the time because they're part of the American League East. So I try to go to Tampa. I don't enjoy going to Tampa because they lose every time. Every time I've gone to a game at, Tropicana Field, they've lost. So it's like a bad omen or something. But actually I'm going next Saturday, and then I'm probably going to try to go to one more before the end of the year.
Okay.
So question, baseball fan that you are, where is your ideal seat? I hear this. I always like to ask baseball fans this. Where do you like to sit?
I'm going to sound spoiled as hell, but I do not go anywhere unless I can get up front. Like if I'm going to sit in the nosebleeds or in the bleachers, I'm going to watch it from home. I'm going to see it better. So I like to be either behind home plate or like right between home plate and first base. Like that's where I'm sitting next Saturday, is right behind between home plate and first base, because if I'm going to be there, I want to see it. I don't want to have to be like squinting. I'm blind as hell anyway. But if I'm going to, I just want to watch it at home if I'm not going to be up close. So I do like to be up close.
So that's the visiting or the home team's dugout. So you will sit behind the home team's dugout because you're a Yankees fan, so you're gonna be behind. Okay.
Yeah, but I do always try, if I'm going to another ballpark, then I try to get to where the Yankee, like in the visitors. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And it could be, I'm not sure how the stadium set. Normally the home team is on the right side or down the right field line, and the left field line is the visitor. But
the funny thing is that right now, the Tampa Bay Rays are playing in George Steinbrenner Field, which is where the Yankees play their spring training, because I don't know if their field is shutting down or what. So if I do go, I got to remember that I still have to do the visitor side, because technically the Yankees are visiting their own field, but I got to do the visitor side for that one if I go to a game.
That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Good luck on your traveling and all of that good stuff.
Thank you.
I'm super excited about having you here. I thank you for taking your time and sharing it with us. I feel like I know you now. I mean, we're watching videos and like, yeah, I know her, but now it's like we had an actual conversation, and it's pretty cool. I'm gonna ask you if it's okay with you just to hang behind before we're gonna end this show here.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you would like to say? I know you got your Facebook open and live right now. Is there anything you want to say to any of your fans out there, and to my fans on my side of the fence?
Okay.
So, is there anything you would like to share before we close out the show?
The only thing I always say is to be yourself. Be yourself, be authentic, be kind, do good things. It all comes back. There's too much hate and too much anger and too much bad in the world already. We need more really good people. So just do it. Just make somebody's day, give somebody a compliment, smile, treat your kids good, treat your animals good. I promise you all those little things, which are actually big things, they make your life a lot better. You know what I mean? Like they improve your own life. When you give love, you receive love in return. Be careful for the energy suckers out there, because there's a lot, but for the most part, you attract what you are. So try to be good, try to be kind, try to do good things. And that's what you'll end up attracting. That's what I tell everybody all the time.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Words
Information, and
absolutely.
definitely thank you. So with that being said, we thank you all for tuning in to this episode of the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. We had the wonderful guest, the real Veronica, on. My man Walt Talks, and I'm Big Jack. Please tune in every Wednesday, every Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern time for the next episode, and you won't ever be disappointed, because we always got good things coming our way, and we're stepping up our game, if I could say that. So we're definitely stepping up our game. So again, thank you, Miss Real Veronica, Miss Veronica, for being a guest on the show. And
Thank you for having me.
if you can hang back, we appreciate it. We're going to close out the show. For to everyone that's out there, have a good night, good week. Happy holidays to you. 4th of July is here. So be safe out there. Don't do anything that's going to cause. This is the time of the year where more accidents happen on the 4th of July because people being reckless with the fireworks and all that. So make sure you protect yourself at all times while you're out there. And so we want to see you on the next episode. So we don't want to talk about you. I'd rather talk to you. So until next time, we'll talk to you all later. All right. Peace and bye.
Bye. God bless.
All right, welcome to the Iron Sharpening Iron Show. I'm your man, Big Jack. This is where we prove we are stronger together, that if each one would just reach one, we can all grow and glow. And today is another beautiful day. It's the last Sunday of the month, meaning it's the Gentleman's Journal. This is a spinoff, for those who don't know, where we're going to have a panel full of men, and we're going to discuss men's topics, men's concerns. And I'm not going to say issues because men don't have issues. So with all of that, we're just going to break it down and bring it out. And so I don't want to even drag this even any longer. I'll get my co-host up on the stage, and then we're going to get started with this episode of the Gentleman's Journal. So let's bring my band up on the stage. Walt Talks. What's up, bro? What's going on, man?
My man, what's happening, Big Jack? How you doing, sir?
Hey, it's another lovely day. It's hard to believe it's been a whole month, man. Like the end of the month is here. We're going into July.
Man. And I know it's July, going into July, because last night you did We Be Jamming. So
We Be Jamming, and we had a good time. We had a good time last night.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so for anybody that don't know, they might be in the chat now. The We Be Jamming is the last Saturday of every month, and we had we had a playlist of all kinds of wonderful artists, and they did their thing last night. So we had a good time. So thanks. Yeah, so we'll drop the commercial for the next one because I only remember when the date for the next one. I know it's July something, so I'll look that up while we got here. But but we're here, so we got some great men on the panel, and we're gonna drop into some things and try to get busy in some conversation. And I see Amina is out there in the chat, and Niecy Jackson's in the chat. So, and I see we got some other people that's viewing, but we're going to ask you hit that like button, and definitely if you don't, hit those subscribe buttons and all that out there so that you can subscribe to these channels. I see B just popped in, so hey B, and there we go. So let's start bringing them on the stage and get them up here. So we got all right. So one of our guys we're gonna bring on is you've seen him in the chat a lot. He's the co-host of the Experiment. I think that's what it's called. I want to make sure. So if I'm wrong, he's gonna correct me. So but that's the Experiment. I think he has a show which comes on after our show. So he's coming. But for those who've never seen him on the Iron Sharpening Iron stage, let's introduce and bring him to the stage. The Gen X Effect. What's up, bro? How you doing?
Hey, Big Jack. Hey, Walt. Good to see y'all,
hey, sir.
How y'all doing?
How you doing? Good to see you. Good to be seen. How you doing tonight, sir?
I'm living and loving, brother. Just taking one day at a
living
time.
life. That's good stuff. No other way to take it, right?
No, sir. Not at this age.
Take it how you get it, man.
100%.
Take it how it comes and be happy to have it. Absolutely. 100%.
I did it the hard way long enough. I'm just going to lay back and just enjoy the love, man.
You had enough, huh? No more fighting.
That's what we got to do.
I quit.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Well, ain't nothing wrong with that. So look, we got a couple more guys we're going to bring on, and I think we're waiting on one, so I know he'll be here, but the show don't stop, like I say, men going to move on. But this guy, he's one of my high school baseball heroes, if I could use that one. So he's a year ahead of me, but he was the first person I've ever heard from my high school to go to college for baseball. So that was huge in itself. And he was a pitcher for Bladensburg High School when I was there, and ended up going to the University of Maryland as a pitcher. And not only could he pitch the ball at 90 miles an hour, but he also could hit the ball a mile. So super excited to have him on the stage. First time being on the show as well. And that's my man coming up, Doug Roan. What's up, sir? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Doug, how you doing, sir?
Very good. I'm super excited and super nervous.
Hey, quick question for you. Can you still throw that heat, man?
I like to think I can, but I might have some soreness afterwards. I had my cousin and I, we had this bet. He didn't think I could throw 80 miles an hour, so I think I still have to kind of maybe do that.
So if they had Tommy John surgery back then, you would have been okay. You still be throwing. My man, 90 for sure.
Yeah, no, he could toss that rock. That was one thing for sure. So, but it's good having you up on the stage, Doug, and there's no reason to be nervous. Just all men talking. You good. You're safe. But we all live Facebook, and we're definitely live on YouTube at this moment. And but we got another gentleman back there behind the stage. Now this guy is a first timer. So I've never had him on the stage. Just got to know him a couple of weeks ago, but he is a friend of my best friend, Eric, from Georgia, Atlanta. So I always look at Eric, send anybody my way. He has a check. You give me a blank check, I'll sign it, whatever, and we're good to go. So if Eric say you good, he good. Now if he ain't, I gotta come back at Eric. And Eric, no, I'll go get him. But he also got the right name, so his name is Eric. So with that being said, we're gonna bring him to the stage. Mr. Eric Lewis, how you doing, sir?
Hello, Eric. How y'all doing, man? Yeah, please be gentle with me. If anything goes wrong, blame it on Eric.
Blame it on Eric.
Hey, it's good to be welcome, man. Good to be in the room with a bunch of young guys like y'all.
Hey man, if trial by fire were people, here we are. So
here we are. You see the background, right? We in the fire already. You see the background. We already in the fire. So
good to be here.
Which is good. And like says, one more I know that we sent the invite out to. And when he does come on the stage, he's more than welcome. We'll bring him up on the stage. So gentlemen, how this is going to work? It's the Gentleman's Journal. I mean, I got some topics and some questions that I'm going to ask, and we just want you to be real talk, real answers. We just, it's family-friendly show. So my mom will pop up in that chat. My aunt will pop up in the chat. My wife will pop up in the chat. So I try not to have to explain myself to at the family reunion. So if it's something that we can keep as cordial as we can, I'm all good. But at the same time, real talk is real talk. If it's something that needs to be said and we're going to talk about it, I'm 100% okay with that. So but that those are the only rules I got to this thing. So we see we got people popping in, and I see is that Suzette Sunverse, if I want to make sure I get it right, named right. Amina's out there, and hello, Upbeat Pluto, if I say it right. Niecy Jackson's out there, B is out there, and then there's more that's in there that just haven't made a comment yet. But once you make your comment, we'll know you're there, and we'll try our best to recognize you. So guys, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready?
Yes,
all right.
Fire away.
Say fire away. I like that. So fire away. So if I could throw it out there, the first health across the generations would be the first topic. So we're talking health. And here's a question I put out there. How has your understanding of what it means to be healthy changed as you've gotten older? So how's your understanding of what it means to be healthy changed as you've gotten older? And Walt, I'm gonna start with you if that's okay.
Sure. As I've gotten older, and this has been a while now, probably the last 30 years, it wasn't about how you look or how you feel. It's all about how what your numbers were, So, I've seen guys who were that you would call obese or out of shape who had great numbers, and I've seen guys who you thought were fit, and I'll use like Jim Fix as an example, who come to find out wasn't the healthiest, but he had a pre-existing condition. So it's changed for me just as it's gotten older. Your numbers, man. I mean, your cholesterol, your blood pressure, your PSA, make sure you get your colonoscopies and all that good stuff. So that's how it's changed for me since I was about 30 years old. Yeah.
Okay.
Which has been like 30 years now, 31 years. Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. Gen X, you got an answer for that one?
I do. I mean, I have to agree with the numbers part, and the time wise too. 30. I mean, something happened at 30, just things started breaking and things didn't heal like they did at 29. It just, so the biggest thing, that's the biggest change, I think. It's just, I wish I'd have listened to people when I was younger, because you just don't heal like you did. Like, I think you're under this impression when you're in your teens and 20s that, yeah, I do this to my body, I do this, but next week I'll be okay. Now it's 6 weeks, now it's 3 months, now it's 6 months. Now you're on medication for 2 years until you get things under control. That's probably the biggest thing. Is, man, I wish I'd have listened to some of them old kids when I was young.
Right. All right. No, I'm with you. And I'll make my comment. So I'm gonna go down to Eric. You got anything on that one?
Oh yeah. For me, being an ex-sports, I didn't play professional or anything, or even on the college level, but I always played sports: baseball, basketball, football, tennis, everything. I did everything. I was Mr. Invincible. My remedy for any illness, any fever, was to get out there and play and sweat it out. You know what I'm saying? That was the remedy. Don't go to the doctor because you got a sprained ankle. Just play on it. You'll be all right. Yeah, man, that's changed dramatically. But the number one thing that's changed for me, I'm more focused on my spirituality instead of the physical. Because if my mind isn't right, I'm not going to get the physical right. So that's the main thing that changed for me. That's the biggest change, is focusing on my mental, my spirituality, and that affects everything else. Then I can steward my body well too once I do that. So yeah, I agree. For me, that's the biggest thing.
No, very good points. Dougie, what you got?
Well, like Walt said, I mean, the numbers is something that just puts that fear into you, right? So like for me, gout is something that happened probably about 5-10 years ago, and it just smacked you in the face with pain you just can't even comprehend, right? So that you got to be proactive and take your medicine every single day, just to make sure, and all these other levels. I just recently lost 40 pounds, right? So just from doing that and going on a different path and a different journey and eating different foods, I can just see how much I feel like I used to feel maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago or something like that. So you have to be willing to change, and not to be that, keep doing things the way you've always done it, because it will catch up with you and blindside you and smack you in the face.
No, and 100%. And just to throw that in the air, so I can be part of this conversation, won't be considered scared, as Walt Talks said earlier, but it's all good. I'm not scared.
I said soft.
I
say scared. I said soft.
Yeah, soft. I got you. But with all that being said, the numbers, it does. The spirituality, everything y'all said was perfect, and I appreciate that, because it was a couple of years ago, just by the numbers and going to the doctor and doing the blood work and getting the numbers checked, that I found out that I had prostate cancer. So I actually had prostate cancer. And and it was because of the numbers. You see your PSA numbers going up, and you don't just blow by it. I didn't feel anything. It was just the numbers. So let's go get this checked. And they did the biopsies and all that they have to do. And they say, okay, you have it. All right, you got cancer. Okay, what are we going to do about it? I'm like, hey, we got to, get rid of this thing, because what I don't want to do is play around. What's a slow growing cancer? Cancer is cancer. Slow growing. I don't even know what that means. So, Walt made the number 30, but I know at 50, and using a car term, your check engine light comes on a whole lot more at 50 years old than it did, at 30 and 20. And I'm talking check engine, meaning you need to go and get it checked out. You can't. This ain't just service light. This is a check engine light. It's totally different. So,
yes, sir.
And that was one of the things that I learned as I got older, to stop not playing with your numbers, but take it serious and things like that, because no one is ever guaranteed anything. I mean, you could be 20, you could be 30. There's no guarantee. But I can promise you that when you get that 40, 50 range, a lot of those things that you thought you could do, and it's in your mind says, yeah, I could do it. I can still run a 40 and 4.4. Yeah. Round, I run a 40 and 4 ever. Yeah, because it'll take me forever to get there. So, but 100%. So, but anyway, I appreciate your conversation with that. And so what advice would you give your younger self about your physical or mental health? And I heard what you said, Eric. So, so if you were younger, what advice would you give your younger self?
Well, one of the main things I would say is heed the warnings. You know, our bodies tell us, they talk to us all the time. Don't ignore the aches and pains, and don't think that you're invincible. And make sure you focus as much as on your mental and emotional as you do as your physical. We oftentimes, and I speak for myself, so concerned with how we look, the aesthetics. You know what I'm saying? Do I have a six pack? Am I still cut? Am I ripped? Yeah, that's important, you know, to compete when you're out there competing in sports, and when you're in the job market trying to compete. It's important to feel healthy, to look good. You look good, you feel good most of the time, right? But if you're not feeling well, if you're not feeling good internally, you can only hide that for so long. So I would tell myself to make sure I'm doing that internal work more so than I'm doing the aesthetic work.
Yes, sir.
So Gen X, why do you think people won't go to the doctor? Why men won't go? What do you think the problem is?
I mean, for me as a Gen Xer, it's kind of pushed on you. You know, if you wasn't bleeding or dying, you better not ask to go to the hospital. Couldn't nobody afford that mess. So that was part of it. You know, you roll your ankle, you sprain your ankle, you throw a ligament in your arm or something, you just hold it up for a couple of days until it got better. You know, unless you was really bad off, you better not go to mama with a problem, because she did not want to hear that mess. She didn't. And then I think it's just part of the ingraining of being a man. Suck it up, buttercup, rub a little dirt on it and walk it off.
Gotcha.
You know, and you didn't, and it wasn't just the ingraining from other people. Like I think it's in us too. It's in us. It's like, I don't want to look weak in front of Walt. You know, I'm gonna go back out here and get in this game. You know, I'm not gonna have Eric talk bad about me tomorrow. I didn't do my part. You know, and so you just get back in there and you just do it. You know, I don't want to hear the boss running his mouth because I hurt my hand before lunch. I'm just gonna get out here and knock this job out. You know, you just do it.
Wow. Well, no, good. So Walt, the taboo, colonoscopies.
Just had one.
All of that stuff.
Just had one 2-3 weeks ago. Yeah. So, hey man, I don't know why it's taboo. I mean, the fact that you even mentioned it on this program wouldn't even have happened probably 10-15 years ago. You know, we probably all would have just closed our screens, man. But the reality is, a lot of men are basically dying from embarrassment. You know, so you know, you have to go. You got to get your colonoscopy. Unfortunately for me, I'm on every 5 years. Last time I was on a 3-year run, you know, and I'm just trying to stay ahead of this thing, but I'm good. Go for my follow-up in a week, and hopefully I'll back on the 5-year run, and then the next one is 5 years, and if I'm good, then I'll go back on a 10-year run, you know. But the reality is, man, just like anything else in life, we fear what could happen more than we fear what's really going on right there in front of you, man. I mean, we sit here and we create these scenarios in our brains based on logic or someone else's low calorie logic sometimes, and then that adversely affects our actions, which is a terrible thing. And Gen X said it, man. You know, nobody wants to be the guy or wants to appear to be the guy who looks like he can't handle something, but really, man, Eric, you touched on it as well. Everybody's trying to figure it out, man. You know, your mental, your spiritual, all of those things affect the body. I mean, even down to my biggest crime right now, as far as health is, I don't get enough sleep.
Right.
You know, I'm 6 hours, man, and I'm up. But you know, I really, you know, I get a better night's sleep when I go play golf, or when I get a good workout in. I get a better night's rest. You know, and the Apple Watch and all that stuff. You know, they tell you all that stuff to remind you that. So sleep is a big part of your health as well, your mental and physical health, especially as you get older, right?
So Doug, I got a question for you. How important you think it is to share your history, your medical history with family, like your kids, brothers, or things like that?
I mean, it's huge. I grew up not knowing who my biological father was, right? So when I started to see things that were happening with my sons, I was trying to find answers that I didn't have anyone to tell me those answers, right? So having that fear of the unknown is very bad. So, you know, we definitely have to let people know about things that are happening, things that you feel, the possibilities of something. Because again, it's just a scary part of it. Like I said, as soon as I feel that twinge in my leg or my foot, I know I got to take my gout flare-up medicine or something like that. You know, so and I know that that's something that tends to run in our family a little bit. But yeah, it's a scary thing because again, I didn't know my biological father growing up, so I didn't know all the problems that he had until after he passed away, and then I found out.
Right. Got you. No. So no, very good. If anyone else got anything from all of, I mixed the questions up and threw stuff at y'all, but anything that I want to comment on that you didn't get a chance to hit on with that subject?
I'd like to say, basically, man, these conversations and, you know, last Thanksgiving, all of my buddies over the house, our wives, family members, it's probably about 15, 20 people. And one of the ladies came over to us and said, you know, over in the men's corner where we over there solving all the problems after dinner, right? And she said, I remember a time when you guys would be over here talking about sports and women, and now you're talking about Social Security and Medicare. And I'm like, that's how the conversation has changed. So, you know, we got to keep those conversations going because you're not going it alone. And information is power. And to be able to apply that information properly is even better. So I just say, man, let's just keep talking about it. That's the best thing, man. And kind of comparing notes. And we will find also, like, as much as we think we're individuals, in this cohort that we're in, more similarities and differences, you know, all the way around. So yeah, no matter, you know, where you come from, what your upbringing was, you know, basically, hey man, the 60-year-old machine is the 60-year-old machine, you know. Yeah. So that's what I'm finding, you know.
Yeah, and I would like to piggyback off of what Gen X said a little earlier about appearing weak when you have to admit that you're hurt, you're struggling with something. Actually, I think we just need to get that message out there, man. That's really a strength. You can say, hey man,
nothing is stronger than that.
I need some help. When you have a brotherhood, and us men, we need men. We
need
there's something that only men can give another man.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right.
You look at and see another man having the same struggles that we're having, or similar struggle, or even sometimes different. You might be a couple years older than me. I might be a few years younger than you. I can say, okay, this is what happened to me when I was that age.
Right.
We gotta be willing to be transparent and give out guidance to the younger ones and to accept
100%.
it from the older ones, or even what. And I'll say this last thing because I pride myself on being able to learn something from anybody, whatever age. It doesn't matter what age they are. I can learn something from anybody. So yeah, Gen X said it right though. You rub something on your arm, you got a broken finger or something, man. Hey, just tape it up and keep moving because we got things to do.
To that point, and Jack, you can relate to this too, I'm sure. You know, like in my profession, a lot of guys didn't go for regular injuries because you got to go to the clinic and you got to document it. So it's no big deal. And then you realize later on it catches up to you. Now take that to especially veterans who get hurt, and maybe not necessarily during wartime, but just get hurt. And then they try to go get their disability piece when they retire because these things have caught up to them. You know, and then even like the guys in North Carolina at Camp Lejeune with the water, you know, so documentation beats conversation any day, man. I would say to the younger guys, document everything, man. I mean, you know, whether you go and get it done or it's a problem then or not, you have to document it because the moment you don't, you lose your right to come back and basically be made whole, you know. So I would say just document everything, man. You know, it's not, and Eric, to your point, and Gen X, same thing. Hey, man, it takes real strength, right, to say that you need help. You know what I mean? And I'm not just talking about major stuff. You know, I mean, just basic stuff, man. We're not made. Relationships run the world. We're not made to be on an island as men, especially as you get older. It doesn't work. It just doesn't fit. So
no, and that's and your point on that, Walt, is you was talking about with the veterans and being an Army vet. A lot of it was if it was in your record and you were trying to be promoted, that was why a lot of people didn't go to sick call. They didn't want to. They didn't have that stuff on their record because it made you seem or appear to be weak, or you're soft. You know, you got all these injuries and you got all this. But if you was doing your job and really doing your job, especially when you're out in the battlefield or on the even in the training facility, if you was really doing your job, you was going to get hurt. I mean, it was times where, you know, diving over this and jumping under that and rolling here. I mean, those trees ain't forgiving. They don't care. They don't care if you run into a tree. You run into a tree, you're gonna hurt yourself. But you couldn't tell anybody because of the fact that you came across as being weak or soft, or you know. And it's sad, but it was 100% true, and it stopped a lot of people from reporting. And when you didn't report it, it's in their eyes. If it's not here, and like you said, documentation. If it's not there, it never happened. And you know, don't come to me 20 years later acting like it's something, you know. But you know it happened, and you can tell almost to the date that it happened, but at the same time, that's where the problem is. And I'm looking at it look like Truth Wave Energy say don't want to be the labeled as the sick bay commando, and that was it. You didn't want to be the sick bay commando. So you know, but I got a badge. I got the cross badge on my uniform because I was always a sick call. I had no problem. I'll go. But I had people tell me that. They like, man, get this stuff reported. Don't hold on to it. All right, so we're going to switch gears a little bit and throw it. We came out of health and going into another type of health, but it's your finances. So what's the biggest financial lesson you've learned in your 20s, 40s, and beyond? So financial lessons, what did you learn? What are some moves that you made when you were 20 that you learned when you were 30, 40? I should have made that move at 20. So I'm going to go with you, Dougie, for Doug Rome. How you doing? What you got?
Sadly, I think I'm still learning as I go along. Lessons learned in life. You know, watching my father, he worked 6 days a week and he was always getting that overtime as best he could, and just to stack the money, you know, for when rainy days come, because they do come, right? So just don't think that you can just put everything on credit cards and pay for it later, because it's going to come back and bite you. So like I said, those are things that you still learn today, even in making purchases and things like that are big money purchases. You know, make sure you have that covered so that way you can pay for it all at one time as opposed to paying for it over a long period of time.
Gotcha. Okay. No, that's a good one. Mr. Eric, what you got, sir?
Yeah, for me, mine would be pretty simple. Work smarter, not harder. Because like once again, we as men, we feel like we got to take care of everything. And to a certain degree, we should, because we're the leader, we're the head of the household, and we should embrace that role. But sometimes we just got to be smart and know when to sit down. And also, one of the things that I used to beat myself up about was missed opportunities. You know, things that you should have taken advantage of and you didn't. So those two things right there, those are things that stand out the most for me. Is if I had done this, or you know, evaluate an opportunity, take a risk. Life is full of risks. You know, we have to take risks sometimes. There's no risk, no reward. So yeah, for me, those are the biggest things.
That's the one way of looking at it for sure. But I'm thinking when you were saying that, more like that Netflix blockbusters type thing. You know? You're never going to make it. Nobody wants their movies in the mail. Like,
it'll never last.
Surprise. So Gen X, you got anything for us on this one?
My two pieces of advice I would give myself in my 20s and 30s would be save. Save for what's important, not for what you want to have fun with. Like, just save, and don't cash out that IRA.
Oh yeah,
don't. You know, if you quit your job or you lose your job and you move on, take it with you or let it stay where it's at and keep building. Don't cash it out. You know, I did that probably 4 or 5 times. And, oh, well, I ain't working here no more. Let me get that $3 grand out. Oh, I ain't working here no more. Let me get that $7 grand out. You know, I'd have 150 grand in there right now. I just left that little 10 grand in. You know, it's that and insurance, life insurance. You know, everybody gets to a point where that becomes a topic of conversation. Don't wait till you're 50 and unhealthy and they can charge you, you know, $300 a month for a $100,000 policy. Shoot, it ain't even that big. It's $50,000 policy. Go on and get it when you're young, get it when you're healthy, lock it in, and have it there. Don't leave that on your wife. Don't leave it on your kids.
Wow, good points. Thank you. Yeah. Walt Talks, what you got for me?
As far as money, hey man, I've blown a lot of money all in the name of fun, but I had a hell of a time, you know. But I've always had a pretty good balance with my life, you know, as far as my money goes, because I've never been like a big car person, yada yada yada. I like motorcycles and stuff like that. But I would just say, man, if you really think about how much money you spend on the weekend for a good night out, and if you just did the math on that and let it play all the way out over 30 years, you'd really see how exponential growth works, you know. And I would just say, man, especially for young people starting out, put more away, put more into your 401k or your thrift savings or whatever your situation is, your deferred compensation, put more away. And when you get a raise, still increase that. Because when I did okay, but I think about if I had just done more, you know, where I'd be. But I would also say, and Eric, to your point, and I'm sure you feel the same way, hey man, it is what it is. What's gone is gone. But and then anytime one thing, if anything changes, everything changes. So you just can't change if you're enjoying your life and where you are in life. If you have changed one thing, it may not be the life that you have now. I mean, it could have been totally different, man. So, you know, I mean, I'm with you on that. I mean, we've all missed opportunities. We all came up through Blockbuster, Amazon, and Uber, and everything else that Dell and everything else that went public. But I would just say, man, just know that one day, like the old people tell you, just keep living. If you're lucky, you're going to be older, and you're going to be glad that you did put that away. You know.
So I'm looking in the comment section, and Frank's track say, "I've learned not to rely on the lottery." So that's not the best investment.
And let me just add this statement. I heard a lot of us give up on what we really want for what we want right now.
That's what's up. And Lakeside Laura made the comment of buying gold and silver. So I mean, and that's one of those moves. A lot of we don't, you know, we know the stocks and we get in the 401k and all, but do you buy outside of the stock? Do you buy gold, buy silver, and things like that? So.
Here's what's funny, man. You do what? Elementary, middle school, high school is what, 12 years. You may do 4 years of college. You may do another specialty thing. So let's say on average, the average person has at least 12 to 16 years of school, investing in themselves to make themselves better, right?
Right.
But then when it comes to your finances, we have the mentality where we want to flip it. You know, you want to buy it for one, sell it for two, and you want it overnight. But if you just took that long approach and played the long game, even like down to dollar cost averaging, you just be in better shape, man. And I mean, you know, we can all, like I said, we can all do more, man. If you're talking about $5 at Starbucks every morning, if you just put that in the, you know, just think about how much that adds up to. And we all have that story. I mean, I know I do. You know, and whoever that was that talked about the lottery. Yeah, man. I play the lottery every now and then. And one year I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna take the money that I've been playing and just put it into a jar. And I haven't been behind since. I've always been ahead, you know. And I'll just take that and do whatever at the end of the year. Sometimes I'll deposit it. Sometimes I'll just buy that thing that I want, you know. And it's just like a game. And once you start saving, it becomes a game. With me, it becomes a game. You know, like, oh man, okay, I did pretty good today. And then of course, with all the technology, you know where you are with the Rocket Money and the Quicken and all that kind of stuff. You know, when you start looking at those categories, and Jack, we're not even gonna talk about golf, man, because golf doesn't count. But man, I've been like, oh Lord.
Yeah,
man.
you cut that out, you're gonna be a
millionaire. Yeah, man. Yeah. So just, you know.
I wanted to touch on what Walt said when a little while ago when he said think about the money you spend for a good time on the weekends and add it up, over 10, 20, 30 years. I wish somebody had taught me about inflation, because not only are you spending money on the weekend for the, 10, 20, 30 years, what you're spending for the weekend now is not going to be, if you spend $100 this Saturday, it's going to be $500 in 20 years.
Today's price is not tomorrow's price or yesterday's price.
Yeah. It's just crazy. So, and nobody taught me that part. Nobody.
Yeah.
Or maybe they did and I didn't listen.
And we weren't
You just weren't listening. Yeah, that's the big one. Like,
because that's them, man. Yeah, but I'm different. I mean, that happened to you, but I'm different, man.
We've been hearing that rainy day fund for a long time, but it's like, when is it gonna rain? It ain't gonna rain.
It's kind of like Jack when we play golf and we're playing the skins game. So if a guy gets a par, you want someone else to get a par, so that nullifies his par and nobody has to pay, right?
Right.
So what's the expression we use? Hey man, save the church some money, right?
Oh yeah.
Because but then when you talk about the church, talking about the old building fund, the next thing out of mouths is, yeah man, we haven't bought a new doorknob at the church, man. So where's my building fund money going? You know what I mean? So that's always been like a joke with us on the golf course. Yeah, but you got to know, man. It's like you said, Doug. You said it, man. It's one day. It's going to rain. It's going to rain.
So I got a question for y'all. Is your credit rating overrated? Do you really need to worry about your credit rating? Is that like, or do we put too much on it? Anyone can answer that one.
I guess in some sense it's not overrated. It depends on what you're trying to do and what entity you're dealing with. But for the most part, I think it's about being a good steward over your finances, just knowing what you're doing with your money. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. Maybe I think in some instances it's important.
And not to step on each other, I'm gonna go. I think Gen X had something. Go ahead, Jen. Gen X.
To me, it matters. To me, it's very important. I mean, it's not that it's important to me, but it's important to live in society if you want to live decent. I could care less about the credit rate, and I wish I could just pay for everything in cash. And you get charged now for paying bills in cash. There's cell phone companies you go to, and I'm right here. Let me walk on in there and pay my bill. Oh, that'll be $5 extra because it's cash. Really? Yeah. So credit, I don't want it to be important, but it's very important.
Yeah.
Yes. The society we live in, it matters.
Yeah, I'm in workforce development. So, I mean, a lot of people don't realize that when you're going to start with a new company, one of the things is they're looking at your background, your social media, then also your financial background. So they're going to see your last 5, 10, 15 years. And a lot of people are scared to apply for certain jobs because of that, because they don't want people to see certain things that are on there. It's going to stop them from getting a job. So it matters a lot.
And if you think about it, in college, you kids are coming out of college in debt just because you can get a credit card quicker than you can if you in college, quicker than you can if you have a job.
Right.
And they don't teach credit and credit management in high school, right? How many got that class in school?
Yeah. Nah. Well, we learned how to work that nickel and dime extra from lunch. I didn't know lunch was 95 cents. I knew how to work that nickel, give me some annihilators or something. But no,
I used to always say that, basically in high school, I don't know why they didn't basically just teach us how to do a checkbook.
To live.
Right.
That part too.
Just to balance your checkbook.
Yeah.
My mama had to teach me that. My mama had to teach me that, and then my wife. I didn't know.
Right. No, that's good points. Definitely good points. Lakeside Laura makes a comment down that says Dave Ramsey says not to focus on credit rating, but debt free and saving.
Right.
And I'm with you on that. Being debt free and having a good saving, but you still got to have some form of credit.
Yes.
Because that's what they're looking at. It's like, what is your credit history? You got to have something that you've shown that you make, like when you're trying to get an apartment, or you're trying to get buy a car, or if you're trying to, if someone's going to loan you anything, they want to know what your history's like. And if you don't have any type of history, you're bad rating. Like I have no debt, but you have no history either. So we don't know if you're going to pay your bill once you get a debt, and that could be a problem sometimes.
But if you look at, like, say, if you show the average person just an amortization table of a mortgage, right? And the difference between, a point is hundreds of thousands of dollars in 30 years. you know. So, and when I was doing mortgages, 2007, 2008, you know, on a part-time basis, man, I was amazed at how many people did not know certain things. I mean, like, because it's almost like they were embarrassed. But like, if you don't know your APR, right, and you don't know how much money the money costs you, or if you go buy a car and the car salesman asks you, what's your credit? And you give them an idea, they run your credit, and then you say, he might ask you, well, number one mistake, how much do you want your payments to be? I mean, you have just basically opened up your checkbook, opened up your wallet, and just told this guy to just have his way with you, you know, because you don't know what it cost you. You don't know what it truly cost you, and that's a problem. And then when guys leave the car dealership with the car, just take it home. You know, you leave that car dealership with that car, and your friends say, "Oh man, this car is nice." You'll never take it back. You know, and they know that. So I mean, your credit will determine your interest rate, which will determine your financial status down the road. So I'm with all of you guys. We don't like it. It's not fair, but we do know that it's at the bottom. At the end of the day, it costs. It costs. It costs. Yeah. So
all right, nothing wrong with that. All right, so I'm gonna change gears again, and I know Gen X, you are getting closer, so I'm gonna throw this one out there, and I'm gonna let Gen X go first, and then I know you got to go and prepare for your show, so I'm gonna respect that and respect your time.
Absolutely,
on that for sure. So let me throw this one with, and like I say, we're changing gears. So let me see. Boom. This one's dealing with relationships and real talk. So how have your views on love, loyalty, and communication in relationships evolved over time? So, you know, when I was younger, in my college days and high school days, to now in my, you know, older days, how has your views changed in that? And if you don't want to answer, I'm okay.
Oh, no. No, I'm good. Well, communication, I've learned from when I was younger to now, is extremely important. You know, when I was young, you didn't need to know anything I was thinking. You didn't need to know what I believed in. You just didn't need to know it. It was for me and me only. And yeah, that don't work. That they don't like that. They don't like that part at all. You know, so I've learned to communicate better, and I've learned it not only so I can be a better man and communicate with somebody, but I respect communication myself. You know, I need to know things. When I was young, I wanted to believe I knew everything, and I now know I don't know nothing. So I need to know. You know, you need to tell me something. Loyalty's always been a big deal to me. It's gotten probably a little stronger as I've gotten older. I guess maybe because, you know, you go through disloyal people and unloyal people, you learn how valuable loyalty is. My views on love, I mean, it's a learning process. I've been through quite a few relationships. My first wife passed away, and I've been through a couple long-term relationships since that point, since me and her were together. And each time I learned a little bit more, and I think I learned to love better. I learned a little bit more each time what's important and what isn't, what I thought was important. And now what you think is important at 20 is not important at all. It's
not even close.
It's real. It's such a, you know, when I look at, you know, my youngest son, he's in the chat, Upbeat Pluto. When I look at him sometimes and I just want to say things and like, nah, I can't tell you. You just got to figure it out, man. You got to figure out that this is not that big a deal, and you will in about 5 years. It'll get you, and you'll be like, this wasn't worth what I just went through.
Right.
So that's love. You know, I've just learned to appreciate people. Well, you know, my person for who they are. That was a big thing I had a problem with. You know, I was a little bit of a control freak. And I would learn I liked the heck out of somebody, but then when I got with them, I wanted to change those very things that I liked so nobody else would like it. Man, it was crazy, man. And then, you know, you get in your mid-30s and you get a little bit of brain in you at that point working, and you think, man, how did I even think like that? Like, I liked her for this. Why would I change that?
Right.
So yeah, it's a learning process, and I appreciate love, and I appreciate communication, and loyalty is huge. Yeah.
No, thank you.
100%.
Eric, I see you look like you concentrate. What you got for us, Eric?
Oh man, I was sitting here thinking, do I really want to weigh in on this? But no, love, loyalty, and communication, man. I'll tell you this, and what I've learned: if you want some peace in your life, you better get good at all three of those.
100%.
If you want
man.
peace, you better get. And this is coming from a man that if my wife were right here right now, she would tell you she doesn't like me. She might love me, but she doesn't like me. And I have kind of like you, Gen X, is like those things that attracted me to her are the things that I like the least about her now after 24 years of marriage. You know what I'm saying? And I'm kind of nuanced there a little bit because if you something, and Muhammad Ali said this, if you're the same person after 20 years, something is wrong.
Yes, sir.
So we do evolve as people, and there are expectations that you should have, but they should be spoken expectations.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? You shouldn't just expect somebody to know what you expect. Does that make sense? You
can't hold someone accountable. You can't have someone hold someone accountable for something that you haven't told them, what they don't know.
That's
Absolutely,
what I mean.
100%.
So that in that sense, but I know I'm kind of rambling a little bit, but
no, not at all, bro.
Communication is the key, man. That's the most vital thing in any relationship. It's vital. You better learn how to communicate, because if you don't, and I can say this, I just met you guys tonight, but I guarantee you the number one thing in your household that you want is peace. You don't want to come home after being out all the time working and doing whatever it is you work and come home to any chaos. You want peace, if you're by yourself, you pretty much guaranteed peace unless you're just battling the demons in your head. If you got kids, you got a wife, or you got somebody living with you, you want to come home and be peace there. And you have to be able to communicate effectively to actually have a certain level of peace. And you have to do that inner work. That's why I keep going back to the inner work. You have to do that because you can't put everything on somebody else. You can't expect them to do everything.
No one's responsible for your happiness.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm 100%.
Wow. Yeah. Now, very good points. Very good points. Doug, you got anything? You knew I was coming your way. So.
I mean, I will admit this every day as a communicator in my personal life. I've never been good at it. I've never been, but in my professional life, I'm very good at it, especially letting other people know that's something that you need to do. You need to put it out there. You need to let people know your feelings and the things that you want. If you don't ask for something, you're never going to get it in that way. So I've always been that shy, introverted self, but I'm always in extroverted situations. So I know what I need to do when I need to do. But I'm always worried about like that inner self and, just worried about how I just said this and how it was perceived or something like that. And I didn't want someone to think this way and think that way. So it was always hard for me in various situations growing up. People were like, you're not a shy person. I was like, believe me, I really am a shy person. But because of that, and maybe just being a servant leader and stuff like that, it's something that I see as my core value to be able to help other people to be able to do that and take that leap of faith and be out there and be trusting and show your true feelings and show your emotion. I'm one of those persons that now I wear my heart on my sleeve. I will tell you about the good, bad, and the ugly and everything that's going on in my life if I can help you to learn a lesson in life. Especially, because like I said, I've been there and done that, lost a lot of money, been the highest highs and the lowest of lows. But, you definitely have to value the people that are around you and with you. And it does take a village, whether it's your family, your neighbors, or the people you work with. We're always one big family and we need each other. So, I like that loyalty, and I'm more trusting now than I ever was of people, for the last 56 years. So that's a good thing.
No, that's good. And before Walt, before you go, I want to just say I know Gen X had to leave. He has the show. So I want to thank Gen X for being on the stage and being on the panel with us. I think his screen froze on us before he left, but it was like the perfect time because it was right time to leave.
Right.
But he had some very valuable comments and insight, and I appreciate him taking his time and coming up on the stage with us and hanging out. So and thank you again, Gen X. So Walt, what you got for us, sir?
So I'm with Eric, man. But the 3 P's. P plus P plus P equal P. So peace, purpose and prosperity equal passion for me. So if I have two of the three, I can probably get passionate about something, but I do not waste my time. I forget how many minutes we have in a day, and on anything that does not bring me peace, passion, or prosperity. And because it's just, man, Marvin Gaye's one of my favorite songs by Marvin Gaye was If I Should Die. And I always ask myself, if today was my last day, right after I have this silly argument with you, and I go and I leave this world, am I going to be pissed at myself for sitting here wasting my last minutes of my life arguing about something that doesn't matter? You know? So, hey man, I'm like this, man. I will stay out of your way. I will, and this goes for relationships, friendships. I will stay out of your way because everyone deserves to have peace, you know? And sometimes what I found is people who don't have peace in their lives are not really looking for it. They're just looking to win an argument. And I'm not trying to go down that road, man. I'm just not. I'm not going to tolerate anything. I'm not going to let you take my time from me. My time as I get older is more valuable than anything. You know, and it's the old adage, you know, hey man, please remove all sharp objects before getting in my lifeboat. I will help anybody, but I'm not going to let you take me down with you. So I'm just not, you know.
Good insight on that. Now I know when we the word we use was relationships, and all the men on the stage. I mean, we went male female, but how is that like a relationship with a male? I mean, it's your relationship, is that those same values or
same thing?
Right.
I'm not going to sit here and argue with you, whether you got a 5 or a 4 on your scorecard. I'm not going to argue with you, you know, hey man, you rolled your ball and you know we're playing them down. You walked in the ball in the woods with your hand in your pocket and all of a sudden you found the ball 20 yards past when we know it went in back here. I'm not having no discussions. I'm just rather that. I won't bet. I'll play with you, but I'm not going to bet you. And if it gets to that, I just rather not be around you, man. I mean, because here's the thing. If I can't trust you on that, what's going to happen when it really matters?
Right. No,
and I think as men, especially as men, I think we, and I'm talking in general here, and you guys were athletes, especially you guys, because all three of you guys play ball at a pretty good level. You know, it's like you got to find that thing that gives you that passion, because when something defines you, how well you can hit a ball, you know, catch a ball, throw a ball, what you drive, what type of woman you date. If these things define you, the moment you don't have that thing that made you the man, you will do anything to get that back. And that's where you get into people who compromise their integrity because they're trying to get that thing back, you know? And I just think, man, like back to Eric, what you said in the beginning, man, if you don't have that spiritual grounding, that inner peace, man, you'll never find it. You'll never find it. And you'll compromise yourself every time. You got to stand on something, man. You got to stand on something.
Yeah.
You know?
So,
yeah.
Now, do you think, and now I'm just going to throw this out there, and if you got something else you want to reply or respond to, but you think what you just said, Walt, was what causes people or men sometimes to step out? You know, you're in a relationship, but you're still trying to find out, like, you know, I was a man when I was in high school. I was a man when I was in college. And you thinking, you know, I've been in this thing for 20, 30 years. All of a sudden, you know, do I still got it? Is that something you're looking for? You think so?
I think as young men, maybe, but as older men, man, look, this is just my opinion. You know, I always tell people I'm not in that line of work because if it's like robbing a bank, man. If you start at the end with the consequences and work your way back to the crime, you won't go and rob the bank because you understand what comes with it, you know? So at 60 years old, man, I don't want to live over top of the liquor store, man. I mean, I've done that. I've been there, you know, so I don't want to lose what I have. And you certainly don't want to bring someone else or hurt someone else because you don't know you can't figure out what you want to do with your life, you know? And then it's easy for me to say at 60, fortunately, I didn't get married till I was 33. So I kind of like had those things worked out before I got married. A lot of guys get married at 18, they never work those things out. So they got to try to figure it out as they go. So, you know, but you know, man, I'm pretty much, man, I'm over the mindset if I didn't get married, I'd probably be dead and broke by now. You know what I mean?
I got you.
All in the name of fun. You know. So, yeah.
I got you.
So it depends on the person, man. You got to be. It all comes from within, man. You got to be happy with who you are as a person, and then nothing else adversely affects you, because other people's success, it doesn't adversely affect you. It just doesn't, because you want everybody to win, because it has nothing to do with you. You're not paying for their happiness. It's not a zero-sum game, you know. So
I got you. I got
comes
you.
within.
Right.
Yeah.
Eric, you got anything, or Doug, anything on that? You don't have to throw nothing. If you don't have it, we good.
I think we all enjoy the chase, but you know, as we get older and then keep going with the golf analogies and stuff like that, then you just learn how to take that passion and put it towards improving yourself, or you know, with the guys I play with, we play a points game. So like you said, you're not really worried about them. You're just trying to make sure you're plus to do whatever it is, and forget about that last shot and worry about the next shot. And it just takes one shot to get you back in, get you the points that you need to earn the money that day, you know? So we're just changing out the chase for something else.
Right.
We're smarter now.
Right.
How about that?
And for me, like on that level, I'm not a golfer like you guys are, but
don't start.
When you talk about male relationships, I'm always looking for where can I add value, and can this individual add value to me? Am I going to allow this person in my life to hold me accountable? I don't need anybody in my life that's not going to point out to me, Eric, maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe that's not good for you. Maybe you should try something different. That's what I want in my life at this age. And it's been that way for several years now. But yeah, that when it comes to a male relationship, I'm actively seeking that. You know what I'm saying? I'm actively seeking to add value to somebody else's life. I don't these relationships like you said, Walt. Like, life is too
short.
I don't want to spend. It's too short. The days go by. I don't want to spend my days just wasting my days doing some nonsense.
Yeah.
No. Good points. Good point. So, guys, I'm gonna take a quick break, 30 seconds, and then we got another guest we're gonna pop up on the stage. So let me take this 30-second break, and then we'll be back. And we got more questions for y'all. But thank y'all and everyone that's out there in the chat. The Iron Sharpening Iron Show, and definitely this is the break off for the Gentleman's Journal, and so we appreciate everything that's been said so far. So we'll just take this quick break.
Get ready for the ultimate live experience. Join us on stage where music, poetry, and comedy collide in a night to remember. Top musicians, spoken word artists, and comedians come together for a unique and unforgettable show. From soulful melodies to side-splitting jokes, this jam-packed event has it all. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride as we bring you the best of the best in this one-of-a-kind performance. Are you ready for the next We Be Jammin' Live?
All right, welcome back to the Iron Sharpening Iron Show, or the Gentleman's Journal. And we got on the stage with us Fishy Things down there in the corner. There you go. What's up?
Oh, hey.
What's up? You didn't know you was on?
Am I late? I must have been confused about the time frame. I thought I was super early.
Remember, you're late. Yeah, when I say you're late, you're always on time.
Yeah.
But we're on the East Coast. You're in the Central, so that's 7 o'clock, and we're 7 o'clock on the East Coast. So what time is it for you right now?
It's 7 o'clock here.
It's 8 o'clock here. So we've been on for an hour so far. So, but you're all right. You're good. It's like you took places, because we had Gen X on, and now you popped on. So Gen X had to leave, and now you're here. So
there you go.
Perfect. Mm-hmm. So, gentlemen, we're going to change. What they say? I don't say channels, but we're going to definitely change gears and go in another question. And this one is it's going to be different because of we're older gentlemen. So and we're going to throw this one out there. So it's based around the impact of social media. So how has social media helped or hurt men when it comes to self-worth, relationships, and brotherhood? Social media. How has social media helped or hurt men when it comes to worth, relationships, and brotherhood, which I got. And I'm gonna go with you, Doug. You look like you're eager on this one, man. What's that?
The woulda, shoulda, coulda. If there would have been social media or texting or messaging back in the day, the game would have been totally different, right? So it makes us much more braver. Where there's keyboard warriors that can sit behind something and not have to worry about being face to face, mano a mano with somebody. So a lot of times people are being much more braver, saying things that are maybe it's their true self, but it's one of those scary double-edged sword kind of type thing. Be careful what you start typing, because are you going to be able to back it up when you actually see that person face to face, and whatever it may be. I think like we were saying before, we care about how we look and everything like that. So I'm sure we may even have a picture that's on social media, and you're like, well, I don't know, I maybe want to put a different picture on there. So we always want to put the best foot forward, and that gives us that opportunity maybe to do that at times, because you get that retake, you retake, as opposed to being the reality of that in the moment, face to face with somebody. So again, it was, for me being a shy person, it would have been something really special back in the day. Now you just got to be careful with how you use it and things that are out there, because it's always out there. I do a lot of things with the Department of Corrections with helping people get jobs, and they don't realize that social media is one of the biggest checks that they do with your background. So they're going to see all the things that you posted over time, and that can be a determining factor whether or not you get a job or not. So it's great for many things, for real time and spreading information, but again, be careful what you look at and what you say on there.
And what you posted. All right, I'm gonna go with Eric. What you got, sir?
Yeah, for me, the way it has affected me is like right back to what we were talking about earlier. Communication. It's like communication styles are just it's crazy how we have to make adjustments, especially for the newer generations that were born into the social media. Make adjustments for how they communicate. Right? They have to wait for a response. You have to get in somebody's DMs. You have to. What about just talking?
Right.
So for me, that's and of course there's some benefits to social media.
Sure.
It gives you access to things that you wouldn't normally have access to or as quickly. So there's some good and some bad, but the whole communication piece to me is one of the more crucial aspects of social media. And I see a lot of negativity with that, where we have to make so many adjustments to communicate outside the box of what our norm was. Because I know for me, like talking, I just want to talk to you. I just want to see you and talk to you, and maybe person to person, face to face. I can even do a Zoom like this. This is better. See, this Zoom right here. This is something we weren't able to do in the past.
All right.
It's a good thing. This platform is a good thing.
Right.
But yeah, that's the main thing for me, communication. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fishy things coming to you. What you got, sir?
So I think there's if you don't mind, I'm going to answer this question in 3 phases. So first, I'm going to put out a blanket statement, and then I'll probably end it by answering why I think this. But I think it's actually hurt women the most, and I'll circle back to why that is. But as far as men, I think that it depends on how you want to look at hurt or help. Depends on the objective of the man, right? Then that breaks off into 2 brackets, right? And then, so because the thing about social media and all the dating apps and things like that is that it is primarily driven by physical appearance, right? Like you see a photo of someone and you swipe left or swipe right. You know what I mean? That's generally what most of them are. Yes, you write stuff about yourself in bio and all that kind of stuff, right? But usually, probably, I don't know, if I had to guess a percentage, I'd say at least 80 to 90% of the time, that first look, what does he look like, is a woman's first thing, and they just immediately cancel a guy out or move on. You know what I mean? And so, from that objective, men that are maybe less than average attraction physically are not even getting a chance in the new landscape. You know what I mean? So there's a surplus of men that really just don't get dates, don't get any sort of female attention in the modern age, right? Now, on the flip side, the percentage of men that are above average attraction, they're actually getting more opportunities than ever in history, more numbers of women, if you know what I mean. And so I think this is actually hurting everyone, honestly. So I think it makes it too easy for your sort of upper echelon physically men to be immoral, to be bad, to fool around with tons and tons of women because it's so easy, because they've literally got hundreds of them in their phone that they can contact at any time, and they all want to have an opportunity with them, if you know what I mean. So yeah, I think it's hurting everyone, and I think it's hurting your upper echelon from a physical standpoint, men, from increased opportunities at immorality, right? I think it's hurting men that are below average appearance in the fact that they're not even getting a chance. And then I think it's hurting women because prior to this, women would at least, they say that a woman decides whether or not she'll consider a man in those first 10 seconds of seeing him, right? But without social media, they would get a chance to genuinely talk to a man. A man would actually have to come up to them and say something. And women are highly emotionally intelligent, right? So, those next follow-up, whatever the heck they say, is immediately differentiating one man from another. And also on that, the social cues of politeness, if, prior to social media, most people kind of just met in random spots and just happen to talk. And so an average man might, happen to talk to a woman at a grocery store because they're see the same grocery item or whatever sparked the impromptu conversation. And then she would get to know that man. And what's interesting is when you get to know someone, especially when you're talking like building romance and chemistry and rapport, things like that, any sort of relationship really, but knowing someone and then you can grow to find somebody more physically attractive if you kind of like the things they say, if you like things about them that you get to know, they suddenly become more physically attractive. But with the social media, you don't get to that point as fast. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Okay. No, I'm with you. I got you. Good point. Say. So I'm gonna throw it to you, Walt. What you got on this?
I think like anything else, man, social media is a tool, and I'll use the gun analogy, if I may. A gun on the table or fire. I'll use fire. Fire can heat your house. It can burn your house down. It can cook your food, right? It can keep you warm. And I mean, so it's all depending on how this tool is used. However, what I don't agree with where I don't like social media from the standpoint of it makes people lazy. It now requires us that we don't have to do the work that we used to have to do. And the accountability piece, and I'm not saying, again, if the tool is improperly used, the accountability piece, saying what you mean, meaning what you say, being who you are, representing yourself properly, all of those things is easy to put up that facade. It's easy to practice deception with the social media piece. And then the downside is we are exposed to more information and have access to more information than ever. And we use less, we do less research based on likes, shares, and views. So that's not a social media problem. That's a situation where people have been socially engineered to do that. So basically the world is dumbing down. They're dumbing us down. The world, the invisible they are dumbing us down, and it just makes it harder for us to get past those things as a people. So that's my ups and downs on social media. But I mean, hey man, like right now we're having a great conversation, and this is on social media, so this is a beautiful thing as well. So
no, and
it's good.
That is true. That is true. What you got, Fishy?
I just want to piggyback up what you said about we now have access to more information than ever. And while that is 100% true, it's also we're also bombarded by just as much, if not more, disinformation, if that makes any sense.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Just as much or more nonsense. So it's really hard to filter through. Like, yes, we have access to all the truth and knowledge that has been acquired since man started writing right now. It's all out there. But it's also filled with a bunch of baloney, too.
Yes.
So that's all I wanted to comment on that.
That could be like say like Walt made, and both of y'all saying pretty much the same thing on that, where you know, you got to do the research. You know, just because you saw a video don't mean you share that video until you prove that that's true or not. You know, you got a video that somebody passed away, like, wow, they passed. Oh man, you sharing it with all the people. Like, I didn't know so and so passed. Like, they didn't pass. Like, oh man, I got a video. Like, you can't just go off of the videos. And with and as valuable as it is, and I was about to say that with AI, you don't even know if that's the person. I mean, the AI can make anybody look and do whatever you want them to do. I mean, I'm looking at videos with babies talking, and I'm looking. I mean, it's like, as much as I see now, I'm like, man, this thing is amazing. But at the same time, you know, and it goes back to a part of doing the research and doing some work. And I prefer to text a person before I will call them. So that's just me. I don't like to talk on the phone. But I didn't like to talk on the phone when we just had landlines. I just didn't want to talk. I'd rather be outside. So texting made it so small. It was short. It was quick. Bam, 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 and it was gone. I didn't have to wait and all that other. I mean, I had to wait for you to respond, but I didn't have to, you know, have a deep conversation, with you. So that's just my preference. But at the same time, I like talking to people. So I mean, we have a live show and I'm talking to you, so I enjoy this. But if I was to reach out to you on the cell phone, it'd probably be by text. It's just like, you know, hey, what's you got? And then that's how I would go, because then I know if you're busy or if you're not busy and you respond, then we can have a conversation if we need to. And that's just, you know, I guess that's my thing. But knowing that social media is out there, and I know it was a couple of weeks ago, we had some younger people on the panel, and they were saying that's just like even dating. They don't ask the person their number anymore. I don't need your phone number. What's your DM? What's your gram? What's your Instagram? What's your this and that? And they're doing background checks before they even want to get started with. Like Doug said, you know, they're looking in your Instagram and trying to see what you all about before we even get started in this relationship thing. And that's just the way to work.
What they're about? Do you really know what a person is about on an Instagram? You know who their representative. You know who the representative is. And you know what they're willing to say or not say, but will they really stand on that? And it's back to you guys being athletes, man. Is hey, look, like Mike Tyson used to say, is everybody's got to play until you get punched in the nose. So, you know, once you're under pressure, it's a different conversation. So I mean, like I said, it's a tool, man. We're here. So, you know, we can't be the old guys and just be pissed that we're, you know, oh man, get off my lawn, you know. But you know, it's a tool, and I just take it for what it's worth. For what it's worth. Yeah.
No, I got you. No.
Great questions though, Jack. Great questions, man.
No, and that's what I'm glad, and I'm hoping that's what we get. Like, this is the Iron Sharpening Iron Show, even though it's a spin-off of it. But I want a deeper conversation where we can actually we can grow. And I ask a lot of questions because I be wanting to know. I'm trying to keep my relationship strong, and I'm trying to keep my other parts strong. And I like to know what you're thinking, so I know if I'm on the right page or not. So thank y'all for all of that. So I'm gonna change gears again, and we're gonna drop another one on you. And this one is dealing with fatherhood and mentorship. So what's the difference between being a father and being a mentor? And how can more men show up in both roles today? So is there a difference? So the difference between being a father and being a mentor, and how can we show up more in both roles today? And I'm gonna go with Eric this time. We'll start with Eric.
Okay, that's a great question. It's kind of loaded, but I don't think there's too much separation in the two. Okay. It's, to me, and I'm a father of two. I have a son now who is 24 years old. He's actually plays basketball overseas, and we are actually. It's, you know, I'm still growing. I'm still learning how to communicate with him, and he's learning how to communicate with me. But I've always tried to be a mentor to him and a father to him, because I really don't think you can separate the two.
Okay.
I think you can I don't think you can, well, you can mentor someone that's not your child, but I don't think you can father someone that's not your, you know what I'm saying? It's what, it's, I think they go hand in hand, and it has to be I've learned that it has to be intentional. You have to be focused on the messages that you are trying to give to your child. And you also have to be transparent. You got to be real. And I say this all the time in other settings. It's like, as a man, you know, we're around the same age, guys. And one of the things that we used to say all the time, or we used to hear said to us all the time, is do as I say, not as I do.
Right.
That doesn't work.
Right.
That doesn't work. But we're asking our children to be more intelligent nowadays. Social media is doing that, right? They're doing that. They got all this information. They're looking up things. They see stuff that we don't even see. And these are one of the generations, one of the first generations where we as parents have to go to them and ask them for help. That's empowering to them. And that makes them think that they're on the same level we are.
That's true.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So just that aspect of understanding that as a parent, that you have to be intentional about what it is that you want this child, how you're rearing this child, and the values that you want to instill in the child, and understanding that it's going to take. But let me just pivot here: is that we gonna have to be willing to be mentored also.
Right.
This goes back to my point about, like, the name of your show, Iron Sharpening Iron.
Yeah.
We can't do this by ourselves. There's some things that we just don't know. And then, like Doug said earlier, I don't know how many other people are on here that has that same experience where he didn't know his biological father. A lot of times we learn things on the fly coming up, and a lot of times we learn it from the wrong people, from the wrong at the wrong time, the wrong way, and we spend years trying to relearn or be retaught how to do something, and then we make mistakes with our parenting and with our mentorship. So yeah, I don't think you can really separate the two. And I think it has to be intentional. I think it has to come from a place where it's genuine, and we have to be transparent. We have to be transparent. We have to be willing to be wrong too.
Yes.
Gotcha. No, good point. I'm gonna go with you, Fishy Things. You got anything for us on this one?
Absolutely. But before I get to that, I'm curious. So I opened your channel in my live as well. Can you see my people chatting as well?
Yeah, I can see him. Yeah.
Because Release to the Greek, I think, has a pretty good take on it. If you wanted to read that quick.
Nah, and the thing is, and if you're talking about this one, I was getting right after you, but there it is right there. I think the difference in fatherhood and mentorship is skin in the game, meaning being a father, you have a direct responsibility in raising your kids to be good people. Mentors can create the same, like a coach or whatever, being a good mentor to a child. But at the same time, your skin in the game is not the same. So I can agree to both of those right there.
Absolutely. So yeah, and I was going to say something similar. I was going to say, you know, the biggest differentiator is sort of time. You know what I mean? As a mentor, you have a much more limited amount of time to mentor, right? You have limited windows of opportunity, and I think that maybe makes it a little easier to bring your best foot forward in those limited windows. Whereas being a father, you're a father every day, all day, nonstop, forever. The moment that kid's born, right? And you're also a human being. And so, I mean, if we're being real here, we make mistakes as fathers and as human beings sometimes. You know, you can't always be your best self every minute, every day. You could sure try, and you should try 100%. So, yeah, I would say that's the biggest difference. You know, and you do have to, you know, make a mental effort every single day to try and be the best you can. And if you don't, you're going to slip up. You'll probably slip up either way, but you'll slip up more if you don't make a mental conscious effort to be the best you can for your child.
All right. Okay.
And just let me just add one thing right quick. And I just want to say this because I just looked up mentor, and it says an experienced and trusted advisor.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it.
I got you. No, and I appreciate you looking that up and throwing that definition out there.
That's definitely it.
Yeah. So Dougie, you got anything for us?
You know, it's one of those things that hit you in the face. I've always felt that I've been a much better mentor to other people than a father, just because life is hard, and you know, it's a lot of times we may say or do things that upset people, or they take it the wrong way, or you use sarcasm, whatever it may be. So because we're not around other people, it's easier for me to be able to show people exactly what was going on in life and maybe how they can do things a little bit better for themselves. So again, I think that I know, like we said, we make a lot of mistakes. So I could have done things a lot better and should have done things a lot better. But then when you see how your children turn out and see that they're great people and they're doing the right things in life, you can definitely see how you're leading by example. And, a lot of times we, sometimes aren't as apologetic as we could be, or don't say the right things, or do the right things in the right situations. But over time, they're going to see you doing the right things, whether it's as a mentor or as a parent or as a father. So it is definitely a duality with everything that you do, because everything is seen and heard. And hopefully they take the right things and move forward.
Right. No, good points. Good points. And I'm gonna go to you, Walt. But just being honest and open with yourself to saying that I'm not perfect. I'm not. I don't have all the answers. You do your best to be your best, but like I say, there's times where situations might come up where the way you handle it might not have been the right way to handle it, but at that moment, that was the best way that I knew how to handle that situation. And you hopefully can always go back and apologize if you do something wrong or whatever. But at the same time, you're raising young, especially me. I got 4 boys. My oldest is 32. So, I look at it like that. These are grown men, so when I'm sitting there talking to them, I'm talking to a man, and you get there, well, that's my boy, that's my kid. But those are grown men looking me in my face, and they're standing just as tall and just as big. And I'm like, all right, now here we go. So, but and you think, and if you had been someone in the street, it might have been different. But you're not someone in the street. You are my kid, and I should handle that one different. But at the same time, I look at it in this one where in my house, and if I didn't show you, and you thought that was the way you handle situations out in the street, somebody's going to put a bullet in you. Somebody's going to take you out, because that's not the way you handle business. And so I have to come at them as, like I'm trying to show them a life lesson for them to walk out that door, So, but you're right, Doug, and all y'all are right so far. We don't have all the answers, and we're doing our best to be our best. So I'm going to let Walt go, and then I'll come back to you, Eric. Yeah, go ahead, Walt.
It brings me back to a quote by Dr. Carl Holmes out of Oklahoma City Fire Department, late 80s, early 90s, maybe. And his quote is, all I am, I owe. I live eternally in the red. Because there are no self-made men in this world. We all stand on the shoulders of others. So, and mentors come in all forms, all shapes and fashions. And Jack, your father, who I call my OG, God bless the dead, was one of my mentors. And and it's basically just a guy, like if you're working out in the gym, that holds you accountable. And like you said, Eric, that definition was definitely that's it. So I appreciate being mentored. Because I don't know if I have a good idea until it's challenged. In emergency management, you come up with these plans and ideas, and then your first responsibility is to try to break the plan. You have to challenge it to know if it's effective. And I think we lose that. We've lost that. So I just think that a mentor is somebody that will hold you accountable and make you challenge and challenge you. And then we do raise and mentor our kids and other kids, and so again, like you said, Eric, they're close for sure, but the reality is we all have a lot to learn. And Jack, back to your show, Iron Sharpening Iron is a prime example. It's just basically men like tonight holding each other accountable, and you can be mentored by someone older or younger.
Yeah.
So once you get these things and have these experiences, man, we all just kind of pay it forward. Excuse me. But that's what it is. But I run when a guy tells me he's a self-made man. I run for my life because I'm like, okay, so you had nobody helping you. Like I get it at this level, you did this thing, but who got you to that level?
Right.
You had to learn something from someone. So I run for my life. When I hear the self-made man thing, I just run for my life, because I'm thinking, man, you got to go back to your neighbors. Think about how many men in your neighborhood, especially guys playing sports coming up, or how many coaches you've had who mentored you and you didn't even realize the lessons that they were giving you, how important those lessons were until you got older as men, you know, and then you find yourself repeating those same things to other people. So that's where I'm at with that question.
Very good point.
Great question. Great question.
Very good points. Eric, I think you had something you wanted to share.
Yeah, just quickly, I just wanted to share like one of the major differences between a mentor and a father is that as a father, your children, they get to see all your shortcomings.
Yes.
They get to see all your frailties, all your mistakes. They get to see that. As a mentor, that's not necessarily so. So you're coming at them on a different level there, and there's a different level of respect. There's a different level of trust there. Sometimes you, as a dad, you may make so many mistakes that you just lost trust with your children. So then there becomes a need to go outside and find a mentor. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what I just wanted to say, that there's a little distinction right there.
That's true. But the good thing is when someone is in your house and you got proper context of your mistakes.
Right.
So, you know, the lesson is, and I'm sure we all use this lesson, you make the mistake, hey man, you know, you hear the sound of hoofs coming down the hall, you bet your life it's a horse, right? Clackety, 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 clack, right?
Right.
Sometimes in life, man, it's a zebra, right? It's a zebra. How could you possibly know that? You couldn't know that.
You know, there's these stages too, right? Like when you're a real young man, you see, well, not, you know, the attitude is sort of, oh, you know, and this goes to, you see your old man's mistakes, right? My old man, this and that, and he did this and that, and yada, yada. And then you get to be a father, and you're like, oh, my old man, this and that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But being a man, once you realize that it's not what it presented itself as, you have to make that adjustment. And that's where the lesson comes in when your kids are like, oh, okay. And again, you know, we all questioned our parents coming up, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then one day you wake up and it's like, how the heck did they do it? How did they make it?
Yeah.
You know, I'm making more money than they were making. How did they make it? So, hey, man, you know, it's like you just be the man that you think you should be, and people will pay attention. And when you make mistakes, you make mistakes and you correct them, because guess what? If they keep living, they're going to go down that same road. They're going
now, I guess I'm gonna throw the question out there because like everyone didn't have that father in the house. Everyone didn't have that father in the house. So, you know, where do you learn that lesson from? Who do you get it from? I mean, I know we were saying the difference between a father and a mentor and things like that. So, you know, is the mentor teaching you father tendencies, or is the mentor teaching you to be the man? Or because we look at the coaches and teachers and things like that, but they're giving you life lessons. But to be a father, no one's giving you any lessons on that. If they wasn't in the home, if you didn't see it.
Even with the father in the home, doesn't mean you're necessarily a good father.
All right.
Right, because it's all trial and error, man. And then your father may have been pretty good to a kid born in the 80s, but you know the guys now, you know, like dealing with your grandkids or dealing with my grandkids, they're dealing with social media in kids' lives, man, phones and stuff. Think about it. We could all go out the house and find our friends with no problem. Right? Man, you cut the Wi-Fi in the house off now, man, kids would lose their minds. So you're teaching a different kid, you know, it's a different mentality. So my point to you, Jack, I think, my personal opinion, hey man, God created us, the Creator created us. He gave us discernment. And I think every generation thinks that the next generation is worse and the generation before them had it tougher. But I think the reality is we always figure it out. We always figure it out. Always figure it out. Yeah. So you got to want to figure it out too. You can't use that as an excuse and as a crutch. Whatever the case is, I'm saying, not saying that, but whatever your situation is, you know, if you spend as much time thinking about how to figure it out as you do about, oh man, this is not right, this is not fair, I hate this. I mean, at that point, man, what are you going to do? So what are your options? And when you look at your options, it's back to, okay, I got to figure it out. And sometimes it's just, I don't want to be that guy that raised me or didn't raise me. Sometimes it's just something, sometimes it's just as simple as that.
Yeah, no, I got you. No, good points. Yeah, very, very good points. for those who are out there and you are out in the chat, and I see we got some good comments that's coming up and down on the chat. So I want to make sure that we try to recognize. But if you haven't hit that like button, please hit the like button. Share this live with other people out there, and leave comments in and after the live is over. Once the live is over, leave some comments on the channels so we know that you were there and we can come back to you and all of those good things that we can do. But you know how to hit that thumbs up, drop some hearts and all. We got some good people up on the stage and some good real talk, and this needs to be shared out because there's a lot of men that's running through social media that's really just looking for what we call clickbait. They're just looking for those you know, likes and shares. So you know, if you're looking for someone that's gonna dive off the kitchen table onto a chair or something, that's not this channel. But at the same time, if you need some real talk and people talking about some real stuff that's going to help you in your life, you're in the right spot. So but we definitely thank you all for being here. So I got one more question for you, gentlemen. I want to throw out there and see where we at, and let me pull it up real quick and make sure we get the right one. So here it is right here. What has been, and here's the question, what has been your greatest challenge in balancing work, family, health, and personal growth? What has been your biggest challenge in balancing work, family, health, and personal growth? So I'll start with Walt. I'll go and work my way around. So if you can drop some knowledge on that one.
I've been retired for 11 years, but when I was working, I was very fortunate because my shift, I worked 1 off 3. So I was able to have that balance. You know, it wasn't like living for the weekend. It was like I work a 24-hour shift and I'm off for 3. I would say, man, the biggest thing that adversely affected me was health, as far as my sleep patterns. You know, especially it's caught up to me now at 61, because you know, I tell you what, man, it's been a long time. I mean, it's not often that I get 8 hours of sleep. It's usually like 6, 5:45 or 6. You know, so my goal in life right now is to give me a good 8 hours of sleep on a regular basis, and just see how that affects my life. As far as work goes, I would challenge everyone to Google the poem "The Indispensable Man." And I'm not going to waste your time tonight. I know we're pressed for time, but the indispensable man, and that sums it all up for me as far as your question. The indispensable man will sum it
By
all
Yates?
up. I'm sorry?
Is that by Yates?
You know, sometimes I see the author is unknown, and then sometimes there's another author. So I don't really know who is attributed to or who gets the attribution for it, but I do know that it's a great poem, and man, that thing, every work assignment I've had, I mean, I know it by heart, but I always put it up at my desk every work assignment I've had, because that's basically, you know, when people come and read it, it kind of puts things in perspective of where I stand on what I stand on. So what I stand on, where I stand, and what I stand for. So there it is.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Doug, you got anything for us on that question?
It's one of those crazy things, you know, for me, I think it was expectations and just balancing them, which made it harder at sometimes, because we always wanted to do things better than what we had it, or how hard our parents had to work, or do more things for our children, give them more opportunities and have them have different experiences. And then as you go along, you see that maybe that's not what they want at all. They don't even want to be a part of that, or it's not what they were wanting to do. The most money I made in my life, I was probably the most miserable, because I was still always worried about money, right? I was always worrying about making sure there was no debt, making sure that we were going to all these places and vacations and having all these experiences, which you think should be really good things. But was that what I wanted, or is that what everyone else wanted? So as I've gotten older, I definitely see that I'm really greedy with my time, right? So my time is my time. And that's if I want to golf or something like that. My wife normally is the one who's always pushing me to go out and play golf. And I'm always worried about how much money I'm spending doing it, because I'm always worrying about the bottom line. So you just got to get where you're happy with yourself and inner peace, and being able to breathe and relax and enjoy things. And I've always sweated the small things, and I'm learning now that a lot of things, there's so many things are out of my control that you can only really control the things that are going on with you. And again, I struggled with that for a very long time. And I'm just starting to have that inner peace with myself because I understand how valuable my time is.
Yeah, good point.
Can I add one caveat, Jack?
Go ahead, Walt.
When I talked about my shift, what that allowed me to do, I never missed a field trip, back to school night, PTA meeting, or anything. And that right there paid dividends down the road. So that's the balance that I was able to have with my schedule. But I tell you what, man, it pays off down the road. It really has. So because you'd be surprised that some of your kids and their friends will tell you what you've done in their life or how you poured into them that affected them, and that you don't even realize that they were paying attention, man. So
Right.
I appreciate that moment. Thank you.
I'm gonna spin your way, Fishy Things, with you on that question.
Can you pull up the icon again?
The icon? Oh, the question.
Yeah.
Question
I mean,
up?
like I get the gist of the question, but there was several caveats there. All right, so the balancing work, family, health, and personal growth. All right, I'm gonna be completely honest here, and I don't know if this answer is gonna be worth much. I don't know. So I've been a dad for 16 years now, right? And I can honestly say I just completely failed at balancing those things for the first 12 years. Every time I would lean one way or the other, something else would suffer. I could never find a good balance. So I just continued to fail and kept rearranging and retrying for about 12 years until a series of circumstances, and I'm not going to get into it all, just lined up in a certain way. It was almost as if God stepped in and intervened and forced me to say, "Hey, we're doing it this way, and here you go. You're welcome. Here's the path." And now I'm set. Now I'm balanced. It just works. It had nothing to do with me whatsoever. It wasn't any choices or like it was not. I didn't intelligently find a way to do this. Everything finally just balanced itself out, and now I'm good. I'm good. My life is great. Everything's just kind of working out now.
Right. Okay.
Terrible answer, but that's the
No,
truth.
no. One is an honest answer, so it's legit. So that was one of the back where we talking about social media, where now because of social media, because of the smartphones, because of that, I don't miss as many events that I missed when I was working with my older kids because we couldn't record it. We didn't. I could now. My wife can go to a game and live stream the game where I could be at work and see the whole thing and see play by play. Where back in the day with my oldest son, I'd have missed that event because we didn't have the technology that we have today. So it's a lot of things where you take, where that was one of the good things about it. I wish my schedule would have worked out where I could just be in there live, but at the same time, as the scriptures would say, if you don't work, you don't eat. So sometimes you just got to work. So you got to go to work, and and it don't always line up. But because of social media and because of the way that you see the live streaming the games and all of that stuff that you can do with the kids now, you don't miss as much. So the younger generation, younger fathers and all out there that might be at work, or moms too, not just talking about fathers, but parents can now actually just pull up a link and watch their kids perform and not be there. It's much better when they're there and you can watch them, and they can hear you screaming and all of that other stuff. But they're live streaming graduations, they're live streaming the classroom, my funerals.
Yeah.
My puppies are in daycare and we can live stream and watch them bounce around the town and all. So it's just like things it's totally different now than it was. So, and we didn't have the answer. So let me see where I was at. Was it who that didn't answer? Who was it? Who didn't answer? Was it Eric?
Yeah, that's first, let me pull it back up for me as well too.
Man, come on, these old eyes and old
minds.
Yeah.
Let me say, Pitchy, I'm glad God worked everything out for you. Your life is in a good place right now. I really
thank you
for you. I'm happy for you. Yeah. What's been your greatest challenge in balancing work? My greatest challenge, man, is this: time management and prioritizing things, the right things. Putting things, sometimes you prioritize the wrong things and you look back and you have to make readjustments back, and you keep doing the same thing over and over because your priorities are out of whack. So for me, it was time management, making sure that I'm doing and working on the things that really make a difference, as opposed to working and really not, like you're running in place. So yeah, time management is very key, and prioritizing the things that really matter for my personal growth, my health, my family, and all of those things. But that's really key to actually getting to where you want to be in life, and actually experiencing some real, true peace. So that's what it is for me.
No, and that's all legit right there. I mean, it really is legit. And I thank you for your comment. I know I'll break it down to three. So the big thing I always look at, I say you got your health, you got your family, and you got your job. And that would be that work-life balance, if I look at it that way. And if I just put that in a pie, it's 33%, except for the one extra percent. And I say my family always gets that extra percent. So, I got to take care of my family, I got to take care of my health, I got to take care of my job. And then the other ones, because if you let any one of those lack, it would affect the other one. So you just got to keep that balance as much as you possibly can. So that's definitely, and then it is a struggle. I don't say, if you can work it out, like you said, fishy thing, and prioritize it, and all of those things is when but you're constantly working on it, because, any one of those things can throw it off kilter. And once it gets off, it makes it a little tougher. So, and that's where the big issue can be. So we constantly building and constantly working on it. So we know that, like I said, it's nothing that I did, because like I said, the Lord works in mysterious ways. The Lord put things in place and helps you out a lot. But a lot of that is, and I want to say a lot of it comes from just trying. The more you continue to try, the more you continue to be a good person, a good man, a good husband, a good father, a good, friend, the more you put effort in, you get those results out because you're putting something in. So it's not going to be instant. It's not like I met you today in a restaurant, we're best friends. No, we had to put some time and some work in to earn that respect and earn that title. And because of that, that's why I'm hoping and thinking and thanking that we have shows like this, where we can actually come out and bring out real conversation and real, life experiences. And it's not all, everything doesn't fit in the same box. The way Fishy got it done is not the same way Eric got it done, is not the same way Doug got it done and Walt got it done. But because you all shared your experiences today, I have a better understanding of another way. There's another way. I don't feel, like not coming on the show, I felt like a failure. But at the same time, I know that my struggle is real, but I'm not the only one struggling. Right. It's like we do that, that's how I feel when I play golf. And I know, Eric, you said you're not a golfer, but when I hit a ball in the woods and I go in the woods and find two other balls, I'm just saying, when I find two other balls when I go to look for my ball, I'll be like, I ain't the only one that came over here. And I feel much better. When I come out the woods, I feel better because I'm like, I ain't the only one that went over here. So, well, excuse me, when I talk to men and I hear you make the comments that you're making, I'm like, okay, all right. So I'm not the only one that had this struggle. I'm not the only one that had this problem. And because of that, that makes me stronger. Say, okay, don't give up. Keep going. Keep moving, because you too can come over. Because if it worked for Doug and it worked for Walt and it worked for Fishy, it worked for Eric, then it should work for me, because I'm gonna keep on pushing. So I thank you. I really do thank you, gentlemen, for your time and your effort and everything. Sure. So before we leave, I'm gonna ask if any one of you have anything you want to share. And I know, Fisher, you got a whole channel open over here. So if you want to share with your people before we wrap this show up today, I'll go with you first, Fisher.
Yeah, you guys check everyone out on this panel. I know they're not. I don't think any of you are making fishing videos, right? I'm in the fishing community, and so a lot of my my community, they all make fishing videos. It's very fishing oriented, right? But I think a lot of men are fishermen, and even the female fishermen probably have husbands, most of them anyway. And Big Jack StoryTime, he covers a lot of big hitting issues. It's a really great channel. You guys could subscribe to them. I'm sure you have more interest than just fishing. So I would just highly recommend you check these other guys on the panel. That's why I put it out on my channel. I know I'm usually just fishing, but I've been following Big Jack for a long time. I've done a few panels with him. I finally learned how to share the panel out. This is the first time I've done that.
Yeah, good job. Good job.
I'll check them out. Check these guys out. They're really cool. You won't regret it.
Oh, I appreciate that. I really do. So just to throw this out there, the last Wednesday of every month, we do the Battle of Sexes, the Battle of the Sexes. So that's where we have a panel of men and women, and we talk about those issues that men and women have with each other. The last Sunday of the month is the Gentleman's Journal, like we have today, where we just a panel of men talking about our concerns, our likes, our dislikes. Excuse me. And then the last Saturday of the month is the We Be Jamming Live, and that's where we come on and we have the comics, the poets, and the musicians and all, and they come out and they share their things. So yesterday we just did the We Be Jamming Live, and we had a really good time out there. So it's a lot that you can come, and then every Wednesday and every Sunday, other than the last ones of the month, is the Iron Sharpening Iron Show, where we have different guests on, and we bring different and learn different things. So, and if I can, and I'm going to share with y'all, so while you're here, because I'm going to drop this quick commercial, because our next Iron Sharpening Iron Show, we got a guest on. So let me drop this before we close out for 1 second. Here we go.
Hey family, it's Big Jack StoryTime, and you do not want to miss this one. This Wednesday, July 2nd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Iron Sharpening Iron Show goes live with the one and only the real Veronica. She's bold, she's real, and she's the voice of customer service you've seen everywhere. Tap in for laughter, truth, and inspiration, streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. Make sure to hit the notification button.
All right, so the real Veronica will be on this Wednesday. So the next actually Iron Sharpening Iron Show, we had the real Veronica on. We should have a good time learning about her, her experience, and everything she do. If you haven't seen her yet, I don't know how. She's definitely on almost every platform, and she does a lot of cool skits and saying the things that you wish you could say when you was in the office, when you was working or whatever. But she's really good at what she does, and I'm glad to have her on the show. Other than that, Doug, you got anything you want to share?
I'm just happy I did this, and took that little step out from my normal self. So thank you, gentlemen, for listening with me.
I appreciate it. It wasn't as bad as you thought, huh?
Not even
I wish I would have had better technology to use, but
no, you did great. You did awesome. Really, really.
And you have a radio voice, whether you know it or not.
Oh,
I'm sure I'm
I
not the
thought
first
of
person to tell you that.
yeah.
You have a radio voice, man. So I'm looking for you to get a channel soon.
Yeah. So I look 100%. Eric, you got anything for us down this?